Chapter 25-23. However, the woman in white didn't notice Qin Feiyang, who suddenly appeared in front of her. And she didn't seem to hear Qin Feiyang's voice. She directly bumped into Qin Feiyang. Boom. The woman in white subconsciously thought that someone was plotting against her, so she directly released a stream of divine power. Without a doubt, Qin Feiyang was in trouble. Unprepared, he was immediately sent flying by the divine power. The pedestrians in front of him were also in trouble. Qin Feiyang was sent flying, and a large number of them were knocked down. Who is it? Are you tired of living? There was a sudden burst of angry curses. But when they saw that it was Qin Feiyang, they immediately shut up. But they were all muttering in their hearts. What's wrong with Li Bu? Qin Feiyang was lying on the ground awkwardly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but there was a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect to make such a joke. He quickly got up and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking at those people who were knocked down by him, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm really sorry. Please forgive me." "It's okay. But Brother Li, what did you do just now?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and turned to look at the woman in white. It was just a greeting. Was there a need to have such a big reaction? Everyone also looked at the woman in white. Looking at the divine power around the woman in white, they immediately understood. It turned out that this woman had attacked Li Bu. In other words, Li Bu was actually a victim. However, looking at Qin Feiyang and the surrounding crowd, the woman in white was a little confused. When she came back to her senses, the woman in white looked at Qin Feiyang. There was a flash of cold light in her eyes, and she said, "What did you want to do to me just now?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was this? He just wanted to say hello to solve the doubts in his heart. Why did it feel like he had improper thoughts? Say it. The white-clothed woman's expression turned even colder. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "Miss, don't misunderstand. I didn't want to do anything to you. I just thought you looked a little familiar, so I wanted to ask you. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I was rude. I hope you can forgive me." "Miss, that is indeed the case. Just now, Li Bu even shouted at you, but you didn't seem to hear him, so you collided with him. Then you released your divine power and blasted him away." Those who had walked behind Qin Feiyang had seen the whole process. "I see." The woman in white nodded in understanding. She looked at Qin Feiyang apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Fortunately, there were witnesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. All right, let's disperse. There's nothing to see here," someone said. Qin Feiyang looked at the people he had knocked down and smiled apologetically. "Sorry." Perhaps because of Qin Feiyang's identity, those people also smiled and didn't make a fuss. How awkward. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the woman in white. He asked suspiciously, "Miss, is there something on your mind?" The woman seemed to be a little absent-minded. But the woman in white didn't answer. She looked at Qin Feiyang and shook her head. "We don't know each other." Then she walked past Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned around and looked at the woman's back. Although the situation was a little awkward, he was sure that the barrier was set up by this woman. Because the divine power she released was exactly the same as the aura of the divine power barrier. He didn't expect to meet such a kind person in the Holy Dragon City. And he didn't expect it to be a woman. "Miss, if you really have any problems, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you." Qin Feiyang caught up with her and said with a friendly smile, "Don't follow me." The woman in white seemed to be a little impatient. "I really don't mean any harm." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The woman in white stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. She didn't say anything, but her eyes became colder and colder. "Okay." Qin Feiyang was helpless. He wanted to repay the woman for her help, but he was asking for a snub. The woman in white withdrew her gaze, turned around, and left without saying a word. Women are really hard to understand. The five-clawed golden dragon's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. He was puzzled. Did he look like a bad guy? But it was understandable. After all, the woman in white didn't know that he was the person she helped. Young master. Don't always think about repaying the favor. There's something you have to think about. The five-clawed golden dragon said. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The five-clawed golden dragon said secretly, when you were unconscious, you didn't change your appearance. Qin Feiyang's face froze when he heard this. Your name has been spread all over the divine land. Although there are many people in the divine land who haven't seen you in person, I believe they must know what you look like. After all, divine power can condense into your appearance. But this woman didn't tell the dragons when she saw you. Instead, she helped you. Isn't it strange? The five-clawed golden dragon said. Qin Feiyang asked, could it be that she lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and didn't have many friends around her and rarely went out of town, so she didn't recognize me? I think the chances of that are very small. After all, her cultivation is not weak. She's a half-step to the ninth heaven realm. Although she looks a little disheveled, whether it's her temperament or her dress, she doesn't look like an ordinary person. The five-clawed golden dragon said. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman again, his eyes flickering. Although the woman had gone far, he could still vaguely see her. A half-step to the ninth heaven realm. Temperament. Clothes. These indeed showed that the woman had an extraordinary family background. But why didn't she recognize him back then? Or did the woman actually recognize him but didn't tell the dragons? He really couldn't figure it out. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked someone about the location of the treasure pavilion. Then he quickened his pace and walked toward the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was located in the central area of the Holy Dragon City. It was not far from the City Lord's mansion, but Qin Feiyang used to go to the City Lord's mansion directly, so he didn't know about it. So, Qin Feiyang saw a majestic building. It was at least 100 feet tall and dazzling. Above the main door, there were two bold words that seemed to be carved with iron and silver. Treasure Pavilion. At this time, the sun had just risen. But there was already a sea of people in front of the treasure pavilion. This lively scene was not because of the 4th grade divine fire auction today, but because it happened every day. Although the treasure pavilion was located in all the cities in the north, the Holy Dragon City was one of the largest cities in the north. Naturally, the treasure pavilion of the other cities couldn't be compared to it. What the other treasure pavilions didn't have, they generally had here. So, many people would travel thousands of miles to the treasure pavilion of the Holy Dragon City. Of course, there were also Snow Dragon City and Horn Dragon City, because these two cities were on par with the Holy Dragon City in terms of size and strength. The treasure pavilions of these two cities were naturally the same. Li Bu-oh. He actually came to the treasure pavilion too? When Qin Feiyang appeared, he attracted many people's attention. Qin Feiyang ignored them and directly entered the treasure pavilion. Welcome, young master. Young master, this is your first time in our treasure pavilion. A rather pretty woman in her 20s wearing a long red dress came up to welcome Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? He has been in the Dragon God Palace for so many years, but this is his first time in the treasure pavilion? Everyone was stunned. What did this person usually do? No matter who it was, as long as they came to the Holy Dragon City, they would definitely come here to take a look. The woman in red said, My name is Ren Xiaolan, a staff member of the treasure pavilion. Let me lead the way for you. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Xiaolan smiled and asked, Young master, what do you want to buy in the treasure pavilion this time? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, When does the auction begin? There's still an hour left. Ren Xiaolan smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a faint smile, Then show me around first. The first floor of the treasure pavilion is specially used to receive guests. The items for sale are on the second floor and above. And our treasure pavilion has a total of 10 floors. The items for sale on each floor are of different levels, and of course, the prices are definitely different. I'll show you the 2nd and 9th floors first. Ren Xiaolan walked in front and introduced while walking to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, it was much quieter. Everyone was silently looking at the items for sale on the counter. Even if someone spoke, it was very soft. Qin Feiyang walked around the second floor and went up to the third floor. About an hour later, he finally walked to the ninth floor. The items sold in the treasure pavilion were basically medicinal herbs, divine weapons, divine arts, divine jades, divine iron, pill furnaces, alchemy fires, and so on. But their levels were not high. Even on the ninth floor, the best were only perfect divine arts and supreme-grade divine weapons, divine-grade alchemy fires and divine alchemy furnaces, and the best were only first-grade. Ren Xiaolan smiled and said, "It seems that there's nothing here that can catch your eye." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Let's go to the 10th floor to take a look." Ren Xiaolan looked a little embarrassed when she heard that. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Ren Xiaolan said, "To be honest, the 10th floor restricts humans from entering." "What? Restricts humans from entering?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was such a rule? Whether it's the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City, Snow Dragon City, or Horn Dragon City, only dragons can enter the 10th floor. This is the rule of the Chief Pavilion Master, so we can't do anything about it. Please forgive us. Ren Xiaolan said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. Only dragons could enter the 10th floor. What a ridiculous rule. The treasure pavilion. Forget it, the treasure pavilion had no choice. After all, dragons ruled the divine land, and the treasure pavilion had to compromise. Get lost. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. In the quiet atmosphere, it was particularly loud. There were hundreds of people on the 9th floor. When they heard the shout, they were slightly stunned and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. This voice, Qin Feiyang was also stunned, and a figure immediately appeared in his mind. The woman in white. When he turned his head, the owner of the shout was indeed the woman in white. She was here too? Chapter 3, Release at 10. Chapter 25-24. The woman in white stood at the top of the stairs, looking coldly at a staff member standing in front of her. This staircase was leading to the 10th floor. The staff member looked at the woman in white awkwardly and said, "Miss, you really can't go up to the 10th floor." "I don't want to say it again." The woman in white said. "You really can't." The staff member shook his head. The woman in white's eyes were extremely cold. Ren Xiaolan retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. She said apologetically, "Young master, you walk around by yourself. I'll go and take a look." Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Xiaolan immediately ran over and asked the staff member, "What's going on?" The staff member said, "Sister Xiaolan, she insists on going to the 10th floor. I can't stop her." Ren Xiaolan looked at the woman in white and waved her hand. "You go down first. I'll deal with it." "Thank you, Sister Xiaolan." The staff member said gratefully and turned to run downstairs. Mississippi, the rules were set by the Chief Pavilion Master. We're just working here. If we let you go up now, we'll all be punished. Can you not make things difficult for us? Ren Xiaolan looked at the woman in white and smiled apologetically. The white-clothed woman remained silent, but an invisible wave of terrifying pressure spread out. Ren Xiaolan couldn't help sweating on her forehead. She hurriedly said, "What do you want? You can tell me. I'll do my best to help you." "What if I insist on going up?" The woman in white was very domineering. Ren Xiaolan was at a loss. How could there be such an unreasonable person? "Miss, is it fun to make things difficult for a worker? If you really want to go to the 10th floor, you can go to the steward or the Chief Pavilion Master. Besides, rules are rules. Unless you're a dragon, you have to abide by them." A few people couldn't help but speak up for Ren Xiaolan. The woman in white looked at the people who spoke, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Miss, this is the treasure pavilion. Do you want to fight?" They were not afraid at all. The atmosphere gradually became a little heavy. Only dragons can go in, right? But at this time, there was a faint laugh. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and was slightly stunned. "Li Bua? What did this guy mean by that?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked to the side of the lady in white. He smiled and said, "We sure are fated." The woman in white raised her eyebrows. Don't be so cold. I'm here to help you, Qin Feiyang said. The woman in white was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously as if she was questioning him. How are you going to help me? When Ren Xiaolan heard this, she also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. You're not dragons, so how are you going to help her? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Little Gold, come out. Ding. Immediately, a dragon roar resounded. The five-clawed golden dragon flew out from Qin Feiyang's wrist and hovered in front of Qin Feiyang. However, at this moment, it was only a meter long. He didn't reveal his cultivation either, but that pure dragon might shocked everyone present. 5 claws, it's actually a 5-clawed golden dragon. Only the purest golden dragon can give birth to a 5-clawed dragon. It is said that among the dragons today, only the ancestral dragon and the patriarch of the golden dragon clan have 5 dragon claws. What's going on? Why is there a 5-clawed golden dragon beside Li Bu? Everyone was in disbelief. Ren Xiaolan and the woman in white were also surprised. To be honest, Little Gold is actually the son of the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch. Qin Feiyang said. What the hell? The 5-clawed golden dragon was stunned. The son of the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch? Why didn't he say that he was the son of the ancestral dragon? He really knew how to brag. Qin Feiyang looked at Ren Xiaolan and asked with a smile, Miss Xiaolan, can we go in now? Ren Xiaolan stared at the 5-clawed golden dragon. If he was really the son of the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch, he could definitely go in. But the problem was it really? Li Bu, don't joke around. Pretending to be a dragon is a big crime. Pretending to be the son of the dragon's patriarch is even more a capital crime. Besides, I don't believe that the son of the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch will follow you. Someone snorted. Pretending? I'm not in the mood. I asked Little Gold to hide in the past purely to keep a low profile. Qin Feiyang said proudly. Low profile? I really can't tell. Everyone couldn't help but despise him in their hearts. Miss Xiaolan, please lead the way. Don't anger Little Gold, or he will bring the dragons over and flatten your treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said with a smile with a bad heart. Hurry up. Don't waste my time. The 5-clawed golden dragon also shouted. Seeing this, Ren Xiaolan took 2 steps back and said, Please. She still had some doubts in her heart. Miss, let's go. Qin Feiyang called the woman in white and led the 5-clawed golden dragon to the 10th floor. The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang's back and quickly followed after him. The son of the golden dragons is actually hanging out with Li Bu. How is this possible? No one on the 9th floor believed it. In fact, it didn't matter to Qin Feiyang whether they believed it or not, as long as they could enter the 10th floor. Because he was also a little curious about the 10th floor. As for how to deal with the consequences of this impersonation, it was just a matter of dealing with soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. He would deal with it when the time came. Soon, Qin Feiyang, the 5-clawed golden dragon, and the woman in white entered the 10th floor. Ren Xiaolan had been following behind them. The 10th floor was a spacious hall and there was no one in sight. But around the hall, there were transparent counters neatly placed, spotless. Inside the counters, there were iron and jade boxes neatly placed. These iron and jade boxes, big and small, long and short, all contained the same thing. As soon as the woman in white entered the hall, she couldn't wait to run to the counters and check them one by one, as if she was looking for something. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in white and walked to a counter suspiciously. There were more than a dozen iron boxes in the counter. The lids were open. In each iron box, there was a divine artifact. In the first iron box, there was a black dagger about the length of a chopstick, with a black python pattern engraved on it. Judging from its aura, it was a peak-level divine artifact. Qin Feiyang looked at the other iron boxes. In the end, he found that they were all peak-level divine artifacts. This is a legendary divine artifact. The 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly exclaimed. A legendary divine artifact? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned and walked to the 5-clawed golden dragon and looked at the iron box in the counter. In this iron box, there was a golden spear, as if it was made of gold. Judging from its aura, it was really a legendary divine artifact. The divine arts and divine artifacts on the 10th floor are all peak level and legendary. And there are alchemy furnaces and alchemy fires above the 4th grade. Not only that, there are all kinds of divine pills and precious medicinal herbs. Ren Xiaolan explained. Really? Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. Ren Xiaolan smiled and said, Young master, you can check them one by one. Qin Feiyang immediately looked all the way down the counter. Sure enough, it was true. There were legendary divine artifacts, legendary divine arts, alchemy fires and alchemy furnaces above the 4th grade, and divine pills. He even saw a few divine life pills with 2 dragon-shaped elixir spirits. 2 dragon-shaped elixir spirits, even he couldn't refine them now. China was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, he didn't see any elixirs like the potential elixir. However, these good things were actually left for the dragons? Wasn't the way the treasure pavilion was doing things a little wrong? Ren Xiaolan glanced at the 5-clawed golden dragon, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Young master, may I ask, is it really the descendant of the golden dragons? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, then smiled faintly and said, Miss Xiaolan, I can see that you are a smart person. Why do you have to expose some things? When Ren Xiaolan heard this, her face couldn't help but turn pale. It was indeed an impostor. Don't be nervous. If the treasure pavilion really pursues this, just say that you believe us. After all, Little Gold is indeed a 5-clawed golden dragon. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm not very worried about myself. But young master, when the dragons come looking for you, how are you going to deal with them? Pretending to be dragons is not a trivial matter. Ren Xiaolan said. Let's wait until they come. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You are really carefree. Ren Xiaolan shook her head. After working in the treasure pavilion for so many years, this was the first time she met such a calm person. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the woman in white. The woman in white had already walked around the hall, but she didn't seem to find what she wanted. At this moment, her eyes were full of disappointment. Ren Xiaolan looked at the woman in white suspiciously and asked in a low voice, Young master, do you know her? I don't even know her name. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If you don't even know her name, then why are you helping her like this? Ren Xiaolan was stunned. If he didn't even know her, why would he take such a big risk to help her? Wasn't that stupid? Although I don't know her, she has done me a favor. Of course, I have to repay her. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If you don't know her, how can you repay her? Ren Xiaolan's mind was a little messy, and she couldn't understand these words. Heavens, please tell me, what should I do? Suddenly, the woman in white roared, and her face was full of unwillingness. Qin Feiyang, Ren Xiaolan, and the 5-clawed golden dragon were all shocked and hurriedly looked at the woman in white. The woman in white had her back to them, and her hands were tightly clenched together. Drops of blood dripped from the gaps between her hands. Did she suffer some kind of blow? The 5-clawed golden dragon murmured. Qin Feiyang and Ren Xiaolan looked at each other with a suspicious look. Great-grandfather, the woman in white murmured and slowly collapsed. She grabbed the counter with both hands and half knelt on the ground. She buried her head and cried bitterly. This scene made Qin Feiyang and the other two a little overwhelmed. That thin back was trembling as she cried. She looked extremely helpless. Did you hear her mention something about great-grandfather? Could it be that some of her relatives have encountered an accident? The 5-clawed golden dragon asked. Qin Feiyang and Ren Xiaolan nodded. They also heard the woman in white say the words, great-grandfather. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and slowly walked forward, asking suspiciously, Miss, what are you looking for? The woman in white turned a deaf ear. Ren Xiaolan also stepped forward and looked at the woman in white, saying, Tell me, maybe I can help you. Miss Xiaolan is from the treasure school. She knows the treasure school better than you. If you can't find it, she can definitely find it. But you have to tell her so that she can help you. Qin Feiyang persuaded. Why was this woman so stubborn? If it weren't for the fact that she had helped him, he wouldn't have bothered to care about this. Chapter 25:25. Hearing this, the woman in white looked up at Qin Feiyang and the five-clawed golden dragon, then at Ren Xiaolan. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment before letting out a long sigh. She finally opened her heart and stopped crying. She said, "Actually, I want to save my great-grandfather." Or did something happen to someone in the family? Qin Feiyang muttered and asked suspiciously, "Was your great-grandfather seriously injured? Or was he kidnapped?" "Neither." The woman in white shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Then what is it?" "Great-grandfather is reaching the end of his life," the woman in white said with difficulty. Then she closed her eyes, her face full of pain. Reaching the end of his life? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other with a look of realization. It turned out that she was reaching the end of her life. Ren Xiaolan pondered for a moment and said, "In this case, only the prolongation pill is useful. How about this? I'll give you a divine-level prolongation pill." "It's useless. Great-grandfather has already taken the prolongation pill." The woman in white shook her head. "He has already taken it?" Ren Xiaolan frowned, shook her head and sighed. "Then I can't do anything. For more than a year, I've searched all over the north, hoping to find a treasure that can help great-grandfather extend his life. Actually, I also know that there is no such treasure in the world. Even the treasure pavilion doesn't have it. But I don't want to give up. In my heart, I'm always hoping for a fluke. What if there is? However, every time, I'm disappointed." The woman in white hugged her head in pain again. Ren Xiaolan sighed. It turned out that she had barged into the 10th floor to find something that could prolong her family's life. The five-clawed golden dragon asked, "Then how long can your great-grandfather live?" "At most, no more than half a year. Great-grandfather is so good to me. My parents passed away when I was young. Grandfather is busy all day and has no time to care about me. It's great-grandfather who brought me up. When I was young, I secretly swore that when I grew up, I would be filial to him. But now, seeing great-grandfather's life coming to an end bit by bit, I'm powerless. I hate myself." The woman in white grabbed her hair, her facial features twisted because of self-blame. The white-clothed woman's words also evoked Qin Feiyang's past. He also had a great-grandfather, Emperor Hong. Thinking back to back then, this great-grandfather of his had been extremely cold and indifferent to him. But in the end, he realized that his great-grandfather was actually doing it for his own good. There was also Uncle Yuan, taking care of him, helping him, and silently protecting the Qin clan's bloodline. For this, how much did Yuan Bo pay? Although these two matters were different from the white-clothed woman's situation, they had one thing in common. The elderly were both caring for their descendants. "I won't give up. I still have to continue looking. Thank you for listening to me. We'll meet again if fate wills it." The white-clothed woman wiped her tears and stood up. She looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two people and said something. Then she started to walk downstairs. "What a pity." She shook her head. Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the woman in white and suddenly smiled. "Wait, I can help you." "What?" The white-clothed woman's body stiffened. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang in shock. "Young master, he has already taken the prolongation pill. How can you help?" Ren Xiaolan also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Not to mention Ren Xiaolan, even the five-clawed golden dragon was skeptical. Of course, Qin Feiyang had a way. When he broke through to the monarch god level, there was a pill in the pill scripture that could extend one's life. Eternal Youth Pill. This Eternal Youth Pill was even more amazing than the prolongation pill. It could extend one's life for at least 10,000 years. One pill vein for 10,000 years, 2 pill veins for 20,000 years, and so on. If it was a divine pill, it could extend one's life for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, what kind of concept was that? But this was not the main point. The main point was, even if someone had taken the prolongation pill before, it would still be useful if they took the Eternal Youth Pill now. In other words, these two pills were completely unaffected by each other. But there was one similarity. A person could only take one Eternal Youth Pill in their lifetime. "Do you really have a way?" The white-clothed woman came back to her senses and looked at Qin Feiyang with great anticipation and nervousness. Of course. If we meet at the city gate, you can tell me. There's no need to cause such a commotion. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. What? The white-clothed woman asked hurriedly. She only heard the word, of course, and automatically ignored the rest of the words. Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and entered the castle. He opened the pill scripture and checked the formula of the eternal youth pill. Subsequently, he entered the medicinal field, found a set of medicinal herbs, and returned to the castle to refine. In a short while, a dark green pill flew out of the pill furnace. It was like a dark green gem with a dragon-shaped pill aura surrounding it. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the white-clothed woman with the eternal youth pill and said with a smile, "Take it." The white-clothed woman looked at the pill in surprise. Dragon-shaped pill aura? Ren Xiaolan's pupils also shrank slightly. This pill still carried a wave of heat. It was obvious that it had just come out of the furnace. In other words, this person could refine a divine pill. That's not right. Why haven't I heard that he was an alchemist before? And he could even refine a divine pill? And for the white-clothed woman at this moment, being an alchemist or a divine pill was not important. The important thing was this really useful? Qin Feiyang laughed. This pill can extend your lifespan by 100,000 years. Quickly send it to your great-grandfather. 100,000 years. The white-clothed woman's gaze trembled as she looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. You don't think that I'm making fun of you, do you? Take it back to your great-grandfather first. If it's useless, come to the Dragon God Palace to find me. I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-clothed woman still looked skeptical. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "You don't have any other choice now, right? Just trust me this time." The white-clothed woman pondered for a while, gritted her teeth, and said, "Okay, I believe you. I'll go back and give it to my great-grandfather now. Thank you." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Thank you too." The white-clothed woman looked at Ren Xiaolan and the five-clawed golden dragon, then turned and left quickly. After watching the white-clothed woman leave, the five-clawed golden dragon turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young master, is this pill really useful?" "Of course. If it's useless, would I dare to take it out?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. The five-clawed golden dragon said, "Then why didn't I know that you have such a pill?" "Of course you didn't know, because you only followed me recently." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. The eternal youth pill had never been refined and no one needed it, so it was never mentioned. Naturally, the five-clawed golden dragon would not know. Ren Xiaolan looked at Qin Feiyang, who was full of confidence, with a strange color in her eyes. This man was really different from the rest. Suddenly, Ren Xiaolan shuddered and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and the five-clawed golden dragon, and said, "Hurry up and leave, otherwise when the dragons come, you will be in big trouble." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled and said, "Who doesn't know that I am in the Dragon God Palace? Unless I disappear, they will come to find me sooner or later." Ren Xiaolan frowned. "Aren't you worried at all? Is there any use in worrying?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "The auction should be starting soon. Take us to the auction house." Ren Xiaolan was speechless. Pretending to be dragons and not running, she had never seen such a calm person. Two people and a dragon left the 10th floor and walked downstairs. "It's them." Immediately, a large number of eyes on the 9th floor turned to Qin Feiyang and the five-clawed golden dragon. The descendant of the golden dragons? Why haven't I heard that among the descendants of the golden dragons, there is a five-clawed golden dragon? Someone's secretly cursed. Suddenly, two well-dressed young men stepped forward and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the five-clawed golden dragon. Looking at the five-clawed golden dragon, they said, "Excuse me for asking, are you really the descendant of the golden dragons? What does it have to do with you?" The five-clawed golden dragon glared at them. But the two of them were not afraid at all. They smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang and the five-clawed golden dragon. Qin Feiyang was also sizing up the two of them. Now that everyone knew that he was protected by a supreme expert, The two of them looked fearless. It seemed that they were confident. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. The aura that these two people exuded was actually at the 9th heaven realm. But from the looks of it, the two of them were not much older than him. Dragons, we know a thing or two about them. As far as I know, among the descendants of the golden dragons, there is no 5-clawed golden dragon. Li Buer, you really live up to your reputation. Your courage is extraordinary. You even dare to impersonate dragons. The two well-dressed young men sized up Qin Feiyang and chuckled. What? You guys are impersonators? Ren Xiaolan looked at Qin Feiyang and the 5-clawed golden dragon in shock and anger. She had to pretend. Because if she didn't pretend, she would be implicated when the time came. That's right. We're impersonators. Qin Feiyang nodded. You guys, Ren Xiaolan glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. They're really impersonators. Outrageous. I thought that this 5-clawed golden dragon was really dragons. This bastard really deserves to die. Not only did he pretend to be dragons, but he also has a fearless attitude. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants with the protection of an omnipotent? Everyone was indignant. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Ren Xiaolan looked at the crowd around her and said, "You guys should leave quickly." There's no need. Where's the auction house? Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Why don't you listen to me? Ren Xiaolan was annoyed. It's okay. You just have to put on a good show and don't implicate yourself. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Ren Xiaolan was speechless. Even now, he still had the mood to care about her. How big was his heart? Ren Xiaolan said, "The auction house is on the 1st floor." Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly and walked straight downstairs with the 5-clawed golden dragon. He's really arrogant. The two well-dressed young men saw that Qin Feiyang actually ignored their existence, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. I'm sorry to have frightened everyone. Don't worry, the treasure pavilion will definitely not sit back and do nothing about Li Buer pretending to be dragons. Now, I'll go and report to the steward. Ren Xiaolan looked at everyone and said apologetically before leaving in a hurry. Chapter 25-26. At the same time, in a remote place, there was a lush mountain range. In the mountain range, there were strange peaks and lush vegetation. A clear river meandered through the entire mountain range. There was a simple little courtyard by the river. The courtyard was about 100 meters in size. It was surrounded by a row of wooden fences that were more than a meter tall. There were a few vegetable gardens that were planted with wild vegetables. The wooden building in the courtyard was also built with ordinary wood. It was 3 stories tall and did not have any extravagant decorations. It was extremely simple. In front of the gate of the courtyard, there was a small path paved with gravel that led to the river. At this moment, in front of a stone table in the courtyard, 3 old men sat around the table. 2 of them had white hair and white beards. They had the demeanor of an immortal and did not have any aura on them. They were like 2 ordinary people. The other old man was even older. He had 1 foot in the grave and was so skinny that he looked like he would fall with a gust of wind. His face was full of wrinkles and there was no color at all. On his body, he was wearing very old linen clothes. However, they were very clean. There was a tea set on the stone table. The tea was bubbling and the fragrance of the tea was intoxicating. The linen old man grabbed the teacup with trembling hands and took a sip gently. He sighed. I wonder where Shuer went. It's been more than a year and she hasn't returned. Father, Shuer has grown up and has her own opinions. Furthermore, her cultivation is not weak. Nothing will happen to her. That's right, Father. Don't worry about her. The 2 white-haired old men laughed. I raised her single-handedly. How can I not be worried? Are the 2 of you hiding something from me? The linen old man looked at the 2 of them and frowned. Although the old man was doddering, the words that came out of his mouth carried a bit of dignity. The 2 white-haired old men looked at each other with panic in their eyes. The linen old man looked at the 2 of them and said unhappily, I knew you were hiding something from me. Tell me, where did Shuer go? Nothing. Before the two white-haired old men could finish, the linen old man was furious and shouted, "I want to hear the truth." Perhaps because he was angry and hurt himself, the old man coughed violently after he finished speaking. His face was paler than before. "Father, please calm down. We'll talk. Shwe, I went to find a way to prolong your life." The two white-haired old men hurriedly stepped forward and consoled the old man in sackcloth. Life extension. The old man in sackcloth couldn't help but fall silent. After a long time, he gently pushed the two white-haired old men away and sighed, "I've already taken the life prolongation pill. Is there still a way to prolong my life?" "We know. Shwe, must know as well. But she didn't want you to die. We've tried to stop her, but you know her temper. We can't stop her." The two old men in white sighed. The old man let out a long sigh and said, "Both of you put down what you were doing and came back to accompany me for more than a year. Why don't the two of you go back first and come back when I'm about to die?" Hearing this, the two white-haired old men felt their hearts ache. "Father, what are you talking about? In the past, the two of us have always been adventuring outside and have never truly accompanied you or cared about you. Every time we think about this, we only feel guilty towards you. Please let us accompany you through this period of time." The two white-haired old men lowered their heads, their faces filled with self-blame and guilt. There were many people in this world like them. When their parents were still alive, nothing mattered. They didn't even have the patience to sit down and talk to their parents. It was only when they were about to lose them that they realized how much they had missed out on in their lives. However, it was too late to realize it now, because what they had lost could never be found again. The old man in sackcloth chuckled hoarsely. "I've never blamed the two of you. A man's ambition is to travel far. Thank you, Father. Please let us stay. We really want to accompany you. As for the matters in our hands, we've already taken care of them. You don't have to worry." The two of them said. The old man in sackcloth looked at the two of them and nodded with a smile. "All right, hurry and bring Shwer back. It's rare for a family to be reunited. Let us spend this period of time happily." "Yes." The two of them nodded with tears in their eyes. However, at this moment, a white-clothed woman in ragged clothes descended outside the courtyard. She was in a sorry state. "Shwe." The two white-haired old men hurriedly stood up and looked at the white-clothed woman. The old man in sackcloth also grabbed the walking stick beside him and stood up slowly. His turbid eyes were filled with joy. "Great-grandfather." The moment the white-clothed woman saw the old man in sackcloth, she hurriedly pushed open the courtyard door and ran over. "Lass, everyone has to die. Don't be too sad. Actually, I'm already very happy because I have the two of you to accompany me when I'm about to leave." The old man in sackcloth grabbed the white-clothed woman's hand and his face was filled with love. "Great-grandfather." When the white-clothed woman heard this, tears streamed down her face. "Shwe, don't cry. Great-grandfather will be sad when he sees this." The two white-haired old men stepped forward and said. However, between their brows, there was also a sense of sadness that could not be dissolved. Yes. "Don't cry. Great-grandfather, grandfather, second-grandfather, we should laugh." The white-clothed woman wiped away her tears and looked at the three of them with a smile. "We should be more open-minded and take things lightly." The old man in sackcloth nodded. No. The white-clothed woman waved her hand and looked at the old man in sackcloth. She grabbed the old man's hand and said happily, "Great-grandfather, I've found a way to extend your life." "A way to extend my life?" The old man in sackcloth was stunned. The two white-haired old men were also stunned. The old man in sackcloth rubbed the white-clothed woman's forehead and said with a smile, "Lass, you only know how to make great-grandfather happy. I don't. This time it's real." The white-clothed woman hurriedly took out the eternal youth elixir and handed it to the old man in sackcloth. "What elixir is this?" The three of them looked at the eternal youth elixir suspiciously. "I don't know either. But the person who gave me this elixir told me that this elixir can extend my life by 100,000 years. Great-grandfather, please take it." The white-clothed woman said. "What?" 100,000 years. Shwe, now is not the time for jokes. The two white-haired old men trembled and looked at the white-clothed woman as they said, "Grandfather. Second grandfather. I'm not joking. Although I don't know if he's telling the truth, I'm willing to believe him. Great-grandfather, please take it. Perhaps it really will work." The white-clothed woman looked at the old man in sackcloth anxiously. "Lass, great-grandfather has already taken the life extension elixir. How can this elixir be useful?" "Don't be fooled by others," the old man in sackcloth said. "Just take it. What if it really works?" The white-clothed woman was very anxious. The old man in sackcloth looked at the two white-haired old men. "Father, it's better if you don't take it. What if the person who gave this elixir to Shwe has bad intentions?" "I'm also worried." The two of them transmitted their voices. Hearing this, the old man in sackcloth looked at the anxious white-clothed woman again and finally nodded with a smile. "All right, great-grandfather will take it." "Father," the two white-haired old men hurriedly called out. "Shwe went through untold hardships to find this elixir. I can't let her down. Even if it's poisonous, I don't care." The old man in sackcloth grabbed the eternal youth elixir and put it into his mouth. The white-clothed woman looked at the old man in sackcloth with anticipation. The two white-haired old men looked nervous. Boom! Not long after the old man in sackcloth took the eternal youth elixir, an incomparably majestic life force suddenly exploded in the old man's body. A miraculous scene appeared. The aura of death on the old man's body quickly dissipated. Traces of blood quickly returned to his wrinkled face. Even his thin and frail body seemed to have become more plump. "It really works?" The two white-clothed old men were astonished. The white-clothed woman's face also showed a trace of surprise. As the person involved, the old man in sackcloth felt it most vividly. He could clearly feel that every part of his body was changing, especially his bones. The bones in his body were originally old and rotten, but now they were slowly becoming stronger. Moreover, his essence, energy, and spirit were completely renewed. It was as if he had been reborn. His entire body was incomparably comfortable. Unbelievable! "Shwe, who gave you this elixir?" the two white-haired old men exclaimed as they looked at the white-clothed woman. However, the white-clothed woman didn't hear them, because now she was completely immersed in joy. About 100 breaths later, the majestic life force had been completely absorbed by the old man in sackcloth. Although his appearance didn't change much, his old body was no longer skinny and frail. He even vaguely looked a little stronger. His turbid eyes were now bright and full of vigor. There were even wisps of sharpness. His body was also completely different from before. It was filled with a powerful force. However, looking at himself, the old man in sackcloth found it hard to believe. Was this a dream? He felt that his old body wasn't any worse than a young man's. Ha! Suddenly, he raised his arm and punched the stone table in front of him. "Father!" The two white-haired old men were shocked and hurriedly went forward to stop him. However, in the next moment, a scene that made them go wild with joy appeared. They saw that the old man in sackcloth's punch had directly shattered the stone table. When they looked at the old man in sackcloth, they saw that he was completely fine. The white-clothed woman looked at the shattered stone table and asked, "Great-grandfather, how do you feel?" "Great. I've never felt better. Now, I feel like I've returned to the time when I was young. My body is filled with strength." The old man in sackcloth smiled. Even his voice was no longer hoarse and was filled with strength. When the white-clothed woman heard this, she immediately threw herself into the old man's arms and cried loudly. And this was tears of joy. The two white-haired old men couldn't help but cry when they saw this scene. Chapter 25-27. What are you doing? It's such a joyous occasion, why are you crying? On the contrary, the old man in sackcloth was the calmest. After all, she had been to the gates of hell, so her state of mind would definitely change. Hearing this, the two white-haired old men wiped away their tears and smiled. "Shwe, who gave you this pill? Hurry up and tell us. If there's a chance, We must thank him properly. The two of them looked at the girl and asked. The girl in white said, "From what everyone is saying, his name seems to be Li Bu Air." "What? Li Bu Air?" The two white-haired old men were shocked. Seeing their reaction, the old man in sackcloth asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes, he's a disciple of the Dragon God Palace, and he has the protection of a paragon. He's a bit strong-willed. I really didn't expect it to be him," the two of them said. "Since he's a disciple of the Dragon God Palace, you must take good care of him. Also, if there's a chance, invite him to our home. I want to thank him in person," the old man in sackcloth said. "All right," the two of them nodded. The girl in white suddenly thought of something, looked at the two white-haired old men and said, "Grandfather, second grandfather, he might be in trouble right now." "What trouble?" The two of them looked at her suspiciously. "When I was in the treasure pavilion, I wanted to enter the 10th floor, but I was stopped by the people there." The woman in white explained the situation in a simple and clear manner. Five-clawed golden dragon? Pretending to be dragons? The two of them were shocked, but when they regained their senses, they smiled bitterly and said, "As expected of this kid, Holy Dragon City. Did you hear? This Li Bu Air did something earth-shattering again." "What is it?" "Pretending to be dragons." "What? He even dares to pretend to be dragons?" "This guy is really as bold as the rumors say. Pretending to be dragons is a capital offense. This time he's probably angered the dragons. I wonder what will happen to him." To be honest, I quite admire him, because among the younger generation he is the only one who dares to openly challenge the dragons. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and a storm was brewing in the city. It was the same for the treasure pavilion. The auction had already begun. However, everyone's eyes were locked on a certain spot in the front row. Surprisingly, a young man was sitting there. It was Qin Feiyang. As for the five-clawed golden dragon, it shrunk to the size of a palm and lay on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, taking a nap. Although its body had shrunk and it had retracted its dragon might, it was still dazzling. "Now, let's auction a supreme-grade divine artifact. The starting price is 50 million, and there is no upper limit." On the auction stage, an old man was holding an auction in full swing. In a room on the first floor. "No way, he even dares to impersonate dragons?" A chubby middle-aged fatso was sitting beside the coffee table. He looked at Ren Xiaolan, who was standing opposite him, and said in surprise, "Yes." Ren Xiaolan nodded and blamed herself. "It's all my fault. I didn't see through it immediately and even let them enter the 10th floor. This is not your responsibility. You don't have to blame yourself." The middle-aged fatso was the manager of the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City. He wore a gorgeous robe, had a broad body, and a fat head with big ears. A normal chair wouldn't be able to accommodate his body. "Thank you, manager." Ren Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged fatso pondered for a while and looked at Ren Xiaolan. "Go and keep an eye on him now, but remember, don't do anything offensive." "Can't offend." "Why is that?" Ren Xiaolan was suspicious. "Didn't you mention the rumors about him? He even dared to kill the island master of the Dragon God Palace. Moreover, he has the support of the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Can we afford to offend such a person? You just need to keep an eye on him and let the dragons settle this matter." The middle-aged fatso said. "I see." Ren Xiaolan suddenly understood and nodded. "I understand, I'll go now." With that, she left the room and walked toward the auction house. The middle-aged fatso pondered for a while and also took out the image crystal. Auction house. Ren Xiaolan walked quickly to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Young master, please follow me to the VIP room." "VIP room?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Our auction house has a total of 3 floors. This is the lowest floor, and the 2 floors above are the VIP rooms," Ren Xiaolan said. "But..." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded with a smile. After Qin Feiyang left with Ren Xiaolan, the people around suddenly became restless. He was actually invited to the VIP room? Isn't the treasure pavilion afraid of offending the dragons? What are you thinking? Do you think the treasure pavilion really treats him as a VIP? You can't even understand this. I really admire you. Let me tell you. On the surface, the treasure pavilion is inviting him to the VIP room, but in reality, they are keeping an eye on him and waiting for the dragons to come. After all, this Li Bu has an ultimate powerhouse by his side, and the treasure pavilion doesn't want to offend him. I see. Looks like there will be a good show to watch later. Upstairs, in a VIP room, Ren Xiaolan pushed open the door and walked in with Qin Feiyang. The VIP room wasn't big. The decorations weren't very luxurious either. There were 3 chairs and a coffee table. In the corner, there were a few pots of green plants. In front of them was a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, and they could clearly see the auction stage below and hear the sounds outside. Young master, please take a seat. Ren Xiaolan pointed at the chair next to the coffee table and smiled, then squatted down to make tea. Qin Feiyang sat on the chair, glanced at Ren Xiaolan, and smiled faintly. Inviting me to the VIP room for no reason, there must be something going on. Young master is really a smart person. Ren Xiaolan didn't hide anything and slowly told him the steward's purpose. Dragons, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked at Ren Xiaolan, and smiled. I have a doubt in my heart. Can you help me solve it? Young master, please speak. Ren Xiaolan was stunned. You're from the treasure pavilion, so logically speaking, you should keep these things a secret from me. But why did you tell me without hiding anything? Qin Feiyang said. Ren Xiaolan was slightly startled and asked, Young master, do you suspect that I have ulterior motives? Qin Feiyang said, I don't know, so I hope that you can help me solve this doubt. Ren Xiaolan pondered for a while and said, To be honest, I admire you very much because you dared to kill the island master of the Dragon God Palace and humiliated the 10th elder. And then, Qin Feiyang said. Ren Xiaolan looked up at Qin Feiyang for a moment, took a deep breath, lowered her head, and continued to make tea. She whispered, I also hate dragons. We humans shouldn't be ruled by a group of beasts. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and then didn't speak again, looking at the auction outside. Because this sentence was already convincing enough. Next is the exciting moment, and also the moment that many alchemists are looking forward to the most. On the auction stage, the old man took out an iron box and slowly opened it. A cluster of alchemy fire slowly appeared. Waves of heat rolled. The auction house immediately became like a big furnace. 4th grade divine fire. Let's not talk nonsense and start directly. The starting price is 10 divine crystals, and there's no limit. As the old man's straightforward words fell, the auction house immediately fell into a frenzy of bidding. The starting price is 10 divine crystals? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although there was no upper limit, wasn't it a little too casual to lower the price by 10 divine crystals? Young master, there's something you don't know. Every once in a while, our treasure pavilion will auction a 4th grade divine fire or a 4th grade divine furnace. But it's not to make money. Ren Xiaolan said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. As an alchemist who can refine divine pills, sir, I believe you know better than me the value of a 4th grade divine fire and a 4th grade divine furnace. Ren Xiaolan said. A 4th grade divine fire and a 4th grade divine furnace is basically a priceless treasure. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. So, our treasure pavilion usually auctions 3rd grade divine fire and a 3rd grade divine furnace. 4th grade divine fire and above are basically not auctioned. Ren Xiaolan smiled. Not auctioning? Then why does your treasure pavilion keep these alchemy fires and furnaces? Qin Feiyang was suspicious and suddenly remembered the situation on the 10th floor. He frowned and said, They're all for the dragons? Not all of them. If someone wants a 4th grade divine furnace and a 4th grade divine furnace and a 4th grade divine fire and above, they can find our steward and exchange for it with treasures of equal value. Ren Xiaolan said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, Then what do you mean when you said it's not to make money? Every once in a while, a 4th grade divine fire or a 4th grade divine furnace will be auctioned. In fact, it's a special benefit to repay everyone's support for the treasure pavilion. Even if the final price is really only 10 divine crystals, our treasure pavilion will complete the transaction without hesitation. Of course. This kind of thing has never happened before. Ren Xiaolan smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. That was for sure. Once a 4th grade divine fire and a 4th grade divine furnace and above were put up for auction, there would definitely be a mad scramble. Naturally, it would be impossible for them to be sold at the price of 10 divine crystals. In fact, in the end, this was a gimmick to win people's hearts. The treasure pavilion was so smart, how could they make a loss? If Sir wants a divine fire and a furnace, you can actually find the steward to make a private transaction. Because it's too much of a waste of time in the auction house. Ren Xiaolan suggested. It's indeed a waste of time, but I don't have treasures of the same value. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Sir, you're too modest. Ren Xiaolan shook her head. Not only did he have supreme experts protecting him, but he could also refine divine pills. How could such a person not have treasures of the same value as a 4th grade divine fire and a furnace? However, after working in the treasure pavilion for so many years, she already knew what to say and what not to say. There were some things that could not be exposed. Not long ago, on the 10th floor, she had already broken a taboo by pointing out that the 5-clawed golden dragons were pretending to be dragons. So, she could not do it again. 50 billion. 51 billion. The price of the 4th grade divine fire quickly soared by more than 50 billion. Qin Feiyang glanced at the people present and smiled faintly. 100 billion. Li Bu, oh. He's not an alchemist. Why is he here? He even raised the price to 100 billion. Do you have too much money to burn? Qin Feiyang just casually opened his mouth, but the whole place fell silent. There was a trace of fear and hesitation in everyone's eyes. Chapter 25-28. They were afraid because of Qin Feiyang's usual strength and the supreme expert behind him. Moreover, he even dared to impersonate dragons and didn't run away. Instead, he sat in the auction house openly. Was such a person someone they could offend? They were hesitant because it wasn't easy for them to wait until the auction of the 4th grade divine fire. It would be a pity to give up. After some internal struggle, everyone finally chose to give up on bidding. Although this person impersonating dragons would definitely bring about a disaster, no one knew what would happen in the end. Therefore, it was better not to offend this person for the time being. The old man on the auction platform was also a little surprised by the result. Why did everyone give up when this person opened his mouth? The auction was a fair competition. Was there a need to be so afraid? Although this was a reward for the benefits given out by everyone, it was too much of a loss to trade for 100 billion divine crystals. 100 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The old man looked around the auction house and asked unwillingly. But no one responded. This made the old man feel helpless. Ren Xiaolan covered her mouth and laughed. Young master, you're quite influential. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. This result was not out of his expectations. And this was the effect he wanted, so that he wouldn't waste the divine crystals. The old man said loudly, since no one wants to raise the price, then I announce 200 billion. However, before the old man finished speaking, a faint voice sounded from the VIP room opposite. 200 billion? He knows it's Li Bu, but he still wants to raise the price? And he's doubling the price. Interesting. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at the VIP room in unison. The old man on the auction platform also faintly smiled. I knew it. With so many people here, there must be a few who weren't afraid of Li Bu. This voice is a little familiar. Qin Feiyang whispered and also looked at the VIP room opposite. It's him. Ren Xiaolan said. Who? Qin Feiyang asked. Do you still remember the 2 young men in luxurious clothes who exposed your impersonation of dragons on the 9th floor? This person is one of them. Ren Xiaolan said. It seems to be them. Qin Feiyang nodded and remembered. He called out a bid at this time, and even doubled it just like you. He's clearly provoking you. Ren Xiaolan said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he looked at the auction stage and said, 201 million. 400 billion. The luxuriously dressed youth in the opposite VIP room spoke without hesitation. 500 billion. Qin Feiyang said again. 1 trillion. The voice on the other side sounded again. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. When the price was raised to 201 billion, the other party didn't hesitate to raise it to 400 billion. He raised it to 500 billion, and the other party doubled it to 1 trillion. The other party was indeed provoking him. I've finally met a tough opponent. I'd like to see how this guy ends up. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's VIP room with schadenfreude. Ren Xiaolan glanced at the opposite VIP room and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Young master, a tree needs a layer of bark to live, and a man needs a breath of breath." But before Ren Xiaolan finished speaking, Qin Feiyang said, "I give up." He actually gave up? Ren Xiaolan was stunned. The people around the auction house were also stunned. They thought that this person would continue to compete, but they didn't expect him to give up so easily. In the opposite VIP room, the two luxuriously dressed youths also looked at each other. What was going on? They had just started and he actually gave up? Li Buer, you and your accomplice have done so many earth-shattering things. You shouldn't be short of divine crystals, right? You're not playing anymore? Isn't that too boring? The two of them spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Accomplice? Earth-shattering things? Not short of divine crystals? Why did it sound like there was a hidden meaning in their words? Could it be that these two people knew that he was the one who ransacked the various city lord mansions in the north? But how was that possible? Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The old man looked around the auction house and focused on the VIP room where Qin Feiyang was. But no one spoke. Qin Feiyang ignored them and looked at the VIP room opposite, his eyes flashing with cold light. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, the old man announced the result. Qin Feiyang also retracted his gaze and stood up. Ren Xiaolan was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, "Young master, where are you going?" "Back to the Dragon God Palace." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "You're going back now? Young master, did you come to our treasure pavilion for the 4th grade divine fire?" Ren Xiaolan asked. "You can say that." Qin Feiyang smiled. Ren Xiaolan nodded in realization and asked, "But if you leave now, how am I going to explain it to the manager?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "That's good. Take me to see your manager." "What do you want to do?" "Young master, the manager was forced to do this. After all, you're pretending to be dragons in our treasure pavilion. As the person in charge of the treasure pavilion, he must give the dragons an explanation." Ren Xiaolan hurriedly said, thinking that Qin Feiyang was going to hurt the manager of the treasure pavilion. "Don't be nervous. I know the treasure pavilion situation. I won't make things difficult for him. I'm just going to talk to him about a business deal." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's good." Ren Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief, got up, and led Qin Feiyang to the first floor. After a while, the two of them arrived in front of a door. Dong! Ren Xiaolan reached out and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice sounded from inside. Ren Xiaolan pushed the door open and led Qin Feiyang in. The manager of the treasure pavilion sat at the desk and glanced at Ren Xiaolan. When he saw that Qin Feiyang was behind Ren Xiaolan, his expression changed immediately. He hurriedly got up and greeted them. "Brotherly, you've graced my treasure pavilion with your presence. I hope Brotherly will forgive me for not going out to welcome you." He looked extremely nervous. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Ren Xiaolan. "I'll talk to the manager in private first." Ren Xiaolan looked at the manager of the treasure pavilion. The manager waved his hand and said, "Go out and wait." Ren Xiaolan turned and walked out, closing the door behind her. "Brotherly, please take a seat." The manager of the treasure pavilion invited Qin Feiyang to sit at the coffee table and served him the best tea leaves. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm just here to talk to you about a business deal." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Business deal?" The manager of the treasure pavilion was stunned and asked in confusion, "What business deal?" Qin Feiyang said, "I need a divine-level alchemy fire above the 4th grade." "Alchemy fire?" The manager of the treasure pavilion was a little surprised. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "May I ask if you're an alchemist?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The manager of the treasure pavilion was very surprised. This person was famous for his arrogance, but he didn't expect him to be an alchemist. Why hadn't he heard of him before? Actually, whether I'm an alchemist or not doesn't have much to do with the alchemy fire I'm buying, right? There's no rule in this world that says you have to be an alchemist to buy alchemy fire, right? Qin Feiyang said faintly. Yes. I've offended you. Please forgive me, Brother Li. The manager of the treasure pavilion was stunned and quickly smiled obsequiously. Qin Feiyang said, then name your price. The manager of the treasure pavilion hesitated and said with a smile, to be honest, Brother Li, we don't sell alchemy fires above the 4th grade. We only exchange them with treasures of the same value. Of the same value, Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course. For you, Brother Li, we can relax the conditions. The manager of the treasure pavilion said again. But Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise. The treasure pavilion is just a business place. We don't want too much trouble. The manager of the treasure pavilion said it very carefully and tactfully. But the meaning was obvious. He hoped that Qin Feiyang wouldn't cause trouble in the treasure pavilion and bring trouble to the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, to be honest, I really admire the way the treasure pavilion does things. It's just doing business. Brother Li, you're too kind. How about this? I'll give you a cluster of 4th grade alchemy fire. Take it as a gift from the treasure pavilion. The manager of the treasure pavilion smiled. Give it to me? Qin Feiyang smiled and shook his head. I don't dare to accept such an expensive gift. Moreover, I need more than one cluster. How many do you want? The manager of the treasure pavilion asked. 3 clusters of 4th grade alchemy fire. 3 clusters of 5th grade alchemy fire. If there are 6th grade or 7th grade ones, I'll accept them all. Also, I want an alchemy furnace. The higher the grade, the better, Qin Feiyang said. So many? The manager of the treasure pavilion was shocked. It's a little too much, but I believe it's not difficult for the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The manager of the treasure pavilion hesitated and said, how about this, Brother Li, go back first. I'll ask the chief pavilion master for his opinion. I'll contact you then. Qin Feiyang nodded, opened the altar, and walked up. After Qin Feiyang disappeared, the manager of the treasure pavilion sneered. He looked at the closed door and said, Ren Xiaolan, come in. Ren Xiaolan had been waiting outside the door. When she heard that, she immediately opened the door and walked to the manager of the treasure pavilion. The manager of the treasure pavilion asked, You've been watching him for so long. Do you know that he's an alchemist? Ren Xiaolan nodded and recalled what happened on the 10th floor not long ago. She said, he seems to be able to refine elixirs. What? He can refine elixirs. The manager of the treasure pavilion stood up suddenly, his face full of shock. At that time on the 10th floor, he did take out a freshly refined elixir, but I don't know if he refined it himself. Because when he took out the elixir, he went to the space treasure. Ren Xiaolan said. Hearing that, the manager of the treasure pavilion slowly returned to his seat. He pondered for a while and shook his head. He probably didn't refine it. How so? Ren Xiaolan was suspicious. He's just an immortal. How can he refine elixirs of this level? Moreover, we've never heard him say that he's an alchemist before. I think it must be the immortal by his side who helped him refine it. The manager of the treasure pavilion said self-righteously. Ren Xiaolan nodded and asked, Then why did he look for you? It's really funny. He actually asked me for 3 clusters of 4th grade elixir fire, 3 clusters of 5th grade elixir fire, and 3 clusters of 6th grade elixir fire. The manager of the treasure pavilion sneered. Chapter 25-29. Sure enough, it's for the elixir fire. Ren Xiaolan mumbled and asked, What did you say? She had already thought of this when she heard Qin Feiyang say that he wanted to look for the steward. Of course I wouldn't agree to it. I just made up an excuse and told him to get lost. The treasure pavilion steward said lightly. Aren't you afraid of angering him? Ren Xiaolan was surprised. He can't even protect himself by pretending to be dragons. What am I afraid of? Just wait and see. His death date is not far away. The treasure pavilion's steward sneered. Ren Xiaolan smiled and didn't say anything else. She looked at the treasure pavilion steward and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work." The treasure pavilion steward nodded. Ren Xiaolan left the room and turned to close the door. There seemed to be a hint of worry in her eyes. At the same time, in the room, the treasure pavilion steward took a sip of tea and sneered. "Do you really think I'll buy your elixir fire? You're really naive and ridiculous." After saying that, he leaned on the chair and crossed his legs. He closed his eyes and shook his legs constantly, looking like he was floating in the air. However, he didn't know. All of this was seen by everyone. And this person was Qin Feng. In fact, he didn't leave before. When he was about to be teleported away by the altar, he entered the ancient castle and stayed in the room. So, he had heard every single word that the treasure pavilion's manager had said. Fire Lotus looked at the steward in the image and asked curiously, "Qin Dage, how do you know he's lying to you?" It's very simple. As a businessman, if he really wants to do business, he will definitely take the initiative to establish a contract with the other party before he leaves to facilitate communication. And before this, although he made it sound very nice, he didn't mention a single word about establishing a contract. This means that he's just being perfunctory. Of course. If he's just being perfunctory, I won't be angry. But his attitude and the words he said to Ren Xiaolan are not just perfunctory, but also a kind of arrogant contempt. He thinks that in front of him, everyone else is a fool and he's the smartest. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Fire Lotus smiled. Then how do you plan to deal with him? The show has to be played one step at a time. Take it slow. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand, dispelling the image. Then, he drove the ancient castle away from the treasure pavilion. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying dragon might descended. The people entering and exiting the treasure hall were immediately startled as they raised their heads to look at the sky above the treasure hall. A middle-aged man was standing in the air. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had an imposing appearance. He wore a dazzling golden robe. A 5-clawed golden dragon was embroidered on his clothes. Li Bu, come out now. The golden-robed middle-aged man looked down at the treasure pavilion and shouted. Sure enough, he has come to settle accounts with Li Bu. But who is this guy? Looks like it's very impressive. The crowd mumbled as they sized up the golden-robed middle-aged man. Tap tap. Along with the sound of hurried footsteps, the manager of the treasure pavilion ran out and hurriedly went up to greet him respectfully. Greetings, milord. Where is Li Bu? The golden-robed middle-aged man asked. The manager of the treasure pavilion smiled apologetically. He has already returned to the Dragon God Palace. Returned to the Dragon God Palace? The golden-robed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? I can't do anything about it. After all, he has supreme experts protecting him. I can't stop him even if I want to. The manager of the treasure pavilion complained tearfully. Useless trash. The golden-robed middle-aged man glared at the manager of the treasure pavilion and opened an altar. The manager of the treasure pavilion of the Holy Dragon City is actually bowing down to a junior of the dragons. What an eye-opener. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared in the crowd below and looked at the manager of the treasure pavilion with a faint smile. Li Bu? When did he come? The people around immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Why is he still here? The manager of the treasure pavilion lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang with a stunned expression. He then transmitted his voice, Brother Li, please don't cause trouble here. Qin Feiyang asked secretly. The manager of the treasure pavilion said anxiously, Didn't we agree to not bring trouble to the treasure pavilion? Did we? Why don't I remember? Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and ignored the manager of the treasure pavilion. He looked at the golden-robed middle-aged man and asked, What's the matter? The manager of the treasure pavilion was anxious. What did this mean? Why did his attitude change in the blink of an eye? You're Li Bu? The golden-robed middle-aged man sized up Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The golden-robed middle-aged man said, "I'm the patriarch of the Golden Dragons." The patriarch of the Golden Dragons. I didn't expect him to come to the treasure pavilion personally. After knowing the identity of the golden-robed middle-aged man, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. So it's the patriarch. It's an honor to meet you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Don't play dumb with me. Let the five-clawed golden dragon come out immediately. I'd like to see when you gave birth to such a descendant. The patriarch of the golden dragons snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Little Gold, come, let him take a look. I'm not a pet. What are you looking at? The five-clawed golden dragon complained in dissatisfaction, but it also flew out from Qin Feiyang's wrist and floated beside Qin Feiyang. The patriarch of the golden dragons looked up and down at the five-clawed golden dragon, and his eyes were fixed on the five-clawed golden dragon's fifth dragon claw. His eyes suddenly shone. It was really a five-clawed golden dragon. One had to know. In the entire golden dragon clan, only he and the ancestral dragon had a fifth dragon claw. Even his true descendant did not have a fifth dragon claw. But now, a golden dragon that came out of nowhere actually had 5 dragon claws? This was too unbelievable. In other words, the five-clawed golden dragon's bloodline power was even purer than his true descendants. Are you done looking? The five-clawed golden dragon looked at the patriarch of the golden dragons impatiently. The golden dragons took a deep breath and asked, Where are you from? Related to you? The five-clawed golden dragon raised his eyebrows. The patriarch of the golden dragons said angrily, All the dragons in the world are related to us dragons. If I ask you to answer, then answer. This emperor only listens to the young master. If the young master asks me to answer, then I will answer. As for you, sorry, I'm not familiar with you. After the five-clawed golden dragon finished speaking, he returned to Qin Feiyang's wrist. The patriarch of the golden dragon's face darkened in an instant. Li Bu, do you know that impersonating dragons is a capital offense? The patriarch of the golden dragons pointed his spear at Qin Feiyang again. Impersonating dragons is a capital offense? Then I'd like to ask, what crime is it for you dragons to impersonate us humans? Qin Feiyang laughed. The patriarch of the golden dragons frowned and said, When have we ever impersonated you humans? You dragons are all in human form. Aren't you impersonating us humans? Qin Feiyang said. Impersonating human form is impersonating us humans? The patriarch of the golden dragons was angry and amused. How could there be such an unreasonable person? Since even you guys aren't impersonating us, then how can Xiao Jin be considered impersonating us? Could it be that he's not a dragon god? Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but mutter. The five-clawed golden dragon was a dragon god. Since he was a dragon god, then he should be considered a dragon. In this way, the five-clawed golden dragon really wasn't impersonating him, because he was a dragon himself. The patriarch of the golden dragons shouted, Although he is a dragon god, he has not been recognized by us dragons. Without recognition, he is not a member of us dragons. There's some contradiction in your words. Since you said that Xiao Jin is not a dragon, then why did you say that all the dragons in the world are related to you dragons? Qin Feiyang looked at the patriarch of the golden dragons suspiciously. For a moment, the patriarch of the golden dragons was at a loss for words. If I understand correctly, the name dragons is a collective name for the dragon god clan. The dragons in the world belong to the dragons. Just like us humans, we are collectively known as the human race. Whether it's the divine land, the 4 major domains, or other places, as long as you are a human, you are a member of the human race. Or is my understanding wrong? In front of you, only the dragons of Divine Dragon Island are considered dragons? If that's the case, then where do you place the dragons that are scattered outside? Patriarch, whether you are a human or a dragon, you have to be reasonable, don't you think so? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The patriarch of the golden dragons was extremely angry. How could this mouth be so powerful? His words made him unable to refute. Qin Feiyang coughed and said, "Patriarch, don't get me wrong. I don't mean to offend you. I'm just being reasonable." The Golden Dragon tribe leader said angrily, "So you're saying that if I punish you today, I'll be the one being unreasonable? I don't know if you are reasonable or not, but I believe that justice is in people's hearts." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The Golden Dragon tribe's leader was so angry that he laughed. "What a sharp tongue." He said, "It doesn't matter if you're being reasonable or not. You have to give me an explanation today." "What explanation do you want?" Qin Feiyang asked. "You have two choices. First, let the five-clawed golden dragon go to Divine Dragon Island with me and promise to cut off all ties with the five-clawed golden dragon. I will pretend that this never happened. Second, you can continue to be arrogant, but you and the five-clawed golden dragon will be finished. I know that you have a supreme expert protecting you, but a half-step invincible realm expert is nothing in front of us dragons. As for that young man, I'm afraid he can't come to help you in time." The golden dragon's eyes flashed coldly. "You are so confident? It seems that you have come prepared. Who else is there? Come out." Qin Feiyang smiled and glanced at the void. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, two figures appeared beside the golden dragons. It was the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder. "Greetings, Patriarch Dragon." Everyone present immediately knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. At the scene, only Qin Feiyang was standing. Looking at the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Even the two of you are here. What an honor." Says, "Although what you said is reasonable and the five-clawed golden dragon is a dragon, it is undeniable that he pretended to be the son of the golden dragons. In the end, you are still guilty." The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Chapter 25:30. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in white and said, "So, I have no choice?" The woman in white nodded. "Pretending to be the son of the golden dragons, what other choice do you have? Also, you were in the wrong in the first place, but instead of admitting your mistake in time, you even talked big and said a lot of reasons to defend yourself. Li Bu-er, are you such a hypocrite?" Suddenly, two sneers sounded in the crowd. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This voice, he immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw two young men in luxurious clothes standing not far away, looking at him with a cold smile. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had no impression of these two people, which meant that he had never seen them before. He had never seen them before, but he kept provoking him? Was there something wrong with his brain? Hearing this Li Bu-er is really a hypocrite. When the crowd heard the words of the two young men in luxurious clothes, they pondered for a while and nodded. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Were these people brainless? Were they so easily incited? The other party was the evil dragons. As humans, shouldn't they be united against the outside world? Besides, he tried his best to deal with the dragons, and even fought a bloody battle with the dragon sovereign and the other ancestral dragons in the internal sea. But wasn't it to overthrow the rule of the dragons and let humans be the masters? But what did these people do? Nothing was done. It didn't matter if they didn't do it, but could they shut up? But they didn't shut their mouths, they only knew how to join in the fun and make a fuss. What was the use of these people? Now, he couldn't help but wonder if it was worth it to risk his life for these ignorant people. Li Bu-er, did you see that? This is already the will of the people. Quickly make your decision. The woman in white said. Qin Feiyang looked down at the five-clawed golden dragon and said with a smile, "Xiao Jin, do you agree?" The five-clawed golden dragon said indifferently, "If you agree, I have no objections." "You rascal!" Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly. He looked up at the woman in white and said, "As your companion, I can't hand him over to you. Don't worry about it. If it comes to us dragons, not only will we not harm it, we will even do our best to nurture it." The woman in white said, "This emperor doesn't like hearing this. Your cultivation is only slightly higher than mine. What can you cultivate?" The five-clawed golden dragon roared. The white-clothed woman was bewildered. It seems that you still haven't seen through this emperor's strength. The five-clawed golden dragon smiled proudly as a monstrous aura erupted from him. The surrounding crowd was immediately sent flying, each and every one of them in a sorry state. The treasure pavilion was also shaking violently. Rumble! In the end, with a rumbling sound, the treasure pavilion collapsed. Dust and smoke billowed, and countless treasures were buried underneath. The people in the treasure pavilion also ran out with ashen faces. They looked at the five-clawed golden dragon in horror. "Brotherly, what are you doing?" The manager of the treasure pavilion shouted. In the blink of an eye, the treasure pavilion was razed to the ground. How was he going to explain this to the chief pavilion master? Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said telepathically, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" The five-clawed golden dragon smiled secretly. He was doing this on purpose. He had long disliked the steward of the treasure pavilion. How dare he play tricks in front of them without thinking about his own strength? Destroying the treasure pavilion was considered a light punishment. He'd better not offend them again, or his head would be smashed. But at this moment, the manager of the treasure pavilion was the only one who cared about the collapse of the treasure pavilion. The others turned a blind eye to it. Even the staff of the treasure pavilion, such as Ren Xiaolan, looked at the five-clawed golden dragon with fear on their faces. This aura was so strong. The white-clothed woman, the chief of the golden dragons, and the 10th elder all stared at the five-clawed golden dragon in shock. The five-clawed golden dragon floated beside Qin Feiyang and looked at the three of them proudly. "Now, do you still think that I need your nurturing? What's his cultivation level? Why is even the ancestral dragon so surprised?" People muttered. The white-clothed woman took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I didn't expect that there would be a beginner immortal realm expert lurking around you." "What? Beginner immortal realm? I thought he was only a half-step immortal realm expert, but I didn't expect him to be a beginner immortal realm expert." People were shocked to the extreme. A beginner immortal realm five-clawed golden dragon and a half-step immortal realm expert. Who was this Li Bu? You were joking just now. Even if the young master wants me to go to Divine Dragon Island with you, I won't agree. Although the dragons are strong, you can't compare to the young master in some aspects. The five-clawed golden dragon sneered. Like the time array. There were definitely dragons, but could they compare to the castle and the Black Tortoise realm? Moreover, there were still seals in the castle. When these seals were unlocked, it would be even more terrifying. The most important thing was their character. The dragons were far inferior to Qin Feiyang in terms of character and handling of affairs. For example, the golden dragon ancestral dragon's body. If it were the dragons, they would never allow him to fuse. After all these years together, he already understood what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. Such a loyal and righteous person was hard to find in this world. How could he be willing to leave? Can't compare to him? The white-clothed woman raised her eyebrows. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you really want to fight, we're not afraid." The five-clawed golden dragon smiled disdainfully. Although there was no blood and Qin Feiyang couldn't open the slaughter domain, there were more than a dozen heaven-defying artifacts in the castle. Just these heaven-defying artifacts were enough to kill the white-clothed woman and the other two. Presumptuous. You're simply not putting the dragons in your eyes. Lord Ancestral Dragon, Lord Patriarch, and Lord 10th Elder, can you bear such arrogant words? Two angry shouts sounded. It was the two well-dressed young men fanning the flames again. "Damn you! Young master, I'll go and kill them." The five-clawed golden dragon was furious. "No hurry. Deal with the dragons first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Anyway, these two people had already entered his must-kill list. Sooner or later, he would kill them. There was no hurry. However, before he killed them, he had to figure out one thing. He had a feeling that these two people were targeting him again and again. It didn't seem to be that simple. Sure enough, the two's instigation worked. The 10th elder hated Qin Feiyang to begin with. Hearing the two's words, his killing intent was naturally aroused. He transmitted his voice, "Lord Ancestral Dragon, since the young man isn't here, we can't miss this opportunity." Lord Ancestral Dragon, I also think that we can't keep him alive. The golden dragons secretly said. The white-clothed woman's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes as a powerful aura spread out. Are we still going to make a move? Qin Feiyang whispered. Since that was the case, then let's get rid of these 3 people. However, how should he hide his identity? He couldn't just directly expose his true identity. How about this? Let Hui or Frenzy transform into your appearance and kill them with a heaven-defying artifact. The 5-clawed golden dragons secretly said. Good idea. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. Not only could he get rid of these 3 people, but he could also continue to hide his identity. It was the best of both worlds. Although the 3 of them had left their divine consciousness on Divine Dragon Island and couldn't really kill them, their physical bodies were priceless treasures. Especially the white-clothed woman. As the ancestral dragon, her physical body was equivalent to a divine treasure. Have mercy! However, just as Qin Feiyang was about to take action, an old voice rolled over. Swish! Following closely, a white figure rushed in front of the white-clothed woman like lightning. Yi Zhong. The white-clothed woman and the other 2 were stunned. When did this old man come back? Qin Feiyang and the 5-clawed golden dragon also had a suspicious look. The white-clothed woman came back to her senses and asked, Yi Zhong, your family's matter, it's all been taken care of. Yi Zhong nodded and looked down at Qin Feiyang and the 5-clawed golden dragon. He looked at the white-clothed woman and said, Come with this old man. After saying that, he rushed towards Yun Xiao. The white-clothed woman frowned and chased after him. What's going on? Everyone looked at the back of the 2 in confusion. Yi Zhong finally stopped. The white-clothed woman also stopped beside Yi Zhong and said, My condolences. My condolences? Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback, shook his head and smiled. I think you've misunderstood, my father is not dead. Not dead? The white-clothed woman was startled for a moment and asked doubtfully, Didn't you say that his time is up? But my granddaughter found a life-saving divine pill by chance. Father extended his life by 100,000 years. Yi Zhong laughed. It can't be. What divine pill? The white-clothed woman was surprised. I'm not sure either. But this divine pill is indeed useful. This time, I'm actually here to protect Li Bu. Yi Zhong said. Protect him? The white-clothed woman was still surprised and asked suspiciously, Why do you want to protect him? Yi Zhong said, I believe you should also know that he pretended to be dragons to help someone. The white-clothed woman nodded and said, I heard, it seems to be a little girl. Yi Zhong said, This little girl is my granddaughter. What? Your granddaughter? The white-clothed woman was stunned. Was there such a coincidence? Yi Zhong smiled and said, To tell you the truth, the divine pill that helped my father extend his life was given by him. It's actually him? The white-clothed woman lowered her head and looked at Qin Feiyang standing on the street, her eyes full of disbelief. Li Bu pretended to be dragons to help my granddaughter, and he saved my father, so now he is my benefactor. I can't let anything happen to him. Yi Zhong said. The white-clothed woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. She never thought that this matter would be related to Yi Zhong. Also, do you really think that killing him is the best choice? Yi Zhong said again. What do you mean? The white-clothed woman was suspicious. Although I have been accompanying my father for more than a year, there are people who report to me what happened in the Dragon God Palace. For example, he killed Wang Darren and the other 2. Also, he and Frenzy killed Gu Fan and the others. The strength they've displayed has already far surpassed their cultivations. Shouldn't we cherish such a talent? Why do we want to get rid of them? Yi Zhong said. Chapter 25:31. The woman in white remained silent. No matter what, nothing can happen to Li Bu. Otherwise, Shui and the old man will be angry. I can't go against my conscience. Yi Zhong looked at the woman in white with a firm attitude. The woman in white shook her head and smiled. To be honest, I admire him too. Yi Zhong was surprised. After killing Gu Fan and the others, I asked them personally. Do you know? Both of them have a heaven-defying technique. The woman in white said. I know. Lin Hua told me about it. Yi Zhong nodded. The woman in white said, Lin Hua should know about you too. What did they say? Although they offended the dragons again and again, they were actually on the dragon's side. Yi Zhong said. The woman in white said, after leaving, I was thinking about whether I should let them join the dragons. That's great. They have your heavenly god technique. In time, they might be able to fight against Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong said. That's what I thought too. But I have my concerns. This concern is their identity. They have a heaven-defying technique and the protection of an immortal. Now, they even have a 5-clawed golden dragon. Would you believe me if I told you that his identity is simple? And that young man. His strength is almost on par with ours. Although he seems unreliable, his heart is as clear as a mirror. Have you ever wondered what kind of people they are? What if they're a match for us dragons? The woman in white said worriedly. Our dragons only have the Dragon Slayer Palace? You suspect that they're from the Dragon Slayer Palace? Yi Zhong frowned. The woman in white said, we can't rule out that possibility, right? But why did the people of the Dragon Slaying Palace come to our Dragon God Palace? And they'll be controlled by the fate contract after entering the Dragon God Palace. Yi Zhong said. The white-clothed woman continued, don't forget, Qin Feiyang will be able to undo the fate contract. In the end, all of this is just your personal guess. Yi Zhong shook his head. That's right. It's also possible that they have nothing to do with the dragon-slaying palace. But if we want them to join the dragons, we must first figure out their origins. After the battle in the inland sea, we dragons have suffered heavy losses. We can't afford any more accidents. The white-clothed woman sighed. Yi Zhong was silent for a while and said, how about this? Don't worry about it. Leave this matter to me. You'll deal with it? The white-robed woman was stunned. Yi Zhong smiled and said, you can't be doubting this old man's ability, right? I wouldn't dare. The white-clothed woman smiled and nodded. All right then, I'll leave it to you. In any case, when you return, I'll have to leave the Dragon God Palace and return to Divine Dragon Island. Let's go then, Yi Zhong said. The two immediately flashed and landed in the sky above the treasure pavilion. How will they deal with Li Bu? Do you even need to think about it? He won't be able to escape death. Seeing the two of them come down, everyone began to whisper to each other. Li Bu. Yi Zhong glanced at the crowd and looked at Qin Feiyang. Speak. Qin Feiyang said lightly. He had never had a good impression of Yi Zhong. What an arrogant boy. Yi Zhong snorted and asked, are you willing to join the dragons? What the hell? Join the dragons? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What the hell? The others were also stunned. Shouldn't he be punished for making such a mistake? Why did he let him join the dragons? What the hell was going on? The chief of the Golden Dragons and the 10th Elder also looked at Yi Zhong in disbelief. It was different from what they had expected. What was this old man Yi trying to do? Yi Zhong asked, are you willing to join? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yi Zhong was not surprised by this answer. But the others were extremely speechless. What kind of person was Yi Zhong? He was Long Zun's most trusted human. He was also the only person in the world who could freely enter and leave the Divine Dragon Island. Moreover, even a mystical dragon like the Golden Dragon Tribe leader had to be courteous in front of Yi Zhong. Could be said that Yi Zhong's position in the dragons was very important. However, in the face of Yi Zhong's invitation, this person actually refused? This guy's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. How lucky was this? But then again, Li Bu had made such a big mistake. Not only was he not punished, but he was even allowed to join the dragons? No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was being rewarded. Strange. What was Yi Zhong trying to do? If you don't want to join, I won't force you. Let's take a step back. I will accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? Yi Zhong smiled. What? Everyone looked at each other. What was Yi Zhong trying to do? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Yi Zhong. His eyes were full of suspicion. One had to know. There were many grudges between him and Yi Zhong. Logically speaking, now that there was such a good opportunity, This old man should take the opportunity to get rid of him. But why did he still want to accept him as his disciple? Why did he seem to be a different person after disappearing for a while? Was he helping him? Or could it be that Yi Zhong was plotting something else? Yi Zhong's behavior was too abnormal. If it was anyone else, they would be suspicious, let alone Qin Feiyong, who was always vigilant. Kid, I am helping you. If you don't join the dragons and become my disciple, I can't help you. Moreover, it's not a loss for you to take me as your master, because I have never taken in a disciple in my life. You are the first. Moreover, as long as you become my disciple, you will be able to save a lot of unnecessary trouble in the Dragon God Palace. Yi Zhong transmitted his voice. When Qin Feiyong heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Was he really helping him? But why was that? He didn't believe that Yi Zhong was a good person. This was really puzzling. However, Yi Zhong's last sentence was right. Becoming Yi Zhong's disciple would definitely save him a lot of trouble. After all, Yi Zhong was the chief hall master of the Dragon God Palace. In the future, he would be second only to one person in the Dragon God Palace. The most important thing was, this was also a good opportunity to get close to Yi Zhong. Because in order to complete the task given to him by the ancestors, he first had to get closer to Yi Zhong. After thinking about it, Qin Feiyong cupped his hands and said, Disciple Li Bu, greets master. He agreed? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyong in surprise. They all thought that Qin Feiyong would still refuse like before. But they didn't expect that he would actually agree. Then, wouldn't his current status rise along with the tide? The disciple of the chief hall master of the Dragon God Palace was basically standing at the top of the pyramid of the divine land. Very good. Yi Zhong nodded and smiled. How could this be? Not only was he not punished, but he also became Yi Zhong's disciple? In the crowd, the two well-dressed young men's faces were extremely gloomy. This was too dramatic. And the manager of the treasure pavilion. At this moment, he also had a face of disbelief. He thought that this person would definitely die, but he didn't expect that he would rise to the sky in one step. Now, even his treasure pavilion couldn't afford to climb up. In his heart, he couldn't help but regret. No. There's still a chance to save him. Anyway, he doesn't know what I planned to do before. As long as I find him the alchemy fire, I'll definitely be able to build a good relationship with him. The manager of the treasure pavilion muttered. At the same time, Qin Feiyong also looked at the manager of the treasure pavilion and the two well-dressed young men, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Qin Feiyong looked up at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, Master, this disciple wants a greeting gift. The corner of Yi Zhong's mouth twitched. This was really impolite. But with so many people watching, he couldn't refuse, so he asked, What do you want? Qin Feiyong pointed at the two well-dressed young men and said, I want their heads. What? The two well-dressed young men's faces suddenly turned pale. And Yi Zhong, the woman in white, the 10th elder, the chief of the golden dragons, and the others all looked at the two of them. He actually wanted the heads of the two of them. Did they have some sort of grudge? Qin Feiyong said, Master, this disciple only has such a small request. You won't refuse, right? Yi Zhong smiled bitterly. This kid really knew how to climb up a pole. Yi Zhong nodded and looked at the 10th elder, saying, 10th elder, kill them. The 10th elder was very unhappy at this moment, but he really didn't dare to disobey Yi Zhong's words. Qin Feiyong, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. We were just joking with you, and you actually want to kill with a borrowed knife. Seeing the 10th elder make a move, the two well-dressed young men's expressions immediately changed, and they transmitted their voices to Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong's heart trembled. They actually knew his true identity? If you really want to do this, then don't blame us for being ruthless and exposing your identity in public. Think about it yourself. The two of them continued to transmit their voices. Qin Feiyong's pupils contracted, and he looked at the 10th elder and said, Stop. The 10th elder was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and said, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Joking? The 10th elder was immediately annoyed and said angrily, How can you make such a joke? Yi Zhong's face was filled with helplessness. What kind of young man was this? 10th Elder, please mind your identity. I'm now the disciple of the Chief Hall Master, and I'm his only disciple. Save me some face in front of so many people. Qin Feiyang coughed and said. You, the 10th Elder was furious. Was he going to use Yi Zhong's power to act like a tyrant? He didn't expect that he had the potential to be a good-for-nothing. The white-clothed woman and the Golden Dragon's chief also turned to look at Yi Zhong with an extremely strange expression. It was as if they were asking if it was wise to accept him as a disciple. Yi Zhong laughed dryly and waved his hand. Okay, this matter is over. Li Buer, if there's nothing else, go back to the Dragon God Palace. Don't mess around outside. Yes, Master. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Let's go. Yi Zhong looked at the white-clothed woman and said with a smile. The white-clothed woman shook her head and turned to return to the Dragon God Palace. The 10th Elder glanced at Qin Feiyang, snorted from his nose, and turned to leave angrily. The Golden Dragon's chief looked at the 5-clawed Golden Dragon floating beside Qin Feiyang and also left with a trace of unwillingness. To be honest, he really wanted to take the 5-clawed Golden Dragon away. But now, this boy had become Yi Zhong's disciple. Yi Zhong's position in the dragons was higher than his, so it was really difficult for him to make a move. His heart was full of regret. But fortunately, this boy had become Yi Zhong's disciple, so he would be considered a member of the dragons in the future. The 5-clawed Golden Dragon that followed this boy naturally belonged to the dragons. At least it didn't benefit outsiders. Chapter 25:32. The 5-clawed Golden Dragon said, Qin Feiyang, is Yi Zhong out of his mind today? I think so. Qin Feiyang nodded. Everything that had happened today was completely out of his expectations. I think you have to be careful. This old man must be plotting something. The 5-clawed Golden Dragon reminded him secretly. I know. Qin Feiyang responded and looked at the two young men in luxurious clothes, but he was stunned. There was actually no trace of the two of them? When did they run away? But the others didn't leave. They all looked at Qin Feiyang in awe. Brother Li, congratulations. The manager of the treasure pavilion ran to Qin Feiyang with a flattering smile. Qin Feiyang ignored him and glanced at the crowd. The two young men in luxurious clothes were indeed gone. Earlier at the auction house, when he heard the conversation between the two of them, he already had this thought. But he rejected it, because only the people of the dragon-slaying palace knew his identity. Even very few people in the dragon-slaying palace knew about it. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would know his identity just as he thought. Why didn't they expose him? There was only one explanation. They were also from the dragon-slaying palace. Moreover, the two of them were on the opposing side of the dragon-slaying palace. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to provoke him again and again. But what role did they play in the dragon-slaying palace? Brotherly? Seeing that Qin Feiyang ignored him, the manager of the treasure pavilion looked a little embarrassed and spoke again. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He came back to his senses, looked at the manager of the treasure pavilion, and asked, What's the matter? The manager of the treasure pavilion said with a smile, I've asked the chief pavilion master about the deal you proposed not long ago. Really? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. The manager of the treasure pavilion was shocked. Why did he feel like he had been seen through? He nodded and said, Yes, I did. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, What did the chief pavilion lord say? Chief pavilion master said that it's just a few clusters of alchemy fire. It's a small matter. The treasure pavilion manager smiled flatteringly. Hypocrite. Ren Xiaolan stood in the crowd and heard the words of the treasure pavilion's manager. A trace of disdain crept into her eyes. Small matter? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, I thought your treasure pavilion wasn't willing to do business with me. Of course not. It is the treasure pavilion's honor to do business with you, Brother Li. The supervisor of the treasure pavilion said with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He looked at Ren Xiaolan and beckoned, Come here. Ren Xiaolan was a little stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Xiaolan walked up to Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Take out your image crystal. Ren Xiaolan was even more puzzled and took out her image crystal. Qin Feiyang also took out his image crystal and established a contract with Ren Xiaolan. He said, "If I need anything in the future, I will send you a message and you can help me deal with it." Ren Xiaolan nodded and was secretly delighted. This person was now the disciple of the chief hall master. It was an honor to establish a contract with him. Moreover, in the future, with this relationship, she would definitely be valued by the Treasure Pavilion and have a meteoric rise from then on. On the other hand, the Treasure Pavilion manager's expression was a little ugly. As the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, this person did not establish a contract with him but chose to establish a contract with an ordinary staff member. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? Qin Feiyang looked at the Treasure Pavilion manager and said with a smile, "Remember what I'm about to say. In the future, I will only do business with Ren Xiaolan." The Treasure Pavilion manager's expression froze. Ren Xiaolan was pleasantly surprised. This was already an undisguised care for her. "Goodbye." Qin Feiyang waved at Ren Xiaolan and turned to leave. "Farewell, young master." Ren Xiaolan bowed. "Ren Xiaolan, I really didn't expect you to be so good at pleasing people." The Treasure Pavilion manager sneered. Ren Xiaolan's expression froze. She looked at the Treasure Pavilion manager suspiciously and asked, "Sir Manager, why do you say that? You know very well in your heart. I asked you to keep an eye on him, but you went to curry favor with him. Maybe you even did something shameful with him in the VIP room." The Treasure Pavilion manager thought to himself, "Sir Manager, tell me clearly. What shameful thing? I can understand that you are dissatisfied with me, but you can't insult my character. Besides, I'm also working for the Treasure Pavilion," Ren Xiaolan said angrily. The Treasure Pavilion manager snorted and looked at the crowd around him. "What are you looking at? What's there to look at? Get lost." When the crowd heard this, they immediately dispersed. Qin Feiyang was not afraid of the Treasure Pavilion manager, but they were. Because in the eyes of ordinary people, the Treasure Pavilion manager was like a god. The Treasure Pavilion manager looked at the staff of the Treasure Pavilion and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and rebuild the Treasure Pavilion." The group of staff immediately got busy. Ren Xiaolan sighed secretly and also joined in the rebuilding of the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion manager looked at Ren Xiaolan with a sneer in the depths of his eyes. Outside the city, on a certain mountain peak, Qin Feiyang stood alone at the edge of the cliff, looking at the mountains below with flickering eyes. As for the five-clawed golden dragon, it was still clinging to Qin Feiyang's wrist. "Little Jean, if those two are really from the Dragon Slayer Palace, what do you think I should do?" Qin Feiyang suddenly said. "So what if they are from the Dragon Slayer Palace? Since they dared to provoke us, they should be prepared to die." The five-clawed golden dragon was full of hostility. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, taking out the image crystal. Buzz. After a while, Jiang Dufei's virtual image appeared and said respectfully, "Greetings, young lord." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I was just about to go to the Treasure Pavilion to look for you, but I heard what happened there and thought that you had already left. Congratulations," Jiang Dufei said with a smile. "What's there to congratulate?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Becoming Yi Zhong's disciple is one step closer to the plan. Shouldn't I congratulate you?" Jiang Dufei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Are you done with your business?" Jiang Dufei nodded. "Then come and find me." Qin Feiyang told Jiang Dufei the coordinates of his current location. "By the way, Lei Bing and Wang Qi heard that I was going to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate and they want to go with me. Do you agree?" Jiang Dufei asked carefully. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He had spent some time with Lei Bing, so he knew that he was a spy in Serpent City. However, Wang Qi was a stranger to him. Jiang Dufei said, "Wang Qi is from Snow Dragon City and he is now the city lord. His cultivation is the same as mine and Lei Bing's, the complete ninth heaven realm." "I see. Then let them come with me," Qin Feiyang said. "Thank you, young lord. I'll inform them right away." Jiang Dufei thanked him and turned off the image crystal. A moment later, 3 figures appeared behind Qin Feiyang. One of them was Jiang De. One of the other 2 was a burly man in black. The other was a white-haired old man. He was stooped but his eyes were sharp. The black-haired man was Lei Bing. The white-haired old man was undoubtedly Wang Qi. "Greetings, young lord." The 3 of them bowed. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and then at Lei Bing and Wang Qi. He smiled and said, "If you want to cultivate in the Black Tortoise realm, you can tell me directly. You don't have to be so careful." The 2 of them looked at each other with joy in their hearts. They bowed and said, "Thank you, young lord." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You came at the right time. I want to ask you about 2 people." The 3 of them were suspicious. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 2 young men in luxurious clothes appeared. The 3 of them looked at the 2 young men in luxurious clothes with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. "You haven't seen them before?" Qin Feiyang asked. The 3 of them shook their heads. Qin Feiyang said, "I suspect that they are from the Dragon Slayer Palace." "The Dragon Slayer Palace?" The 3 of them were stunned. "These 2 people provoked me time and time again in the treasure pavilion. They even know who I am, so I have to get to the bottom of this." Qin Feiyang said, "They know your identity? Then this matter really can't be taken lightly. But young lord, if they are really from the Dragon Slayer Palace, it's useless to ask us. Because you know that there are many people in the Dragon Slayer Palace that we don't know. We have to ask the Divine General about this." The 3 of them said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Send him a message. I'll ask him." Jiang Dufei nodded and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A masked man in black armor appeared. When the Divine General saw Qin Feiyang beside him, he immediately glared at the 3 of them and said with a smile, "Young lord, congratulations. Why are you glaring at them? Are you unhappy to see me?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. It's nothing. The Divine General waved his hand. "Let me ask you, who are they?" Qin Feiyang pointed to the 2 young men next to him and asked. The Divine General looked at the 2 of them and his pupils suddenly shrank. "Young lord, why are you asking about them?" "Judging from your reaction, they are really from the Dragon Slayer Palace," Qin Feiyang said. "But I don't understand. How do you know them?" The Divine General was doubtful. Qin Feiyang said, "They came to provoke me. How can I not know them?" "Provoke you? When did this happen?" The Divine General was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "It's at the previous treasure pavilion." "There must be a misunderstanding," the Divine General hurriedly said. Although Qin Feiyang's tone was calm, one could see a trace of killing intent in his eyes. "Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Tell me, who are they?" The Divine General hesitated. "Speak!" Qin Feiyang shouted. Even though they were separated by a great distance and were using an image crystal to communicate, the Divine General still felt an enormous pressure from Qin Feiyang's body. The Divine General sighed deeply and said, "To be honest, they are your competitors." "Someone competing with me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Jiang Dufei and the other 2 were also very surprised. After thinking carefully, they said in surprise, "Sir Divine General, could it be the other?" The Divine General nodded and said, "Yes, they are 2 of the other 3 young lords." Jiang Dufei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young Hall Master, it is indeed as you expected. They are already envious of the plundering of the Northern City Lord's manors and obtaining the dragon race's 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts." Qin Feiyang's eyes were extremely terrifying at this moment. They were like blades. "Young lord, since they crossed the line and came to provoke us, we won't be polite." Lei Bing snorted. "Crossed the line?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked at Lei Bing suspiciously. What did he mean? Chapter 25:33. "Let me answer your question," the Immortal General said. Qin Feiyang looked up at the Immortal General. When this task was first issued, the 4 great emperors set the rules. The 4 young lords are each in charge of a place. No matter what happens, you can't cross the line and interfere with the affairs of the other 3 places. And now, these 2 young lords have broken this rule. The immortal general sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said jokingly, so, even if I kill them now, the higher-ups of the dragon-slaying palace can't say anything? Young lord, they might just be impulsive. You can't really kill them. The immortal general said hurriedly. Qin Feiyang said, according to what you said, I should just stand here and take the beating? That's not what I meant. They're only doing this once. We're all members of the dragon-slaying palace. Why do they have to make it seem like they're mortal enemies? The immortal general said. That's easy for you to say. When they hid in the crowd and fanned the flames and tried to kill me, why didn't they show mercy? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Yes. They're in the wrong, but can't you be magnanimous and forgive them this time? The immortal general was helpless. They have to pay the price for doing wrong. That's my principle. Qin Feiyang said lightly. I know. Then bear with it for a while. I'll report to Emperor Qin and see what he thinks. The immortal general said. Suit yourself. Qin Feiyang shrugged and said, tell me first, which place are they in charge of? This. I'd better report to Emperor Qin first. After the immortal general said that, he turned off the image crystal. What a joke. How could he tell Qin Feiyang about this? Qin Feiyang was a vengeful person. Once he knew, he would immediately send people to kill these 2 people. This guy only knows how to play dumb. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He looked at Jiang Dafei and the other 2 and asked, do you know? We definitely don't know. The 3 of them smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. Looking at the 3 people, he said, wait, only 2 have appeared this time. Where's the other one? Maybe he doesn't want to be your enemy. It's also possible that he works for Sunlight Emperor. Emperor Yang and Emperor Qin are as close as brothers. I don't think they would help the other 2 to deal with you. Jiang Dafei and the other 2 guessed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, so, I still have allies? Allies? The 3 of them exchanged glances. Jiang Dafei said, it's too early to say that. There are no eternal enemies or friends in this world. There are only eternal interests. So even if you are facing Sunlight Emperor's people, you can't take them lightly. Lei Bing and Wang Qi also nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and nodded in appreciation. Good awareness. The 3 of them rubbed their heads and felt a little embarrassed. Well, you don't have to worry about this. I will deal with it. Go and cultivate in seclusion. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 3 of them to the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Time passed by breath. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked down at the 5-clawed golden dragon and said, Little Gold, go to the west, south, and east to investigate them. Be careful to hide your identity. I promise to complete the task. The 5-clawed golden dragon rose into the air and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then he flew away without looking back. Watching the 5-clawed golden dragon leave, Qin Feiyang sneered. So what if they were from the Dragon Slayer Palace? As long as they dared to provoke him, he would not let them go. Qin Feiyang called Madman out and returned to the Dragon God Palace. Brother Li, congratulations, congratulations. I hope Brother Li will take care of me in the future. When Qin Feiyang and Madman appeared in the valley, a large group of people immediately surrounded them with flattery on their faces. Obviously, they had all received the news and were envious in their hearts. He was actually valued by the Grand Palace Master and accepted as a disciple. This person was too lucky. But in this regard, Qin Feiyang only smiled faintly. Madman completely ignored those people and directly entered the cave. Li Bu. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The people surrounding the valley immediately looked up and saw a law enforcer descending from the sky. Lin Hua. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at Lin Hua and asked. Lin Hua also changed his previous attitude and his face was full of respect. Under the orders of the Grand Palace Master, you and Madman are invited to the 10th island. Lin Hua landed in front of the cave and said with a flattering smile. He actually went directly to the 10th island? Oh my god, this is really a step to the sky. It is said that the monsters of the Dragon God Palace are basically all on the 10th island. The people gathered above were full of envy. However, Qin Feiyang said with a calm face, "Not interested. Don't disturb us." Madman also said to Lin Hua. Then, the two entered the cave without looking back and set up a divine force boundary. Lin Hua was dumbfounded. The group of people above was also extremely shocked. The 10th island was a place that the disciples of the Dragon God Palace dreamed of going to, because entering the 10th island was a symbol of status and identity. But they didn't expect these two to directly refuse. They were truly two different species. They are indeed different from the rest. Lin Hua came back to his senses and shook his head with a wry smile. He opened the altar and went back to report. The others also left one after another. Qin Feiyang and Madman also entered the ancient castle. Madman was cultivating in seclusion. Qin Feiyang was focused on studying the concealment art and rising dragon art. A day outside was 100 years in the ancient castle. After painstakingly studying, Qin Feiyang finally found the direction to improve these two divine techniques. The next morning, a white-clothed woman came to the Dragon God Palace. The woman was about 20 years old. Her hair was like a waterfall, her white dress fluttered, and her skin shone with a hazy light like a fairy. The woman entered the Dragon God Palace and went directly to the first island. Who is she? So beautiful. But how come I don't remember such a beautiful woman on the first island? The woman's clothes fluttered like a snow-white butterfly. Any man who saw her would have a trace of amazement in their eyes. Where is she going? Wait. She seems to be going to the valley where Li Bu'er is. No way. Is she going to find Li Bu'er? This bastard, what kind of dog shit luck does he have? Everyone was indignant. First, he was accepted as a disciple by the Grand Hallmaster, and now a peerless woman came to find him. Why did all these good things happen to him? The white-clothed woman stopped in the sky above the valley and glanced at it. Her gaze finally fell on the cave, and a smile appeared on her crystal-clear face. Li Bu. She spoke softly, and her voice was as pleasant as the sound of nature. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang was focused on seclusion, and he was afraid of being disturbed, so he deliberately sealed off his 5 senses. At this moment, he had just reached a critical moment. He didn't hear the voice of the white-clothed woman at all. The white-clothed woman waited for a while and was slightly stunned. Was he not in the cave? Li Bu, why are you pretending? We all know you are in the cave. Someone is looking for you, come out quickly. A few idlers who couldn't stand it any longer stared at the cave and shouted. However, the white-clothed woman didn't appreciate it, and those who opposed were a little disgusted, but they didn't say anything. Miss, this Li Bu'er is too rude, why don't you come to our cave first? But those people didn't realize it at all, and their faces were full of flattery. The white-clothed woman turned a deaf ear and looked at the cave quietly. Time passed quietly. Bang! In the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang's aura suddenly soared. He reached the great accomplishment paragon in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. His aura was still soaring. Bang! The next moment, it soared to the perfected paragon. Ha! Success! I finally succeeded. Qin Feiyang also suddenly opened his eyes and couldn't help laughing. What's the matter? Fire Lotus heard the noise and ran in, looking at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Girl, great news? Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed Fire Lotus's shoulder, wild with joy. What great news? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, the Rising Dragon technique and the concealment technique have already raised my level. Fire Lotus was stunned, looking at Qin Feiyang, and said, is your current cultivation level related to the Rising Dragon technique? That's right. The Rising Dragon technique can now increase my cultivation level by 2 small realms. And the concealment technique has also increased from once a day to twice a day. Qin Feiyang laughed. Although it didn't seem to be much of an increase, one had to know that at Qin Feiyang's cultivation level, an additional small realm of cultivation was equivalent to an additional layer of protection. There was also the concealment technique. In the past, it could only be activated once a day, but now it could be activated twice. This was a qualitative leap. I see. Fire Lotus nodded in realization and said with a smile, "No wonder you're so happy. However, you're hurting me." Huh. Only then did Qin Feiyang notice that he had lost his composure. He hurriedly let go of Fire Lotus and smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Fire Lotus rubbed her shoulders and said with a smile, "Also, I just heard a familiar voice outside." What familiar voice? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, "It seems to be the woman you helped in the treasure pavilion." It can't be? Why is she in the Dragon God Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How would I know? Fire Lotus was speechless. Alright, I'll go out and take a look. Qin Feiyang deactivated the Rising Dragon technique and his cultivation returned to the level of a divine lord. He appeared in the cave abode and walked to the entrance. It's really him? When he saw the woman in white, Qin Feiyang's expression immediately fell into shock. The woman in white was like an orchid in an empty valley. She stood quietly in the sky above the valley, exuding a tranquil aura. Don't you recognize me? The woman in white also saw Qin Feiyang. She landed in Qin Feiyang's valley and stood opposite Qin Feiyang with a smile. You're a little different from when you were in the treasure pavilion, so I didn't dare to recognize you. Qin Feiyang said. The difference was indeed quite big. When they were in the treasure pavilion, the woman's clothes were a little tattered and there was dirt on her body. Most importantly, she looked extremely haggard. But now, she was radiant and peerless. Difference? The woman in white was stunned. She looked at herself and shook her head with a smile. I've embarrassed myself. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Chapter 25:34. The woman in white smiled sweetly and asked, Aren't you going to invite me in? This, Qin Feiyang shook his head. My cave abode will probably be despised by you. Is that so? Then I'm really curious. The woman in white said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. With a wave of his hand, the barrier dissipated and he retreated to the side, saying, Please come in. The woman in white walked slowly into the cave abode. She's in. This bastard, he really makes people jealous. The few people standing not far away looked at this scene with displeasure in their eyes. Inside the cave abode. Looking at the simple cave abode, the woman in white was stunned. This was the most casual cave abode she had ever seen. There was nothing. How could this be called a cave abode? It was simply a cave. I didn't lie to you, did I? Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. You're really a casual person. The woman in white shook her head. I think it's quite good. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked suspiciously, Why are you in the Dragon God Palace? Are you also a disciple of the Dragon God Palace? I'm not. The woman in white shook her head. Then how did you enter the Dragon God Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's a secret. The woman in white smiled mysteriously and said, Actually, I came to find you this time to thank you in person. Thank you? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head. It's fine, it's just a small matter. To you, it may be a small matter, but to me, it's more important than my life. I'm also here to invite you to my house as a guest. The woman in white said. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, There's no need for that. My great-grandfather really wants to meet you. He told me to invite you over. For the sake of the old man, please go. The woman in white's face was full of pleading. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. The woman in white smiled and said, Don't worry, we won't eat you. Moreover, this might be an unexpected surprise for you. Surprise? Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile. He could only hope that it was not a scare. How is it? If you don't agree, then I won't leave. The woman in white smiled slyly. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly. The woman in white was overjoyed and urged, Then let's go. Are we going now? Qin Feiyang looked at him in astonishment. Yeah. The white-robed woman nodded. But I have something on my hands right now. Qin Feiyang said awkwardly. What is it? The white-robed woman was doubtful. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. How about this? You go back first and give me the coordinates. When I'm done, I'll go there directly. Actually, he was fine. However, he couldn't leave the Dragon God Palace with the white-clothed woman, because he had already cancelled the fate contract. If he left with the white-clothed woman, then this matter would be exposed. Therefore, he had to send the white-clothed woman away first. You're not lying to me, are you? The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, facing such a beautiful woman like you, lying to you is a sin. The white-clothed woman couldn't help but laugh. This person is quite humorous. How about this? I'll wait for you outside the Dragon God Palace. When you're done, come find me. After the white-clothed woman finished speaking, she didn't give Qin Feiyang a chance to speak and directly turned to leave. Troublesome. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He could only enter the ancient castle and call Madman out. But since this woman wasn't from the Dragon God Palace, how could she enter the Dragon God Palace? When Madman brought Qin Feiyang out of the Dragon God Palace, he found that the white-clothed woman was really waiting at the bottom of the stone stairs. Madman glanced at the stone stairs and saw that there was no one around, so he called Qin Feiyang out. She's down there. I guess this time, you accidentally saved a very powerful person. Madman said. Either this woman is related to the dragons, or she is related to Yi Zhong. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because only with this explanation could the white-clothed woman enter the Dragon God Palace. Then be careful, don't let your luck turn into a calamity. Madman smiled mockingly. You can really talk nonsense? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and sent Madman to the ancient castle before walking down the stone stairs. So fast? Seeing this, the white-clothed woman was surprised. It's just a small matter. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If I knew it would be so fast, I would have waited for you outside the cave. The white-clothed woman said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's go. The white-clothed woman nodded, opened an altar, and jumped on it. Qin Feiyang also jumped on the altar. So, the two of them landed in the sky above a mountain range. Qin Feiyang looked down. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate and uninhabited. A trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. But at this moment, the white-clothed woman opened another altar. Qin Feiyang was stunned. If one altar couldn't be reached, how far was this woman's home from the Dragon God Palace? He was even more puzzled. The woman continued to open altars. After opening more than 30 altars, she descended above a mountain range before stopping. In the mountain, the vegetation was lush. A river meandered across the entire mountain range. The river water was extremely clear. We're here. The white-clothed woman smiled. Qin Feiyang scanned the area below him. Soon, he saw a simple and unadorned little courtyard at a certain point in the river. Let's go. The white-clothed woman brought Qin Feiyang and flew towards the small courtyard. Not long after, the two of them landed in the courtyard. Qin Feiyang looked around the courtyard. He didn't expect the woman to live in such a simple place. The woman glanced around the courtyard. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, she looked at the river. And by the river, an old man in sackcloth was quietly sitting on a small bench fishing. On the left and right sides of the old man in sackcloth, there were two white-haired old men. They're there. The white-clothed woman smiled. Qin Feiyang turned around and locked his eyes on the backs of the two white-haired old men. Why were these two backs so familiar? Qin Feiyang followed behind the white-clothed woman and walked along the path in front of the courtyard towards the river. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt the two backs were. Wait! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's footsteps froze. Two faces appeared in his mind. It's them. It can't be such a coincidence. Great-grandfather, grandfather, second-grandfather. Before he walked over, the white-clothed woman shouted with a smile. The old man in sackcloth immediately turned his head to look at the white-clothed woman, and then his eyes fell on Qin Feiyang. Was it this young man who helped him extend his life by 100,000 years? The white-clothed woman trotted over and said with a smile, Great-grandfather, I didn't disappoint you. I invited Li Bu here. Good. The old man in sackcloth nodded with a smile. Then he got up and looked at the two white-haired old men and scolded, "Why are you still sitting there? Get up and welcome the little brother." The two white-haired old men looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. They got up and slowly turned around to look at Qin Feiyang. "It's true?" Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. These two people turned out to be Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng. Grandfather? Second grandfather? So the white-clothed woman was Yi Zhong's granddaughter? How is it? Are you surprised? The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Surprised? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was indeed a shock. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You just acknowledged me as your master yesterday. How come you can't recognize me today?" "Greetings, master." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and cupped his hands in front of his chest. The old man in sackcloth glared at Yi Zhong and scolded, "Don't put on airs. Hurry up and make tea. I want the best tea." "Father, he's my disciple after all. You want me, his master, to make tea for his disciple? That's not right." Yi Zhong said unhappily. "What's wrong? I knew it. He is my savior." "Hurry up," the old man in sackcloth said angrily. "Don't be angry. I'll go right away," Yi Zhong said hurriedly and then walked to the small courtyard. When he passed by Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Master, it's been hard on you." Yi Zhong's body stiffened. He was obviously laughing at him. "Brat, just you wait." Yi Zhong snorted coldly and walked to the courtyard without looking back. "Little brother, thank you so much. If not for you, I would have been buried in half a year at most. I will always remember this great kindness in my heart. Please accept my bow." The old man in sackcloth walked to Qin Feiyang with the help of Yi Cheng and the white-clothed woman. "Old man, you can't accept this," Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. However, the old man in sackcloth insisted on bowing to Qin Feiyang. "Thank you." Yi Cheng also bowed to Qin Feiyang gratefully. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Cheng and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "I really didn't expect that the person I saved was your father. I also didn't expect you to have such an elixir," Yi Cheng said secretly. He also smiled bitterly in his heart. When he left, Qin Feiyang asked him what had happened. Maybe it would help him if he told him. But at that time, he didn't believe that Qin Feiyang could help him. Unexpectedly, Shui met Qin Feiyang by chance and got the life-saving elixir. These 2 days, he had been scolding himself in his heart. If he could have trusted Qin Feiyang back then, would he have wasted so much time? Even if Shui hadn't met Qin Feiyang by chance, his old father would have died. At that time, it would all be his responsibility. Because he missed the opportunity to save his old father. When his old father passed away, it would be useless to know that Qin Feiyang had a life-saving elixir. To be more serious, he had almost killed his old father. "The tea is ready," Yi Zhong's voice sounded in the courtyard. "Little brother, let's go and have some tea." The old man in sackcloth looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. The four of them returned to the courtyard. The old man in sackcloth suddenly said, "By the way, little brother, I forgot to ask you just now. Do you like tea or wine?" "I don't drink. However, this junior is quite fond of tea." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Not bad, not bad. It's rare for young people nowadays to not drink. This wine, drinking a little is fine, but drinking too much is harmful to the body. It's not as comfortable as drinking tea." The old man in sackcloth smiled with relief. The more he looked at Qin Feiyang, the more he liked him. Chapter 25:35. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. No wonder Yi Cheng liked tea so much. It turned out that he had a father who loved tea so much. Entering the courtyard, Qin Feiyang sat at the stone table under the warm hospitality of the old man in sackcloth. The tea on the table bubbled and the fragrance of tea filled the air. The woman in white smelled the tea and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "This is the tea that second grandpa gave to great-grandpa. It's the best tea. Try it." "The best tea?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. However, Yi Cheng had an awkward expression on his face. What kind of tea was the best tea? It was not at the same level as the tea that Qin Feiyang drank. The old man in sackcloth looked at Yi Zhong, who was sitting at the side, and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and pour us some tea." Cough cough. Yi Zhong immediately choked and coughed violently. "You've brewed the tea and you still want me to brew it? My father, can't you leave me some face? How can I face this disciple in the future?" The woman in white was very sensible. Seeing Yi Zhong's dissatisfaction, she stood up and picked up the teapot and smiled. "Let me do it." Her movements were very elegant and had the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. At this moment, Yi Zhongzai sighed in relief. Fortunately, there was a well-behaved granddaughter to help him out. The woman in white poured tea for them one by one and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Try it." Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and sniffed it. "Isn't this the tea that Yi Ching gave me last time in the duty hall?" And from the beginning to the end, Yi Ching had an awkward look on his face. Because he had tasted Qin Feiyang's tea in the Black Tortoise world. That was the real best tea. "How is it?" The old man in sackcloth looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yi Ching next to him, tasted it slightly, and nodded with a smile. "It's indeed good tea." Cough cough. Yi Ching coughed dryly, and his expression became even more awkward. "I don't have many hobbies. The only thing I like to do is to drink tea. Thus, I would often have the two of them gather some good tea for me. If you like it, I can give you some as a gift for our first meeting." The linen-clothed old man smiled. "You're still giving me gifts?" Yi Ching really couldn't sit still and hurriedly said, "Lord Father, if you want to drink tea, then drink tea. Why are you saying so much? What a joke. Other people's tea was 1,000 times better than this. No, 10,000 times better. How could they like this kind of tea?" He even gave her a greeting gift. "How embarrassing." The old man in sackcloth said angrily, "Little brother, you've saved my old life and you're not even willing to give me some tea leaves?" "My old father. That's not what I meant. I'll be frank with you. Li Bu was being polite to you." Yi Ching said bitterly. "What do you mean?" The linen-clothed old man was suspicious. Yi Zhong and the white-clothed woman also looked at Yi Ching in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, "Deputy Palace Master, let's not talk about this anymore in case it's awkward. I'm afraid that if I don't talk about it, it'll get even more awkward later." Yi Ching shook his head and looked at the linen-clothed old man. "Li Bu has a type of tea that's countless times better than ours." The linen-clothed old man was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Little brother, is that true?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Old man, I do prefer my own tea, but that's just my personal preference. Please don't misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" "Good is good. In the way of tea, there's no such thing as awkwardness. Since little brother has such good tea, can I have a taste?" The linen-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang eagerly. "Lord Father, Yi Ching was a little frustrated. Why can't I change this bad habit of mine? As soon as I hear that there's good tea, I'll ask for it regardless of whether I know it or not. That's way too rude." Yi Zhong had a helpless look on his face. Obviously, this old father of his was also quite a headache. However, the white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang wanted to refuse, fearing that the situation would be awkward, but looking at the linen-clothed old man's eyes, he couldn't refuse. But Qin Feiyang took out a sealed tea jar, which was made by Fire Lotus and had not been opened yet. He smiled and said, "Old man, I'll give this to you. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not, of course not." The linen-clothed old man waved his hand and looked at Yi Zhong. "Hurry up, change the tea." Yi Zhong's face stiffened and he glanced at the white-clothed woman. "Why are you looking at Shui?" Shui and Brother Li are both young people. They have common topics to talk about when they're together. You're already so old. Why are you joining in the fun? Hurry up." The linen-clothed old man scolded angrily. Yi Zhong's forehead immediately creased with black lines. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong from the side and couldn't help but want to laugh. The dignified Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Palace, who was not weaker than the ancestors and the various ancestral dragons, was actually being scolded to the point of bleeding. If this were to spread out, it would definitely cause an unprecedented sensation. The white-clothed woman and Yi Cheng's faces were also flushed red. What about the Grand Hall Master? So what if he was a supreme expert? In front of his great-grandfather, in front of his old father, wasn't he still able to scold him whenever he wanted? He didn't even dare to retort. Yi Zhong glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Yi Cheng and said, Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng immediately turned his head to look elsewhere, as if he didn't hear anything. Do you want me to invite you with a stick? The linen-clothed old man shouted. Don't be angry, I'll change it. Yi Zhong immediately stood up and glared fiercely at Yi Cheng. Then, he picked up the teapot and angrily walked toward the wooden house. What was going on? In any case, he was still a reputable person. How could he be ordered around like this? What kind of nonsense was that? Wait a minute. It seemed that from the beginning until now, his old father had been calling Li Bu little brother all the time? And just now, he even called him brotherly? Brother? Master and disciple? What the hell was this? If that was the case, didn't he have to call this kid uncle? It was a mess. Everything was a mess. Looking at the embarrassed Yi Zhong, the white-clothed woman said in a low voice, Great-grandfather, leave some face for grandfather. No matter how good he is still my son. No matter how bad I am still his father. Why should I leave him face? Let's talk about it later. There are no outsiders here. Why should I leave him face? The linen-clothed old man snorted coldly. No outsiders? The white-clothed woman was stunned and glanced at Qin Feiyang. Wasn't this an outsider? However, it seemed that in the eyes of her great-grandfather, this person was already family. The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, Don't take offense. Our family is like this. It's okay. I quite like this atmosphere. It's relaxed. There's no pressure. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The linen-clothed old man said, Brotherly, if you like it, you can come here often to play. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Yi Zhong was in a sorry state, this old man's personality was very straightforward. He spoke whatever was on his mind and did not hide anything. He was not like those hypocrites who said one thing on the surface and another behind their backs. The white-clothed woman stood up and stretched out her hand in front of Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, Let me formally introduce myself. I am Yi Shui, Yi Zhong's granddaughter. Li Bu, a nobody. Qin Feiyang also stood up and smiled. He gently shook Yi Shui's hand and then retracted it. If you're a nobody, then what am I? Now in the north, who doesn't know your name, Li Bu? Yi Shui shook her head and returned to the stone bench. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Reputation is not necessarily a good thing. The linen-clothed old man sized up Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brotherly, may I take the liberty to ask something? Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Where do you live? Who is in your family? The linen-clothed old man said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was he checking the entrance of the household? Yi Cheng was also shocked and hurriedly said, Father, why are you asking this? He knew Qin Feiyang's identity. And Qin Feiyang's identity was a minefield that could not be touched. Yes, great-grandfather. That's too presumptuous. Yi Shui was also unhappy. That's why I'm taking the liberty to ask. The linen-clothed old man glanced at the two of them and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Brotherly, you don't mind, right? If you do, just pretend that I didn't ask. It's okay. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, Actually, I don't know where I'm from either. What do you mean? The linen-clothed old man was suspicious. Great-grandfather. If he said that, then there must be a painful past. Aren't you deliberately making him feel uncomfortable by getting to the root of the matter? Yi Shui said unhappily. The linen-clothed old man was stunned and nodded. Yes, brotherly, I'm really sorry. It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. At this moment, Yi Zhong walked out with a teapot in his hand and looked very calm. The linen-clothed old man immediately stared at the teapot and looked forward to it. Yi Zhong opened the teapot. A burst of tea fragrance immediately overflowed. Yi Zhong was slightly stunned. He took out a tea leaf, put it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Then, he put it in his mouth and a look of shock flashed across his old eyes. What kind of tea leaf was this? The taste was so pure? When he came back to his senses, he quickly grabbed some tea leaves and put them into the teapot, then poured some water. The tea fragrance became stronger. The entire courtyard was filled with the tea fragrance. The linen-clothed old man's eyes were shining. The tea fragrance alone was incomparable to the previous tea. Great-grandfather, try it. Yi Shui picked up the teapot and poured a small cup for the linen-clothed old man. Generally speaking, the tea leaves had to be filtered. That was to say, the first tea had to be poured away. This was because many tea leaves had a bitter taste when they were first served. On the other hand, this was also to wash away the stains on the tea leaves. But the tea leaves cultivated by the fire lotus were different. Not only was the taste of the first tea not bitter, but it was also more pure. As for the stains on the tea leaves, it was even more impossible. Because this was drunk by Qin Feiyang, the fire lotus was very clean when it was made. The linen-clothed old man picked up the teacup, smelled it first, then put it to his mouth and gently took a sip. At that moment, his old eyes were shining. Was this tea? This was immortal dew, the immortal of tea. He had never drunk such good tea in his life. Yi Zhong looked at his old father and also picked up the teacup and tasted it. His eyes were full of envy. This was indeed not something their tea leaves could compare to. The linen-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Brother Li, may I ask, where did you get these tea leaves?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "They were personally cultivated by my younger sister." Amazing! Brother Li is really a blessed person to have such a sister who is so good at cultivating tea trees. I'm really envious. The linen-clothed old man said. Senior, you flatter me. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The linen-clothed old man looked at Yi Zhong and said, "In the future, when you send me tea, you must also send such tea leaves." Father, aren't you making things difficult for us? The brothers smiled bitterly. I don't care. If it can't compare to this tea, don't send it to me. The linen-clothed old man said with a cold face. The two of them nodded helplessly. The linen-clothed old man said, "Then you two brothers, hurry up and cook." The two of them widened their eyes and jumped up. What? Do you want me to cook it myself? The linen-clothed old man's face was stern. When he saw the two of them looking at Yi Shui, he said angrily, "Don't look at Shui, go by yourself." The brothers got up, shook their heads, sighed, and walked towards the wooden building. Since when did people of their statuses cook for themselves? Wasn't this making things difficult for them? This old man really knew how to torture people. Chapter 25:36. Qin Feiyang looked at their backs and couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he saw Yi Zhong being so wasteful. It also proved one thing. No matter how strong one was, there would still be people they were afraid of. Grandpa. Suddenly, Yi Shui stood up and called out to Yi Zhong. What? Yi Zhong turned around and looked at her unhappily. He seemed to be blaming Yi Shui for not helping him out. Yi Shui took out a milky white token from her arms and handed it to Yi Zhong. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. He had seen this token before. Yi Cheng also had one. According to Yi Cheng, there were a total of 3 tokens. They were in the hands of the brothers and the Beast Emperor in the Internal Sea. It turned out that Yi Shui had taken this token to enter the Dragon God Hall. Here you go. Be careful when cooking, don't burn the house. Yi Shui held back her laughter and said, "Wretched girl." Yi Zhong glared at Yi Shui, kept the token, and entered the wooden building. After a while, smoke rose from the kitchen. Brother Li, come, have some tea. The old man in linen warmly greeted Qin Feiyang. Old senior, you should change the way you address him, you can't mess up the seniority. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's right. If you call him brother, then how should I address him in the future? Yi Shui was helpless. The more she called him, the smoother it got. Ha, that's true. The old man in linen rubbed Yi Shui's head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then tell me, how should I address you in the future? Qin Feiyang pondered. To be honest, this form of address was really troublesome, because the seniority difference was too big. Yishui thought for a while and smiled. Isn't his name Li Bua? Why don't you call him Xiao Li Xiao? That's impolite. The old man in linen shook his head. Is there? No. Yishui was doubtful. The old man shook his head and smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, How about this? This old man will call you Little Friendly from now on. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man in sackcloth said, Little Friendly, may I ask if your sister is with you? You? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. The linen-clothed old man smiled and said, This old man would like to ask her how these tea leaves are cultivated. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my little sister is not with me right now. A trace of disappointment appeared in the old man's eyes as he said, If you have the chance in the future, please let this old man meet her. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. He didn't want Fire Lotus to appear in public. After all, Yi Zhong was the person Longzuan trusted the most. The identity of the Fire Lotus was also a taboo. What if Yi Zhong noticed something? So he couldn't take the risk. About an hour passed. Yi Zhong and his brother finally came out with 4 side dishes in their hands. However, the two of them looked funny. Both of them were covered in dust. I asked you to cook a meal, but you actually turned out like this. How embarrassing. The linen-clothed old man didn't hide it and stared at them. The two of them felt extremely wronged. For them, being able to cook this meal was already very difficult. Even if it wasn't an exaggeration, they should at least be encouraged. They didn't expect to be ruthlessly criticized. It seemed that this old man was determined to embarrass them today. Let's eat, let's eat. Yi Qing coughed dryly and said with a smile. In all my life, I've never seen them cook with their own hands. The taste may not be good, please bear with it. Yishui glanced at the side dishes on the table and transmitted her voice to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. To be honest, these few dishes made people lose their appetite. However, it was rare for the two of them to cook like this for the first time. Qin Feiyang picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of green vegetable. When he was about to try it, he found that Yi Zhong and Yi Qing were staring at him. They looked quite nervous. Why are you looking at him? Yishui looked at the two of them suspiciously and also picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in her mouth. Yi Zhong and Yi Qing quickly looked at Yishui. Yishui swallowed it, took out a snow-white handkerchief, wiped the oil stains at the corner of her mouth, and nodded. The taste is okay. Really? Yi Zhong and his brother were quite excited when they heard this. Really? Yishui answered very seriously. Yi Zhong and his brother looked at Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang looked at the two brothers and then at Yishui suspiciously. Why did this woman's expression look strange? He braced himself and put the green vegetable in his mouth. His body immediately froze. This was okay? How is it? Yi Zhong and his brother looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Qin Feiyang swallowed hard and nodded. For someone who is cooking for the first time, this taste is okay. Great-grandpa, second grandpa, you should try it too. Yishui smiled. The old man in linen looked at Yishui and Qin Feiyang and said, You're not lying to me, are you? Yishui said, How would we dare to lie to you? It's really okay. Qin Feiyang felt a little guilty. The old man in linen picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in his mouth. His expression changed immediately, and it was very interesting. Father, how is it? Yi Zhong and his brother looked at him and asked. The old man in linen secretly glared at Yi Zhong and nodded at Yishui and said with a smile, It's very good. Yi Zhong and his brother looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect to be recognized by everyone on their first time cooking. It seemed that they were also talented. The two of them also grabbed their chopsticks, picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in their mouths. Immediately, the smile on their faces froze. Following that, the two of them turned around and vomited. Why is it so salty? Is this something that humans eat? The old man in linen laughed out loud. Yishui and Qin Feiyang could not help but snicker. The brothers smiled bitterly, looked at the old man in linen, and said helplessly, "Father, is there anyone like you?" Following that, Yi Zhong glared at Qin Feiyang and Yi Shui again. One is the Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Palace, and the other is the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Palace. What kind of bullshit are they making? Why don't you guys taste it before cooking? The old man in linen held his chopsticks and flipped through a few dishes with a look of disdain. The two brothers lowered their heads, their faces filled with embarrassment. "Forget it, I'll cook it myself. You can't count on me. Little girl Shui, clean up." The old man in linen shook his head, stood up, and quickly walked into the wooden building. Yi Shui shook her head and smiled, cleaned up the dishes on the table, and also went to help. Qin Feiyang looked at the embarrassed Yi Zhong and Yi Shui, coughed dryly and said, "About that, I'll go help as well." "Sit down," Yi Zhong said with a dark face. Qin Feiyang's expression froze, and when he returned to the stone bench, his entire body felt uncomfortable. Yi Zhong said, "You've seen enough jokes. How would this disciple dare to laugh at you, master?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "Come on. Let me tell you, you are not allowed to mention what you saw today to anyone," Yi Zhong said angrily. Qin Feiyang slyly said, "This doesn't seem to be something shameful, right?" "What did you say?" Yi Zhong immediately glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely. Good. I won't say anything." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Yi Zhong shook his head helplessly, turned to look at Yi Cheng and sighed, "I think father deliberately embarrassed us today." "I think so too." Yi Cheng smiled bitterly. Yi Zhong took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Li Bu, while the old master is not here, I'd like to ask you a few questions seriously." Yi Cheng, who was next to him, was stunned. He looked at Yi Zhong and then at Qin Feiyang, looking a little nervous. "Go ahead." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong said, "Where are you from?" Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. Sure enough, he could not avoid the interrogation. When he was in the treasure school yesterday, he had already expected that Yi Zhong would come to ask about his background sooner or later. Because Yi Zhong would not let a person of unknown origin become his disciple. Dragons would not allow it either. "I want to hear the truth." Yi Zhong stared at Qin Feiyang. Yi Cheng was also extremely uneasy. He did not know if Qin Feiyang had made preparations in advance. However, Qin Feiyang did not change his expression, shook his head and said, "I don't want to talk about these things. You have to answer me. Because this is Long Zun's order. If you don't say it, I'm afraid even I can't help you." Yi Zhong said. "What? Long Zun?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "That's right. After leaving the treasure school yesterday, I went to see Long Zun and told him about accepting you as his disciple." Long Zun did not object at that time. He only said one sentence, that we must find out your origin. Yi Zhong said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then according to what you said, if there is no problem with my origin, Long Zun will still think highly of me?" "You are very smart." "That's right. If there is no problem with your identity, dragons will focus on training you," Yi Zhong said. Qin Feiyang pondered. In that case, it was still an opportunity to enter the dragon's inner circle? To be honest, after understanding the power of dragons, he did not have much confidence in destroying the dragons. But if he could enter the dragon's inner circle and get close to Long Zun, it might be easier. "As my disciple, you already have a high status and power. But in the end, power and status are just worldly possessions. Your own strength is the foundation. If there is no problem with your identity, I can use my connections to let you enter the Divine Dragon Island." Yi Zhong said. "Enter the Divine Dragon Island?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You probably don't know yet, but the Divine Dragon Island has a time array. 30 years in a day," Yi Zhong said. 30 years in a day. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yi Zhong continued, "And this time array covers the entire Divine Dragon Island. So it's like that. No wonder other than dragons, no one is allowed to step into the Divine Dragon Island." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. However, 30 years in a day was very awesome. Even the time array of the Dragon Slayer Palace could not compare. One had to know. The Dragon Slayer Palace had a time array of 50 years in a day. Not to mention compared to the Black Tortoise World and the ancient castle. For Qin Feiyong, this time array was not tempting at all. Of course, this was something that he definitely could not show. Chapter 25:37. Yi Cheng, who was next to him, was also a little disdainful, because he knew how terrifying the time law of the castle and the Black Tortoise realm were. A large part of the reason why he chose to follow Qin Feiyong was because of this. But Yi Zhong didn't know. From his point of view, allowing Qin Feiyong to enter the Divine Dragon Island was an enormous favor. Yi Zhong said, "Tell me, don't lie to this old man." Qin Feiyong pondered for a while and shook his head. "Actually, I don't know my background, let alone who my parents are." Yi Zhong was stunned. Yi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Qin Feiyong's relaxed expression, he should be prepared. "I won't hide it from you. I was raised by an old man," Qin Feiyong said. "Old man?" Yi Zhong was suspicious. "I don't know his name. It is said that he picked me up in the wilderness. When he picked me up, I was still a baby. The old man didn't know who my parents were, so he let me take his surname Li. He named me Li Bu, for a reason. He wanted me to be a man of my word no matter what happened or who I met when I grew up. To be an honest and decisive person." Qin Feiyong said. "What's the old man's name? Where is he now?" Yi Zhong asked. "His name is Li Xiaoyao. I've always called him Uncle Li. As for where Uncle Li is now, I really don't know. That old man is a wild crane with no fixed abode. Ever since I came out to explore the world, he has been traveling the world. Until now, he hasn't contacted me." Qin Feiyong shook his head. "Wild crane?" Yi Zhong frowned and asked, "Can you contact him?" "I can't. When we separated, he was afraid that I would rely on him too much, so he erased the contract in the image crystal." Qin Feiyong sighed. "Li Xiaoyao?" Yi Zhong frowned. He had been in the Divine Prefecture for countless years. Anyone with a little bit of fame basically knew a thing or two. However, he had never heard of the name Li Xiaoyao. Qin Feiyong said calmly, "He is indifferent to fame and fortune and likes to travel. I don't think many people know his name." Yi Zhong pondered for a moment and asked, "What's the old man's cultivation?" "I'm not too sure about that. In short, in my eyes, that old man is unfathomable." Qin Feiyong shook his head. Yi Zhong was even more puzzled. "You saw Xiao Jin at the treasure pavilion yesterday, right?" "Xiao Jin is his mount," Qin Feiyong said. "What? The 5-clawed golden dragon is actually his mount." Yi Zhong was shocked. Of course. To him, Xiao Jin is more like his family. Qin Feiyong said with a smile. Yi Zhong asked, "Then what about the old woman who helped you kill the island master when you entered the Dragon God Palace?" This old woman was Fire Lotus in disguise. Qin Feiyong of course couldn't tell the truth. He said, "She's Uncle Li's servant, but to Uncle Li she's also family." "They're all here to protect you?" Yi Zhong couldn't believe it to the extreme. A servant had a half-step invincible realm cultivation. And a mount was not only a 5-clawed golden dragon, but also a beginner invincible realm cultivation. Then how strong was this so-called Li Xiaoyao? "They're protecting me, but more importantly, they're taking care of me. Therefore, I am very grateful to Uncle Li. He was the one who raised me and taught me how to cultivate. In my eyes, he's my grandfather." Qin Feiyong said. Yi Zhong said with a smile, "To be able to cultivate a talent like you, he's definitely not an ordinary person. I really want to meet this old man." Qin Feiyong said with a faint smile, "There's still a long way to go, there's a chance." "One more question, where's that young man? What's your relationship with him?" Yi Zhong said. "Young man?" Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned and shook his head. "I really have nothing to do with him." "Impossible. If you have nothing to do with him, why would he take care of you like this?" Yi Zhong was suspicious. "There's really nothing to do with him. I met him when I entered the Dragon God Palace's examination. At that time, I was troubled by the emissary of the dragons. He couldn't stand it and helped me. Then he took me into the examination place. Our relationship is just like that. To be honest, I've been wondering why he helped me so much. Do you have other intentions? Qin Feiyang frowned. He didn't lie to Yi Zhong about the young man's attitude. It was the truth. The young man's performance again and again surprised him. What happened before the examination, this old man also asked the emissary of the dragons to investigate. It's indeed as you said. But this old man really doesn't understand. What's his intention for helping him? Are you sure you're telling the truth? Yi Zhong frowned. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. I don't even know his name. Qin Feiyang was helpless. All right then. Yi Zhong nodded. Qin Feiyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He finally fooled him. However, in order to completely dispel the doubts in Yi Zhong's heart, he still had to put on a show. In short, in this world, there must be a person like Li Xiaoyao. And Yi Zhong had to see him in person. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. Fire Lotus, find Hui and tell him to prepare. Fire Lotus secretly replied. Fire Lotus was in the castle and heard all the conversations between Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong, so she knew what to do. Time to eat. The linen-clothed old man and Yi Shui walked out with 4 side dishes. He had to admit, the old man and Yi Shui's culinary skills were far from what the Yi Zhong brothers could compare to. The wild vegetables that they grew could be made into exquisite dishes. The taste was also top-notch. Although the dishes were simple, they ate happily. Especially Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng. To be able to sit and eat with their old father, their hearts were filled with happiness. Yi Shui was the same. Grandfather and second grandfather were usually busy people, and it was rare for them to come home. All these years, it was usually her and her great-grandfather who accompanied each other. Therefore, for her, there was nothing more blissful than being together with her family. Looking at the family of 4, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Life was actually so simple. It was just that many people weren't easy to be satisfied and pursued too many things, so they neglected these things. After a busy life, looking back, it turned out that these were the things that were worth cherishing the most. Mother, father, grandfather, grandfather, great-grandfather, second grandfather, little cousin, Fatso, Xiaohong, are you guys doing well now? Figures constantly flashed in his mind. Qin Feiyang's heart missed them very much. After eating, Qin Feiyang accompanied the linen-clothed old man to the river, fishing, drinking tea and chatting. The linen-clothed old man was very talkative. Usually he was the one talking and Qin Feiyang listened. Time flew. Night fell. Qin Feiyang got up and said goodbye. The linen-clothed old man was still a little reluctant. After a day of interaction, whether it was Qin Feiyang's speech or character, he admired them very much. In the end, it was only under the advice of Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng that the linen-clothed old man let go and sent Qin Feiyang away. Let me tell you, in the future in the Dragon God Palace, you must take good care of him. The linen-clothed old man looked at the Yi Zhong brothers and said, I know. I've said it hundreds of times. Yi Zhong smiled helplessly, looked at Yi Shui, and said, take good care of great-grandfather, let's go back to the Dragon God Palace first. Leaving so soon? Yi Shui was stunned. There's no other way. Some time ago, Qin Feiyang caused such a big commotion, Long Zun has already given a death order to get rid of this person. I really didn't expect it. A junior of the future generation actually brought such a big threat to the dragons. Yi Zhong shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Yi Cheng seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Qin Feiyang, Yi Shui muttered, wait, grandfather, second grandfather, I think I've seen him somewhere before? What? Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng looked at her in shock. Yi Shui lowered her head and thought for a moment. Her eyes trembled slightly as she said, it can't be such a coincidence. What's wrong? Yi Zhong and Yi Shui were even more surprised. I remember that 9 months ago, in order to find a way to extend great-grandfather's life, I accidentally entered a forest. In the forest, I met an unconscious man. He was covered in blood. At that time, I felt that he looked familiar, but because of great-grandfather, I didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, he seems to be Qin Fei Yang. Yi Shui said. Yi Zhong hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" "It's useless to tell you now, he must have already left. It's quite funny I actually saved him." Yi Shui smiled bitterly. "What? You saved him?" Yi Zhong was stunned. At that time, I saw that he was unconscious on the ground, and there were many fierce beasts around him, so I set up a barrier to protect him. Furthermore, I also gave him a divine life pill, Yi Futian said. If I calculate the time carefully, he should have escaped from the internal sea and then fell unconscious. Yi Shui shook her head. "You little girl," Yi Zhong looked at her speechlessly. "She actually saved Qin Feiyang. If Longzuan knew about this, he would definitely misunderstand that he was Qin Feiyang's accomplice." "I see." Yi Cheng finally understood in his heart. At first, he was still wondering why Qin Feiyang, who he had never met, would help Shui. It turned out that Shui had saved him before. It was just that even Shui herself didn't know that the person who helped her was Qin Feiyang. "Yi Cheng, Shui, and father, this matter is only known to us. You can't tell anyone else." Yi Zhong took a deep breath and looked at the three of them. "Why?" Yi Shui was puzzled. "Qin Feiyang is Longzuan's greatest enemy. What will Longzuan think if you save him? Although we all know that you did it unintentionally, Longzuan won't think so. If this matter falls into Longzuan's ears, I'm afraid not only you, but even grandfather, second grandfather, and your great-grandfather will be implicated," Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. "So serious?" Yi Shui was shocked. Yi Zhong sighed. "I'm afraid that when that time comes, it will be more serious than what I said. In short, this matter must be kept a secret." The three of them nodded. Chapter 25:38. Then let's go back first. If there's anything, remember to send us a message immediately. Yi Zhong looked at the old man and Yi Shui and smiled. "Okay." The grandfather and granddaughter nodded in response. Yi Zhong opened one of the altars and walked up. "Shui, take good care of great-grandfather." Yi Cheng reminded. "Got it." Yi Shui giggled. Yi Cheng rubbed Yi Shui's head dotingly and jumped up the altar as well. Soon, the two of them disappeared. "Great-grandfather, let me accompany you for a while." Yi Shui retracted her gaze and looked at the old man with a smile. "Great-grandfather also wants to have a good chat with you." The old man in sackcloth smiled and pulled Yi Shui towards the river. "Chat about what?" Yi Shui was suspicious. The old man said, "All these years, you've been accompanying an old man like me. Do you feel bored?" "Of course not. I quite like this kind of life. Unlike grandpa and second grandpa who are always scheming against each other outside. It's tiring." Yi Shui shook her head. "This is survival. Wasn't it the same for great-grandfather when he was young? It's just that great-grandfather's talent isn't good enough. I don't have the achievements of your grandpa and second grandpa." The old man sighed. "How can that be? If great-grandfather's talent isn't good enough, how can he have such a talented grandfather?" Yi Shui smiled. "In our Yi family, your grandfather is an exception. Because in our Yi family, there has never been such a talented person. For example, your second grandpa's talent is far inferior to your grandfather's. Although your grandfather is now working for the dragons, we can't have other thoughts. Because without your grandfather, we wouldn't have such a comfortable life." The old man said. "Shui knows." Yi Shui nodded. "Of course. We can't let your grandfather shoulder everything. Besides, your grandfather is already so old. Many people want to help, but they can't. You're the only descendant of our Yi family. From now on, the Yi family will rely on you." The old man said. "How can that be? Grandfather is quite young." Yi Shui smiled. The old man smiled and said, "If your grandfather hears this, he will definitely be very happy. However, you should also make preparations for your life." "What should I prepare?" Yi Shui was doubtful. Great-grandpa's lifespan has been extended to 100,000 years. In the future, you don't have to accompany this old man every day. Go to the Dragon God Palace tomorrow. Cultivate well. If you have the chance, it would be best to enter the Divine Dragon Island. I heard from your grandfather that the Divine Dragon Island has a time array. You'll grow faster this way. The linen-clothed old man smiled. Yi Shui was slightly taken aback. She hurriedly asked, "Great-grandfather, are you chasing me away?" "How could great-grandfather bear to chase you away?" "Great-grandfather wants to let go of your hand and let you go out and explore as much as you want." The old man in sackcloth said dotingly. "I'm not going." Yi Shui shook her head. The linen-clothed old man was suspicious. "I want to accompany great-grandfather. 100,000 years isn't that long." Yi Shui said. "You little girl." The linen-clothed old man shook his head and said with a smile, "Then how about this? Great-grandfather promises you that you'll work hard in your cultivation in the future. As long as great-grandfather breaks through to the half-step imperishable realm, it's basically equivalent to having an eternal lifespan." "Really?" Yi Shui looked at the linen-clothed old man in surprise. "Will great-grandfather lie to you? But it depends on whether great-grandfather has the ability. After all, this imperishable realm is the biggest hurdle for living beings in the world." The linen-clothed old man said. "Shui believes that you can definitely do it." Yi Shui said. The linen-clothed old man asked, "Then you've promised great-grandfather?" "How dare I not listen to great-grandfather's words? After a while, I'll accompany you again and report to the Dragon God Palace." Yi Shui smiled playfully. The linen-clothed old man nodded. The Dragon God Palace. On the stone stairs, Yi Zhong suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at Yi Cheng behind him, and asked in confusion, "You seem to have something to say along the way. Do you have something to say?" Yi Cheng's expression stiffened, and he said with a smile, "You saw through it. We grew up together, how can I not see through it?" Yi Zhong rolled his eyes at him and said, "Just say what you want to say." Yi Cheng pondered and didn't say anything. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Big brother, have you ever thought about a question? You've worked for the dragons for so many years, is it worth it?" "What did you say?" Yi Zhong immediately shouted and hurriedly looked down the stone stairs. Seeing that there was no one, he let out a sigh of relief. Yi Cheng lowered his head, not daring to look at Yi Zhong directly. Yi Zhong looked at Yi Cheng and transmitted his voice, "Why did you suddenly have such an idea?" "I don't know either. It's just a sudden impulse. I feel that these dragons are not as good as we think." Yi Cheng shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Zhong was silent for a while, and said to himself, "You can't have such thoughts again, okay? It will kill our family." "All right." Yi Cheng nodded. Returning to the Dragon God Palace, Yi Zhong opened the altar. After watching Yi Zhong leave, Yi Cheng sighed in his heart, and also opened an altar, descending into the sky above the valley. "Li Bu," Yi Cheng said. So, Qin Feiyang walked out of the cave and smiled. "So it's Deputy Palace Master, please come in." Yi Cheng walked into the cave. Qin Feiyang glanced at the valley outside, and also returned to the cave. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Cheng and smiled. "Since you two brothers have returned, has the 10th elder and the white-clothed woman already left the Dragon God Palace?" "They left yesterday," said Li Tianlong. "I have to say, you're really amazing, making the 10th elder so miserable in the Dragon God Palace." Yi Cheng shook his head. "He asked for it. If it weren't for the Dragon God Palace, I would have killed him." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. "You have a grudge with the 10th elder?" Yi Cheng looked at him suspiciously. "When I left the North Sea and entered the North, I was intercepted by him, and I had already killed him. Unfortunately, he left his divine consciousness on the Divine Dragon Island, so I didn't really get rid of him." Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. "I see." Yi Cheng nodded and smiled. "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Cheng said, "Of course, thank you for saving my old father. Speaking of this matter, I really have to blame you for it. You don't trust me that much? If you had told me the truth when you left the Dragon God Palace, would it have taken so long?" If I hadn't happened to meet Yi Shui, you would have regretted it for the rest of your life. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Yes. It's my fault. Yi Qing smiled bitterly and said, Shui also told us about how she saved you. This is fate. Qin Feiyang asked, then does she know that I am Qin Feiyang? Yi Qing shook his head. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, you have to be careful of my big brother. He will probably set a trap to lure you out. Yi Qing said, with you as my spy, what am I afraid of? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I can't know everything, so it's better to be careful. And just now, before entering the Dragon God Palace, I also asked my big brother. Is it worth it to work for the dragons? Yi Qing asked. How did he answer? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly asked. He didn't say anything. This big brother of mine, although I grew up with him, I never knew what he was thinking in his heart. Yi Qing shook his head. Then it seems that it won't be easy to persuade him. Do we really have to make a move? Qin Feiyang muttered. Make a move? Yi Qing was surprised. You should understand a principle. If you can't be friends, you can only be enemies. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Qing's heart trembled. The meaning of this was very obvious. If they couldn't be friends, they could only be eliminated. But don't worry, I will try my best to persuade him. After all, he is not only your big brother now, but also my master in name. I can't do something like deceiving my master. If there's a chance, you should talk to him more and see what he is thinking in his heart. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Qing nodded and said, if there's nothing else, I will return to the assignment hall first. Go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Yi Qing turned and left. Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke with a thoughtful look in his eyes. What's wrong? Yi Qing turned back and looked at him. Qin Feiyang raised his head and asked, your cultivation is at the great perfection 9th heaven stage, right? Yi Qing nodded. Then go find your big brother and ask him to send someone to guard the first island. Qin Feiyang said. If I guard the first island, it will bring you a lot of convenience. Yi Qing was puzzled. If it was before, you would indeed bring me a lot of convenience by guarding the first island. But now, there is no need for that. Now, I am your big brother's disciple. Who dares to cause trouble for me? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Qing was stunned. According to what you said, I have lost my value? The value of a person is endless. I made this arrangement because I want you to enter the Black Tortoise world to cultivate in seclusion. Now that you have opened the door of potential, you have been reborn in all aspects. In addition to the Fire Lotus, Huai Feng Da Ji, and the guidance of a group of heaven-defying divine artifacts, I believe that it will not be long before you can step into the imperishable stage. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. Okay, I will go find my big brother tomorrow morning. Yi Qing came to a sudden realization. Then, he happily turned around and left. In fact, Qin Feiyang's plan was very simple. First of all, Yi Qing followed him, so he must be responsible for Yi Qing. Moreover, Yi Qing was the one who asked him to use the slave seal to control him. With this sincerity, he would not let Yi Qing down. Second of all, the higher Yi Qing's cultivation, the more weight he would have in Yi Zhong's heart, and the chances of persuading Yi Zhong in the future would naturally be greater. At the same time, Yi Zhong arrived at the enforcement hall and entered a large hall. The snow python was lying on the floor of the hall. Yi Zhong glanced at the snow python, then raised his head to look at the sleepy young man lying on the snow python's back and said with a hoarse smile, "Can we talk?" Chapter 25:39. The young man did not open his eyes and said indifferently, "What's there to talk about between us?" Yi Zhong did not mind. He walked to the chair beside him and sat down. He smiled and said, "You should already know that I took Li Bu as my disciple." And? The young man said. Yi Zhong smiled and said, "I'm Li Bu's master and you're his friend. Now we're considered family." The young man slowly opened his eyes and yawned. He looked at Yi Zhong and said, "You must have misunderstood. We're not friends." "Not friends?" Yi Zhong was slightly stunned and said suspiciously, If you're not friends, why are you helping him? I'm helping him because he's a very courageous person. The young man said lazily. Why do you say that? Yi Zhong was curious. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Do you dare say that you don't know what happened in the plains? Although his cultivation is nothing much, he dared to openly challenge the dragon's messenger. Most importantly, he did not kneel in the face of the pressure from the dragon's messenger. This young master admires this very much. The young man said indifferently. Yi Zhong nodded and said with a smile, It seems that I wasn't wrong. He's indeed a talent. I don't know if he's a talent, but he has some backbone. After saying that, the young man closed his eyes. Yi Zhong looked at the young man and did not say anything else. He turned and left. The purpose of his visit was to confirm the relationship between the two of them. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was naturally no need to continue staying. The next day, Yi Cheng came to Qin Feiyang and entered the ancient castle to cultivate. As for the person who replaced him to guard the first island, it was an elder of the tribunal council. Time flew by. Half a month passed. Qin Feiyang had been cultivating in seclusion for half a month. However, half a month outside was equivalent to 1,500 years in the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise world. The current Black Tortoise world was about the same size as the North region. Of course, this did not include the Heavenly Dragon Sea. After all, just the Heavenly Dragon Sea was several times larger than the northern region. The number of humans and ferocious beasts in the Black Tortoise world had also multiplied after hundreds of thousands of years of development. Furthermore, the Fire Lotus also divided the Black Tortoise world into 4 regions. They were the Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Northern Domain, and Southern Domain. The 4 great domains were centered around the Devil's Land. In the eyes of the living beings of the Black Tortoise world, the demonic land was no longer just a forbidden area. Because now they all knew that Qin Feiyang lived in the Devil's Land. So now, with Pai Lupi and Theta Wang giving the orders, no one dared to enter the Devil's Land again. Of course. After all these years of discoveries, the Black Tortoise world's spirit veins and crystal veins had grown to an astonishing level. For example, the Devil's Land had already given birth to several level 7 God-class soul veins and crystal veins. The current Black Tortoise world was a paradise. That morning, a white-clothed woman walked up the stone steps. Who is she? So beautiful. Wait. I think I've seen her before. Half a month ago, she went to find Li Bu. When the passing disciples saw the white-clothed woman, they couldn't take their eyes off her. This Li Bu, what kind of luck did he have? It feels like all the good things have fallen on his head. Several people were envious and jealous. The white-clothed woman ignored everything and walked to the entrance of the Dragon God Palace. Grandfather. In the square, Yi Zhong sat cross-legged on the ground. The white-clothed woman looked at Yi Zhong and called out softly. That's right. The white-clothed woman was Yi Shui. What? Grandfather? What's the situation? When they heard how Yi Shui addressed Yi Zhong, several disciples were shocked. Yi Zhong was slightly stunned, opened his eyes, turned his head to look at Yi Shui, standing outside the door, and asked suspiciously, Shui, why are you here? Great-grandfather asked me to come to the Dragon God Palace to explore. Yi Shui, said helplessly. Hearing this, Yi Zhong couldn't help but smile bitterly, got up and walked to Yi Shui's side, looked at the stunned disciples and frowned. What are you looking at? Their faces changed, and they immediately turned and ran. Yi Zhong retracted his gaze, lowered his head to look at Yi Shui, and said angrily, Aren't you messing around? Hurry up and go back. Do I dare to disobey great-grandfather's orders? Why don't you go and talk to great-grandfather? Yi Shui said in distress. In fact, she didn't want to come to the Dragon God Palace. Because she was very disgusted with the Dragon God Palace's atmosphere of scheming and fighting for fame and fortune. Yi Zhong couldn't help but be distressed. He knew the old man's personality better than Yi Shui. As long as the old man decided on something, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. Shao, this old man is here to find you. Suddenly, an old voice sounded at the bottom of the stone stairs. The grandfather and grandson were stunned, looked down, and saw a red-haired old man dressed in dirty clothes, with messy hair, as if he had a chicken coop on his head, running up. Initial immortal level. Yi Zhong's pupils shrank. What? He's an initial immortal level? Yi Shui was surprised. Yi Zhong nodded. Initial immortal level? Grandpa, your cultivation is stronger than his, there's no need to be so surprised, right? Yi Shui said telepathically. This old man's cultivation is indeed stronger than his, but this old man has never seen him before. Yi Zhong frowned. Even you haven't seen him before? Yi Shui was surprised. That's why Grandpa finds it unbelievable, there's actually someone this old man hasn't seen before. Yi Zhong whispered. Xiao, where are you? The red-haired old man shouted as he rushed to the top of the stone stairs. You are. Yi Zhong shielded Yi Shui behind him and looked at the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man was stunned, looked at Yi Zhong, grabbed his messy hair and said, You seem to be. Yi Zhong? You know this old man? Yi Zhong was surprised. The red-haired old man picked his nose and said sloppily, Who doesn't know the Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Palace? Then you are? Yi Zhong was suspicious. This old man is just a wild crane, not worth mentioning. I'm Xiao, do you know him? The red-haired old man said. Wild crane? Yi Zhong was stunned and asked suspiciously, Who's Xiao? Xiao, is Li Bu. I heard that he's quite famous in the Dragon God Palace recently. This stinking brat is quite promising. He didn't embarrass this old man. The red-haired old man smiled proudly. Li Bu? Yi Zhong and Yi Shui looked at each other. Yi Zhong looked at the red-haired old man for a while and asked, You can't be Li Xiao Yao, right? How did you know? The red-haired old man was stunned. Really? Yi Zhong's mouth twitched and said with a smile, Li Bu said it before. When he heard the name Li Xiao Yao from Qin Feiyang, he always thought that this should be an old man with a sage-like demeanor. But he didn't expect that it would be such a person. This dirty and messy image was really surprising. Grandpa, who is Li Xiao Yao? Yi Shui looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. At that time, when Yi Zhong asked Qin Feiyang, Yi Shui and the old man in linen were cooking inside, so only Yi Zhong and Yi Qing knew. Yi Zhong coughed and said with a smile, He's the one who raised Li Bu. Oh, it's you. Hello, Uncle Li. I'm Yi Shui, Li Bu's friend. Yi Shui bowed to the red-haired old man obediently. Your Xiao heir's friend? Tsk. This kid is finally enlightened. Not bad, not bad. You're a perfect match for my kid. The red-haired old man looked at Yi Shui and commented on her, chuckling. Yi Shui's cheeks turned red immediately, and she hurriedly said, Uncle Li, you've misunderstood. We're just friends. No need to explain, no need to explain. I understand. The red-haired old man's smile was extremely ambiguous. Yi Shui was extremely helpless. Yi Zhong's face was also extremely ugly. He coughed hard and said, Brother Li, it's better not to talk about young people's affairs. What do you mean? From what you're saying, my Xiao heir isn't good enough for your girl? The red-haired old man raised his eyebrows. Yi Zhong's face twitched and he said, That? Are you looking for Li Bu for something? Of course, there's something. I heard that he has a master. I'd like to see who's qualified to be his master. The red-haired old man looked at Yi Zhong expressionlessly. Yi Zhong's expression turned increasingly awkward. So, this old man was here to cause trouble for him? Yi Shui glanced at Yi Zhong, then at the red-haired old man, and said with a smile, Uncle Li, my grandfather is Li Bu's master. So, it's you. The red-haired old man looked at Yi Zhong strangely. That's right. I should be qualified, right? Yi Zhong said. It's not up to you to decide. Although your cultivation is not bad, your character is not good. That's why I object. The red-haired old man said indifferently. My character is not good? Yi Zhong frowned. That's right. Don't blame me for my harsh words. I'm just that straightforward. I don't like to beat around the bush. Your cultivation is indeed strong, but you're willing to be the dragon's lackey. Do you know how the world scolds you behind your back? Lackey, lackey, scum of the human race. If Shao takes you as his master, doesn't that mean he's also the dragon's lackey? I don't want Shao to bear such a bad name for the rest of his life. The red-haired old man snorted coldly. When Yi Zhong heard this, his face turned extremely ugly. Yi Shui also glared at the red-haired old man angrily. Although her grandfather was indeed working for the dragons, to be scolded so mercilessly in front of his face, anyone would be angry. Whether you like to hear it or not, this is the truth. Although I'm an idle person who doesn't like to care about the grudges between humans and dragons, I still want to save my face. I don't want to be scolded behind my back when I walk on the streets in the future. Hey, look, isn't that the person who raised Li Bu? Look, he raised a lackey. Forget it. There's no point in telling you. Can I trouble you to call Shao out? I want to teach him a lesson. What did I tell him before I left? A person must have a backbone and not curry favor with those in power. Have you forgotten it in the blink of an eye? The red-haired old man said angrily, blowing his beard and glaring. Chapter 2540. Yi Zhong was so angry that his face turned red. The moment he came, he humiliated him, not giving him any face at all. Uncle Li, you're Li Bu, heir's relative. We respect you, but please respect us too. Yi Shui looked at the red-haired old man and said, Girl, I think you still don't understand one thing. You have to be self-disciplined and have a clear conscience to gain the respect of others. The red-haired old man said indifferently. Yi Shui was speechless. Even though this person looked rude and unreasonable, every word that he said seemed to make sense if one thought about it carefully. So, you came to the Dragon God Palace today to find trouble with me? Yi Zhong said. I wouldn't dare. You're a major Undying Realm expert. I'm a beginner imperishable, but in front of you, I'm like an ant. The red-haired old man said. Don't be so sarcastic. Do you know that I took Li Bu heir as my disciple to save him? Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. Save him? The red-haired old man frowned. It seems that you didn't inquire about the details. If it weren't for me, Li Bu heir might have died in the hands of the dragons. Tell me the truth. I don't have a good impression of Li Bu heir, but I can't help it. He's my benefactor, Yi Zhong's benefactor. Yi Zhong said. Benefactor? What's going on? The red-haired old man frowned. He saved my father's life. Otherwise, do you think I would help him? Yi Zhong sneered. I didn't expect you to be someone who knows how to repay kindness. The red-haired old man was stunned. Have you had enough? Don't push your luck. Yi Zhong said angrily. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Since you're helping him, then let's forget about this matter. But I still hope that you can think about it. After all, you still have a granddaughter. You can't let your granddaughter be criticized by others when she goes out in the future. All right then. I'll be leaving first. Help me tell the waiter that no matter what he does, he has to live up to his conscience. After the red-haired old man finished speaking, he turned around and waved his hand, leaving without looking back. Leaving just like that? Yi Shui stared at the red-haired old man's back in shock. Yi Zhong clenched his fists tightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If it wasn't for Li Bu, it would be impossible for him to leave this place alive. After the red-haired old man left, he flew to the top of a mountain and looked around. Suddenly, he chuckled and took out a facial restoration pill and popped it into his mouth. Very soon, a familiar face appeared. Who else could it be but Hui? Actually, as early as half a month ago, Qin Feiyang had Hui come out on the way back to the Dragon God Palace. His purpose was to put on this show in front of Yi Zhong, and at the same time, to interrogate Yi Zhong's conscience. Where should we go next? How about looking for the five-clawed golden dragon? Let's do that. It's a good time to meet those three young lords. Hui smirked, opened an altar and left. Above the stone stairs, Yi Shui retracted her gaze and looked at the angry Yi Zhong, whispering, Grandpa, don't be angry. I did all this to save Li Bu, but he humiliated me without any explanation. How can I not be angry? Yi Zhong shouted. He's also concerned about Li Bu. Yi Shui laughed. You can insult others just because you care about them? Yi Zhong was very angry. Who did he offend? Yi Shui shook her head and smiled bitterly. This Li Xiaoyao was really difficult to get along with. Yi Zhong suddenly looked at Yi Shui and said, Shui, do you also think that it's a shame for Grandpa to work for the dragons? Grandpa, what are you thinking about? I've never thought of it that way. Yi Shui hurriedly said. Really? Yi Zhong looked at her and asked. Really? I know that Grandpa must have his own reasons for doing this. So no matter what, I'll support you silently behind your back. Yi Shui smiled. Thank you. Yi Zhong rubbed Yi Shui's head and smiled happily. Yi Shui giggled and asked, Then what about me entering the Dragon God Palace? Who dares to go against the old master's decision? Yi Zhong sighed helplessly, took out the milky white token, and handed it to Yi Shui. You know how important this token is, take good care of it. You've given me the token, what about you? Yi Shui was stunned and asked. I'll ask for another one from the revered dragon. Coincidentally, I have something to do and need to make a trip to the Divine Dragon Island. You go in first. As for Li Bu, it's better for you to keep a distance from him, lest others misunderstand. After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he rushed down the stone stairs. Misunderstand? Yi Shui was stunned and shook her head with a bitter smile. That's right. Wasn't she already misunderstood? I didn't expect her to be the Grand Hall Master's granddaughter. What a surprise. No wonder she went to find Li Bu. Li Bu is the Grand Hall Master's disciple, so she and Li Bu can be considered family. I'm still a little envious. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If this Li Bu were to win her heart, he would truly have a meteoric rise. When Yi Shui entered the first island, she immediately caused a commotion. Her identity had also been spread around by those disciples, and everyone knew about it. In the valley, said the cave, Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Shui, who descended from the sky, and said, Why are you here at the Dragon God Palace again? Am I not welcome? Yi Shui smiled sweetly. I'm not the master of the Dragon God Palace, so what if I'm welcome? So what if I'm not welcome? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yi Shui smiled and said, I just saw Uncle Li Xiaoyao. Really? Where is he now? Qin Feiyang looked very excited. He left again. Yi Shui shrugged. Left? Qin Feiyang's expression froze, and he said angrily, That bastard old man, he didn't even come to see me. Bastard old man? Yi Shui was stunned and said speechlessly, Is it appropriate for you to say that? He's a bastard old man to begin with, what's wrong with that? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. Yi Shui couldn't help but laugh, shook her head and said, He just scolded my grandfather. It can't be. Qin Feiyang asked nervously, What did he say? It's nothing. It's just that my grandfather is the dragon's dog. Yi Shui said. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched slightly. Hui, this guy was really bold. Yi Shui smiled and said, Don't worry, grandfather didn't care much. That's good. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then where is master now? He went to Divine Dragon Island. Yi Shui said. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he asked calmly, Why did master go to Divine Dragon Island? It seems like there's something, but I'm not sure what it is. Yi Shui shook her head. Qin Feiyang didn't ask any more and said, Then why did you come to the Dragon God Palace? Yi Shui smiled and said, From now on, we're from the same sect. Please take care of me, little junior brother. Same sect? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Surprised? Yi Shui said. Quite surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, and said jokingly, But the word little junior brother is inappropriate, right? Why is it inappropriate? Yi Shui looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said playfully, No matter what, I'm your grandfather's disciple. According to seniority, I'm from the same generation as your father. Shouldn't you dream on? Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Yi Shui glared at him fiercely. Then she scanned the valley and said, From now on, let's be neighbors. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Neighbors? Did that mean that Yi Shui also wanted to place her cave abode in this valley? How could that be? With all his secrets, it would be too dangerous if he stayed with Yi Shui all the time. But I'm such a beautiful woman, and you don't welcome me. Yi Shui frowned. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "This is the first time I've heard someone praise themselves as a beautiful woman." Then can you deny it? Yi Shui looked at him mockingly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He couldn't deny that Yi Shui was indeed beautiful. She was like a snow lotus, sacred and elegant. However, they couldn't be neighbors. Shui, look, your master's granddaughter. You have a noble status. How can you live in such a place? Your cave abode must be on the 10th island. Only the 10th island is worthy of you, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Aren't you grandfather's disciple too? If you can live here, why can't I? Besides, grandfather asked you to go to the 10th island. Didn't you refuse? Yi Shui pouted. Qin Feiyang didn't know how to respond for a moment. Cut the crap. Hurry up and help me open up a cave abode. Yi Shui scanned the valley and finally pointed at the opposite side of Qin Feiyang's cave abode. Let's do it there. Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand that there's something between us? Qin Feiyang was helpless. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Shui said with a faint smile. Qin Feiyang sighed silently. It seemed that this woman was determined to build her cave abode in the valley. Wait a minute. This woman couldn't have been ordered by Yi Zhong to spy on him, right? That didn't seem right. The woman in white and the 10th elder had already verified his identity. Hui Yi had also disguised himself as Li Xiaoyao to look for Yi Zhong. No matter how cautious someone was, they would definitely believe it. It seems that I have to change my paranoia. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and flew to the opposite side helplessly to open up a cave abode for Yi Shui. Yi Shui stood at the side and looked at him with a smile. Hey, don't just watch. Come and help. Whose cave abode will it be? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Yi Shui said with a smile, I'm just a weak woman. How dare you ask me for help? You're weak? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Her cultivation was higher than his, but she was weak? Women were indeed the most difficult creatures to deal with in this world. A moment later, the cave abode was finally opened. Next, you can slowly arrange it. Also, if there's nothing else, don't look for me on the opposite side. I have to cultivate in peace. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yi Shui's reply and rushed into his cave abode. Am I that scary? Yi Shui turned around and looked at the cave abode on the opposite side in a daze. She couldn't help but doubt her charm. Chapter 2541. Qin Feiyang sealed the cave with his divine power, shook his head, and entered the castle. Qin Dage looks like lunatic was right. You're in trouble. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and chuckled. Since when did you learn to talk nonsense? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't that the truth in front of you? How is it nonsense? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Fine. Fine, I'm afraid of you. I'm going to cultivate now. Do whatever you want. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he went straight into the cultivation room. Fire Lotus shook her head and chuckled. It was rare to see Qin Feiyang in such a sorry state. The granddaughter of the Grand Hall Master came to the Dragon God Palace? Are you sure? Of course. I also heard that she's living with Li Bu on the first island. What the hell? Living with Li Bu? Ahem. No, I didn't make it clear. Yi Shui lives opposite Li Bu. They're just neighbors. I knew it. How can they live together? Let's go. Let's go to the first island and meet the granddaughter of the Grand Hall Master. We'll have to depend on her in the future. After knowing Yi Shui's identity, the geniuses of the 10th island couldn't sit still and came to the first island. In an instant, the first island was unprecedentedly lively. However, no matter how talented they were, Yi Shui refused to let them in. Because of Yi Shui's identity, No one dared to force their way in. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Why don't I stay here and cultivate too? Good idea. I'll stay too. Me too. All of them persevered and fought for territory in the valley to open up cave residences. In less than 2 days, the entire area of the valley was filled with caves. There were probably tens of thousands of people. When Qin Feiyang found out about this, he was both angry and helpless. Originally, he was the only one in this area. It was especially quiet and comfortable. But now, in the blink of an eye, there were actually several tens of thousands more people. It was even livelier than the downtown area. But there was nothing he could do about it. Because the Dragon God Palace's cave abode was arranged by him, even if someone else was next to him, he couldn't do anything about it. However, since they were both from the first island, it was understandable. However, the people from the other islands were also staying on the first island. Was this in line with the rules? Why didn't the law-enforcing elder who was in charge of the first island do anything about it? Divine Dragon Island. I object too. Yizhong, your suggestion is basically handing over the treasures of the dragons to those lowly humans. In a large hall, the dragon sovereign sat on the throne above. His entire body was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see his expression. However, the various ancestral dragons below were staring at Yizhong with righteous indignation. The young man in fiery clothes was also there. But at this moment, his eyes were closed. He turned a deaf ear to the voices around him, as if he was taking a nap. This is just this old man's personal suggestion. If you don't agree, just pretend that this old man didn't say anything. Yizhong leaned on the chair, glanced at the various ancestral dragons, and said indifferently, "You shouldn't have this idea. The Underworld King's Hell is the treasure left by the dragon god to us dragons. Although we will suffer heavy losses every time we open it, the Underworld King's Hell has contributed greatly to our dragons being able to stand in the ancient world for countless years. Now that you want us to open it to the outside world, we definitely won't agree." The various ancestral dragons said. Yizhong was silent. The dragon sovereign suddenly spoke. "Yizhong, tell us the purpose of your suggestion." Yizhong said, "To be honest, this old man really can't think of a way to deal with Qin Feiyang. I didn't expect that it's because you're incompetent." Before Yizhong could finish, the youth in blood-red clothes sneered. "This old man is incompetent?" Yizhong raised his eyebrows and said, "This old man is incompetent, but at least this old man hasn't suffered a great loss in the hands of Qin Feiyang. But what about you? What did you say?" The youth in blood-red clothes suddenly stood up and stared at Yizhong with murderous intent. The other ancestral dragons also looked at Yizhong angrily. Yizhong's words were simply poking at their sore spot. Did this old man say anything wrong? For example, last time on the plains, you set up a trap to lure Qin Feiyang out. At that time, this old man said that Qin Feiyang isn't a fool and that this method wouldn't work. But you just didn't listen. You just had to go through so much trouble to do this, but what happened in the end? Not only did you fail to capture Qin Feiyang, but Old He and the others' bodies were instead destroyed by him. Qin Feiyang even snatched the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 3 heaven-defying divine weapons. This time, the root of the problem has already been sown. Because if it weren't for the betrayal of the 4 heaven-defying divine weapons, would Qin Feiyang have the ability to fight against you in the Internal Sea? Similarly, if it weren't for the instigation of the 4 heaven-defying divine weapons, would the other 6 divine weapons have betrayed you? There's a good saying. One wrong step and the whole game will be lost. And this is the consequence of your arrogance. Yizhong scolded mercilessly. Although the ancestral dragons were angry, they had nothing to say. The youth in blood-red clothes suddenly laughed and said, "Old man Yi, save some face for them." The ancestral dragons glared at the youth in blood-red clothes angrily. However, the youth in blood-red clothes didn't open his eyes from beginning to end, so the ancestral dragons couldn't vent their anger. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Yizhong snorted coldly. "How stubborn." The youth in blood-red clothes shook his head. "That's enough. Yizhong, Continue what you didn't finish before. Long Zun said. Although Qin Feiyang is young, in terms of intelligence, I'm afraid even we can't compare to him. If we just search blindly, we won't be able to find him. Moreover, even if we find him, what can we do? Now, with the Sunset Divine Bow and the other heaven-defying divine weapons helping him, unless we take out the sovereign divine weapon, we can only be killed in front of him. But other than the dragon god, who can control the sovereign divine weapon? That's why I thought of the Nether King's Hell. First of all, the Nether King's Hell is an independent space. No matter how we fight in it, it won't affect the innocent. Yi Zhong was interrupted by the youth in blood-red clothes. He sneered and said, "So after all this time, you're worried about implicating those lowly humans. Yi Zhong, it seems like you're not that loyal to us dragons." What a joke. If an all-out war really breaks out, do you think Divine Dragon Island will be safe? Don't forget how Qin Feiyang broke the sovereign's divine realm. Yi Zhong said angrily. The youth in blood-red clothes flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. Let him finish. The dragons shouted. The youth in blood-red clothes' expression changed slightly. He glared at Yi Zhong with resentment. Yi Zhong looked at him indifferently and continued. Secondly, the Nether King's Hell itself is very dangerous. We might not even need to do anything and Qin Feiyang will die in there. That's true. The youth in blood-red clothes nodded. Lastly, this is the most important point. You all know the rules and restrictions of the Nether King's Hell. We can't revive any heaven-defying divine weapons or use any heaven-defying divine arts. Even if we take them out, we will be attacked by the power of the rules. Therefore, I think that entering the Nether King's Hell is the most effective and easiest way to get rid of Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong finished in one breath and looked at Longzuan, waiting for his decision. Longzuan pondered for a moment and asked, "But what if we can't get rid of him in the Nether King's Hell? What else can we do? If we can't kill him in the Nether King's Hell, it means that his ability is above that of the dragons. When the time comes, we can only ask the dragon god for help." Yi Zhong shook his head and said, "Your father fell silent." The youth in blood-red clothes finally opened his eyes. He looked at the ancestral dragons and said with a smile, "No matter what you all think, I think Yi Zhong's plan is feasible." "Nonsense. Of course you think it's feasible. You and Yi Zhong are outsiders after all." The youth in blood-red clothes snorted. "All right, do as you wish. Pretend I didn't say anything." The youth in blood-red clothes closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Since he's an outsider, I have no right to interfere with the matters of the dragons. Do as you see fit. After saying that, Yi Zhong also closed his eyes. "You?" The youth in blood-red clothes stared at the two of them angrily. But before he could say anything, he felt a cold gaze locked on him. He froze and quickly looked at Longzuan. "I'm sorry. If you dare to say anything else, I'll kill you," Longzuan said with a murderous look. The youth in blood-red clothes was stunned. He quickly responded respectfully and lowered his head in silence. Longzuan turned to Yi Zhong and said, "Are you sure that Qin Feiyang will enter the Nether King's Hell? Even Eternal Realm experts like us can't resist the temptation of the Nether King's Hell. Do you think he can resist it?" Yi Zhong laughed. "Ha." Longzuan laughed and nodded. "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." "Thank you for your support, Longzuan." Yi Zhong stood up and bowed. "Go." Longzuan waved his hand. "Then I'll take my leave first." After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he turned around and left quickly. "As an outsider, I don't have the face to stay here any longer. You can continue." The youth in blood-red clothes opened his eyes and said faintly. He then stood up and left. Coming and going as they wish. What's wrong with them? The youth in blood-red clothes grumbled unhappily. "You're the one who's wrong. Until now, you still haven't figured out how important they are to us dragons. Let me tell you, we dragons can live without you, but we can't live without them," Longzuan shouted. "But," the youth in blood-red clothes said angrily. "Because they've comprehended the power of law, but none of you have. Now that you don't have any divine weapons, if you really fight with them, they can kill you instantly. Have some awareness." Longzuan snorted. When the ancestral dragons heard this, they clenched their fists tightly. They were indignant, but they felt powerless in their hearts. That's right. For someone in the imperishable realm, the power of law was the true method. Chapter 2542. A few days later, a piece of news spread in the north. The dragons opened the Netherworld King's Hell to the public. However, no one knew about the Netherworld King's Hell. For a time, everyone was discussing what kind of place it was. Did it sound like it was something amazing? Another few days passed. Buzz. Qin Feiyang suddenly received a message. The person who sent him the message was Ren Xiaolan from the Treasure Pavilion. Is there an alchemy fire and an alchemy furnace? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. No. Ren Xiaolan shook her head, looking helpless. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Judging from Ren Xiaolan's expression, she seemed to have encountered some trouble. Ren Xiaolan sighed. I have been expelled from the Treasure Pavilion by the manager. What? Qin Feiyang was surprised. A few days ago, a legendary artifact suddenly went missing on the 10th floor. The manager said that I stole it and thus expelled me from the Treasure Pavilion. Ren Xiaolan lowered her head and said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Then, were you the one who took it? How could it be me? I didn't go to the 10th floor at all. Ren Xiaolan said aggrievedly. Qin Feiyang said, Then why did he insist that it was you? I don't know either. At that time, the manager didn't even give me a chance to explain. He just chased me out directly. However, at this point, Ren Xiaolan hesitated. However what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Although my identity is lowly, I have my self-esteem. After being expelled from the Treasure Pavilion, I was very indignant. I secretly swore that I must investigate it clearly. So these few days I ran around and used all my connections. Just last night, I finally found out the truth. Ren Xiaolan clenched her fists, her eyes full of anger. What truth? Qin Feiyang asked. Ren Xiaolan said, This was a trap set up by the manager. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, Why did he do that? Because of you. Ren Xiaolan sighed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. You established a contract bridge with me and publicly announced that you would only trade with me. This caused the manager to feel very humiliated. Furthermore, he also thought that I was the one causing trouble. So, he harbored a grudge in his heart and set up this scheme to expel me from the Treasure Pavilion. Ren Xiaolan said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. Young master, please don't misunderstand. I'm not blaming you. I just can't accept it. I didn't do anything wrong. What right do you have to charge me with a groundless crime and expel me from the Treasure Pavilion? Don't say that I'm not trying to curry favor with you. Even if I am, I'm doing it for the sake of the Treasure Pavilion. I hope to bring the greatest benefits to the Treasure Pavilion. Ren Xiaolan said indignantly. You don't have to explain. I understand. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. My words carry little weight. I can't do anything in front of a manager who holds great power. Young master, I'd like to ask for your help. I've never thought of returning to the Treasure Pavilion. I just want the manager to clear my name and publicly apologize to me. Ren Xiaolan said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Ren Xiaolan and lowered his head to ponder. Seeing this, Ren Xiaolan couldn't help but feel uneasy. Because the man in front of her was not familiar with her, even if he didn't help her, there was nothing she could do. But now, she couldn't find anyone else. Because among the people she knew, no one had the status and ability of Qin Feiyang. A moment later, Qin Feiyang looked up at Ren Xiaolan and asked, Do you have any evidence that he framed you? Ren Xiaolan shook her head. Then how did you find out that he framed you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Ren Xiaolan said, A friend of mine who used to work in the Treasure Pavilion secretly told me. How did he find out? Qin Feiyang said. Rumors. The staff in the Treasure Pavilion all said so. Ren Xiaolan said. In other words, this is just the speculation of the staff in the Treasure Pavilion? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although it's just a guess, it must be right. Otherwise, why would the manager frame me? Ren Xiaolan said anxiously. Don't worry, don't worry. The manager is not an ordinary person. Especially the manager of the treasure pavilion in the Holy Dragon City. He has a high position and power. To deal with such a person, it's useless to rely on rumors and slanders. You must have solid evidence. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Ren Xiaolan said, the manager definitely won't admit to this kind of thing personally. It's definitely impossible to make him admit it personally, but it's not like there's no other way. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ren Xiaolan looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang didn't answer and said with a smile, this matter is also because of me. I'll send someone to investigate. You just wait at home for the news. Thank you, young master. Ren Xiaolan quickly bowed to thank him. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Back then, he had said in public that he would only trade with Ren Xiaolan. But then the manager set up a trap to frame Ren Xiaolan. Wasn't he deliberately making him lose face? Wait and see. There will be a time when you cry. Qin Feiyang activated the image crystal again. Buzz. Very soon. A shadow appeared. It was Hui. Where is he? Qin Feiyang asked. In the east with Xiaojin. Hui said. Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked in astonishment, why did you run to him? I'm not afraid that he won't be able to handle it well. Hui said with a smile. I think you should go sightseeing now. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Hui looked a little embarrassed and coughed dryly. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me what's the matter. Go to the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City and help me deal with something. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. I see. I'll go there when I have time. Hui nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, did you find anything in the east? Those two people, one is called Du Yuntian and the other is called Wu Baichuan. Du Yuntian is the young lord of the west. Wu Baichuan is the young lord of the east. Both of them are at the perfected ninth heaven realm. Hui said with a smile. Du Yuntian, Wu Baichuan. Qin Feiyang murmured. Hui said, and we also found out the progress of their replacement of the city lord. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, how's the progress? After so long, the two of them have only replaced a dozen city lords. Hui joked. So slow? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Do you think everyone is like you, daring to come up with such a crazy plan? With their speed, they won't be able to complete the task without thousands or tens of thousands of years. Hui said. Qin Feiyang asked, did you find out who's behind them? Are you kidding? Even the dragons couldn't find out the identity of the other two emperors. How could Xiaojin and I find out in such a short time? Hui was speechless. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, what about the divine generals behind them? I didn't find out. Hui shook his head. It seems that it won't be easy to find out the identity of the two emperors. However, we can start with Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan. As the representatives of the two emperors, they should know the true identity of the two emperors. Even if they don't know, the divine generals behind them must know. Qin Feiyang said. I think so too. Hui nodded. By the way, did you find out the identity of the young lord in the south? Qin Feiyang asked. Do we need to investigate this person? Hui was stunned. The young lord in the south was obviously Lu Xingyang's representative. Therefore, he and Qin Feiyang could be considered allies. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be foolproof. Okay then. When Xiaojin comes back, I'll ask him to go to the south first. Hui said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, don't forget about the treasure pavilion in the Holy Dragon City. You're so concerned about Ren Xiaolan. Tell me honestly, do you like her? Hui looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. I say, can you be more serious? It's because of you that my relationship with Shengguan Qiu is so awkward now, Gu Shijiu said. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Don't be so ungrateful. I'm helping you. Do you understand? Shengguan Qiu is such a good woman. You're a typical person who doesn't know how lucky you are. Hui snorted. Thank you. Don't make trouble for me. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel helpless. Hua Yi nodded and said, okay. I'm being nosy, future brother-in-law. The more you say, the more ridiculous it is. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal directly. The matter between him and Shangguan Fenglan had not been resolved yet, and he was still in the mood to matchmake him and Shangguan Qiu. This person was really bored. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, looked at the stone door of the cultivation room, and asked, "Who is it?" "Young lord, the immortal general is looking for you." Jiang Dafei's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the stone door quickly opened. Jiang Dafei was standing outside. Jiang Dafei was holding the image crystal in his hand, and a man in black armor was floating above it. It was the immortal general. Jiang Dafei walked into the cultivation room and pointed the image crystal at Qin Feiyang. "Young lord, how have you been?" The immortal general chuckled. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "I've already asked the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor said that we should muddle along with the two young lords." The immortal general said. "Muddle along?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, then looked at the immortal general with a smile and did not say anything. "Ahem. Young lord, I'm not lying to you. These are the Qin Emperor's original words." The immortal general was very uncomfortable. He felt that Qin Feiyang's eyes seemed to have an inexplicable meaning. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and nodded. "Got it. Is there anything else?" The immortal general was a little uncomfortable when he heard this. Was he not going to pursue the matter? That was not right. When did the young lord become so easy to talk to? "Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The immortal general came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "The Qin Emperor also said that we should not go to the Hell of the Nether King." The Hell of the Nether King? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Jiang Dafei was also puzzled. Chapter 2543. Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, the divine general asked in surprise, "You still don't know?" "Know what?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "It's the Nether King's Hell. In the past few days, the news of the Nether King's Hell has spread like wildfire in the north. Even the west, south, and east have spread. And you are in the Dragon God Palace, yet you still don't know. What have you been doing every day?" The divine general was speechless. Is there a need to ask? Needless to say, I must have been hiding in the castle to cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Dafei asked curiously, "Lord Divine General, what exactly is this Nether King's Hell?" "It's a long story." After the Divine General finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "If you are interested, you can ask Yi Zhong, he knows about this." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You are now Yi Zhong's disciple. There are many opportunities to get close to him. You have to hurry up and complete the mission," the Divine General reminded. "I know," Qin Feiyang said. "All right then, I won't disturb you anymore." The Divine General smiled, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Dafei and said, "You can continue to cultivate as well." Jiang Dafei respectfully replied, put away the image crystal, and turned to walk out of the cultivation room. Nether King's Hell. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered, "What kind of place was this?" Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stood up and left the castle, appearing in the cave. When he walked out of the cave and looked at the cave inside and outside the valley, his expression couldn't help but be helpless. At this moment, 5 young men gathered outside Yi Shui's cave, whispering to each other, as if discussing how to meet Yi Shui. These 5 people had extraordinary temperaments. Their cultivation was not weak either. Peak 9 Heaven's realm. With their powerful cultivation, they occupied the most advantageous place. The cave was right beside Yi Shui. However, even though they were close by, they had not even seen Yi Shui for the past few days. They had also tried many methods. For example, inviting Yi Shui out to play. Or, he could find an excuse to look for Yi Shui to discuss cultivation. Anyway, as long as it was a method they could think of, they had already used it. However, from the beginning to the end, Yi Shui ignored them, which made them very angry. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang clenched his fist and coughed dryly. Looking at the backs of the 5 people, he said, "Can you make way? Get lost. Can't you see we're busy?" The 5 of them shouted without even turning their heads. However, as soon as he finished reprimanding him, his expression froze. This voice. The 5 of them turned around at the same time and looked at Qin Feiyang. Their expressions changed immediately. "You're the ones who should get lost. In any case, I'm the first one to live here. You guys didn't even inform me before moving in. I want to ask, are you ignoring my existence?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 5 of them expressionlessly. "Li Bu, you've gone overboard. This is not your private territory. Why should we inform you?" One of them said unhappily. This was a young man in purple. He was handsome and tall, full of arrogance. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the 5 of them and smiled. "You're still being arrogant with me? Don't misunderstand. We don't know him. Yes. We don't even know his name. He's the one who provoked you. You should look for him. It has nothing to do with us." Seeing that the situation was not good, the other 4 quickly took a few steps back, keeping a distance from the young man in purple. "You guys?" The young man in purple looked at the 4 of them angrily. The 4 of them ignored him. He cursed in his heart. "Are you stupid? Don't you know what kind of person Li Bu is? Aren't you looking for trouble by challenging him? Besides, Li Bu was Yi Zhong's disciple and had a close relationship with Yi Shui. Offending Li Bu was equivalent to offending Yi Shui. Only an idiot would stand with him if he could do such a stupid thing." Qin Feiyang glanced at the 5 of them, rolled up his sleeves, looked at the young man in purple, and said, "What did you say just now? Say it again for me." "What do you want?" The young man in purple was panicking. "What do you think I want?" Qin Feiyang looked at him with a smile. His eyes were like a weasel looking at a chick. The young man in purple looked at the 4 of them for help. Seeing that the 4 of them were still ignoring him and were even gloating, he panicked even more. "I'm sorry, I didn't choose my words just now. Can you not be calculative with me? How about this? I'll give you a pinnacle divine artifact as a greeting gift." The young man in purple hurriedly said. "A pinnacle divine artifact? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Do I look like someone who lacks a pinnacle divine artifact?" Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. The young man in purple's expression froze. That's right. Not only did this person obtain a supreme divine artifact in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but he also obtained several legendary divine artifacts. Why would he care about a mere pinnacle divine artifact? How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. 100,000 soul stones a month. Just treat it as the rent. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? 100,000 a month? The rent? The young man in purple was dumbfounded. And he even treated this place as his private territory? How could there be such an unreasonable person? Do you think it's too little? 200,000 a month then? Qin Feiyang said. The young man in purple roared, "Li Bu, you can't be so shameless. If you want to win the heart of a beauty, you have to pay a price. How can it be possible for a pie to fall from the sky, right?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The young man in purple's face turned pale. How was this unreasonable? He was simply a scoundrel. The other 4 hid at the side and couldn't stop laughing at his misfortune. "Don't laugh. Not only him, you guys have to pay the rent too. Not a word less. And not only you guys, everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles in this valley has to pay." Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 of them and said, "What?" The 4 of them were stunned. Did he really think that this was his backyard? It's settled then. I'll have to trouble you guys to help me collect the rent. If anyone doesn't pay, just chase them away. Qin Feiyang said to the 5 of them and walked toward Yi Shui's cave abode. The 5 of them twitched their faces. He actually asked them to help collect the rent? That was too much. Qin Feiyang ignored them and stopped outside the cave abode. He asked, Can I go in?" There was a stone door in Yi Shui's cave abode. Boom. Not long after he said that, the stone door slowly opened. Their relationship is indeed extraordinary. Looking at this scene, the five of them were filled with envy. Do you see my relationship with Yi Shui? As long as you guys are obedient, I might even matchmake you guys together. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly at the five of them and strode into the cave abode. The five of them wanted to follow him in shamelessly. However, just as they reached the entrance, the stone door closed with a bang. The five of them were helpless. Do you guys believe him? The purple-robed young man asked. Believe what? The other four of them were suspicious. He will matchmake us together? The purple-robed young man said. As if we would believe him. It's obvious. Why wouldn't he do such a good thing himself and give it to us? The four of them sneered. What should we do then? Are we really going to help him collect the rent? The purple-robed young man frowned. Dream on. This isn't his territory. I'm not going. I want to see what he dares to do to me. That's right. Although he's the disciple of the Grand Hall Master, he can't be so unreasonable. However, we can join forces with others to suppress his arrogance. Good idea, let's go. The five of them left indignantly. In the cave abode. As soon as Qin Feiyang walked in, he realized that it was a completely different world. Yi Shui's cave abode was several times bigger than his. It was also beautifully decorated. The floor was covered with white jade and there was not a speck of dust. There were also various ornaments carved from agate and jade hanging on the walls. There was even an independent living room, lounge, and cultivation room. There was also furniture. Qin Feiyang glanced at everything and shook his head. It's just a temporary residence. Is there a need for this? It was simply a waste of time to do all this. A woman's mind was indeed different from others. Don't use your man's mind to measure us women. Yi Shui was wearing a snow-white dress and sitting on a chair carved from mahogany, looking at Qin Feiyang. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. All right. Why don't you cut the crap? Do you know about hell? Qin Feiyang sat opposite Yi Shui casually and asked. Yi Shui was stunned and asked suspiciously, Why are you asking about this? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Isn't everyone talking about it now, so I'm curious. A few days ago, I've already asked Grandpa, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he told me not to ask around. And he also told me to tell you not to mess around and stay in the Dragon God Palace to cultivate. Yi Shui said. But Qin Feiyang asked. Yi Shui's words were completely out of his expectations. I don't know either. Yi Shui shook her head and said, But since Grandpa said so, it must be for our own good. I admit that. But don't you think it's strange? There are so many people in the Dragon God Palace, why are we not allowed to ask around? Qin Feiyang frowned. Nonsense. We are the people closest to him. Yi Shui said. The people closest to him? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head with a smile. You are the person closest to him, so I don't object. But I am just a disciple who has just become his disciple. Li Bu, I don't feel comfortable listening to your words. Is my grandpa not good to you? Although we have just known each other, be it great-grandpa or grandpa and the others, they all treat you as family. Yi Shui said angrily. What about you? What kind of person do you take me for? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Younger brother. Don't tell me you want to be my elder brother? Yi Shui rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, If you agree, I won't object. Dream on. Yi Shui looked at him in disdain. His hair was not even fully grown, and he wanted to be her elder brother. Did he have any shame? Chapter 2544. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and said, Since we're all curious, why don't we ask your grandfather? Yi Shui quickly reached out and asked, When did I say that I was curious? Although you didn't say it, you must have it in your heart. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Shui rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and took out the image crystal. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Just say that you want to know. Don't drag me into it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Looking at Yi Shui, he was still very afraid of Yi Zhong. Buzz. The image crystal was activated. A moment later, Yi Zhong's shadow finally appeared. Grandfather. Yi Shui called out sweetly. Mas. Qin Feiyang also stood up and bowed. Yi Zhong looked at the two and frowned. Why are you two together? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said suspiciously, Master, don't you know that Shui lives across from me? What? Yi Zhong was stunned and looked at Yi Shui angrily. Didn't you tell me that you were on the 10th island? This, Yi Shui glared at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Grandfather, please calm down. You little girl, you've learned how to lie. Yi Zhong glared at her. Grandfather, isn't it because I'm new here? I'm unfamiliar with this place. If I really go to the 10th island, I won't even have someone to talk to. How lonely would that be? Yi Shui pouted and looked at Yi Zhong with grievance. You've learned how to quibble? Li Bu, you taught her. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang unkindly. What does this have to do with me? Qin Feiyang was extremely helpless. How could this be blamed on him? He was really shot even when he was lying down. Grandpa, when did you become so heartless? Can't you consider my feelings? Can't you bear to see me alone on the 10th island? Yi Shui looked at Yi Zhong pitifully. Yi Zhong's veins bulged. Instead, she was complaining about him? However, looking at Yi Shui's resentful eyes, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. All right. This old man has no objection. But Li Bu listened carefully. Yi Zhong sighed helplessly and looked at Qin Feiyang. Please speak. Qin Feiyang said. Since he had already been shot, he didn't care if he got shot again. You and Shui must maintain a pure friendship. The biggest restriction is that you are siblings. Yi Zhong said. Grandpa, what are you saying? Yi Shui was speechless. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He chuckled and said, Don't worry, my relationship with your granddaughter will always be as pure as the water in the mountain spring. That's good. Yi Zhong nodded and looked at the two of them. Then tell me, why are you looking for me? Qin Feiyang glanced at Yi Shui and said with a smile, Sister Shui wants me to ask you, what's the situation in the Nether King's Hell? Li Bu. Yi Shui immediately flew into a rage. Didn't he say not to bring her along? Now, he actually said that she wanted to ask. Wasn't he deliberately tricking her? Also, what the hell was Sister Shui? Did he really want to be her brother? Yi Zhong glared at Yi Shui and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said expressionlessly, The Nether King's Hell has nothing to do with you. Don't ask blindly. Master, even if you don't tell us now, we will find out sooner or later. There's no need to hide it from us. Qin Feiyang said. It's obviously you who wants to know. I told you not to bring me along. Why don't you understand? Yi Shui grabbed the flesh on Qin Feiyang's waist and gritted her teeth. It hurts. Let go. Qin Feiyang also grimaced in pain. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, Yi Zhong's old face was full of helplessness and said, all right, both of you are not young anymore, but you are still like children. Yi Shui finally let go of the devil's claws and smiled at Yi Zhong. This Nether King's Hell is actually a treasure left by the dragon's dragon god for the dragons. Yi Zhong said. Treasure? Qin Feiyang and Yi Shui looked at each other, then looked at Yi Zhong curiously. Yi Zhong asked, Do you know where the dragon's heaven-defying artifact came from? The two of them shook their heads. Wait. But Qin Feiyang suddenly quivered and asked, They couldn't have gotten it from the Nether King's Hell, right? That's right. The 10 ancestral dragons' heaven-defying artifacts were all found in the Nether King's Hell. But now, it's all thanks to Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong sighed. It can't be. What kind of place is this? There are even heaven-defying artifacts? Qin Feiyang and Yi Shui looked at each other. The Nether King's Hell is also a secret of the dragons, so not many people know about it. And the Nether King's Hell only opens once every 10,000 years. Although there are a lot of treasures hidden inside, it is also extremely dangerous. Even an imperishable realm expert like me will die if I'm not careful. Yi Zhong said. So terrifying? Qin Feiyang and Yi Shui were shocked. Because in the Nether King's Hell, you can't use heaven-defying artifacts or activate heaven-defying techniques. Even your cultivation level has to be suppressed to the 9 heavens realm. Yi Zhong said. Then what if you use heaven-defying artifacts, activate heaven-defying techniques, or don't suppress your cultivation level? Yi Shui asked. There are rules and restrictions in the Nether King's Hell. If you violate these rules, you will be killed by the power of the rules. Yi Zhong said. In other words, when entering the Nether King's Hell, your cultivation level can't exceed the 9 heavens realm? Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong nodded. No wonder even you are so afraid. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, then why did the dragons open such an important thing to the public this time? This is my suggestion. Yi Zhong said. Your suggestion? The two were stunned. Yes. The purpose of this old man's actions is precisely to lure Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong didn't hide and told the truth. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank slightly. It turned out that this was a conspiracy against him. So that's why you didn't let me and Shui inquire about it? Yes. Knowing that the Nether King's Hell, with Qin Feiyang's character, even if he knows that it is dangerous, he will definitely take the risk. Because not only are there heaven-defying artifacts in the Nether King's Hell, there are also heaven-defying techniques. There are even inheritances of the power of laws. When the dragons and Qin Feiyang meet, a fierce battle will be inevitable. If you go in, you might be affected. Of course. The Nether King's Hell itself is very dangerous. You don't have to risk your lives for some external things. Cultivating in peace is the right way. Yi Zhong said. There are even inheritances of the power of laws? The shock in Qin Feiyang's heart could no longer be described with words. What kind of place was this? Yi Shui asked. Then Grandpa, will you go to the Nether King's Hell when the time comes? Of course Grandpa will go. Because this plan is what Grandpa came up with. This time, we must get rid of Qin Feiyang. If we let him grow like this, I'm afraid that even Grandpa won't be his opponent. Yi Zhong shook his head and said. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows without leaving a trace. He said, Master, this disciple has something to say. You'll have to bear with it. Speak. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang. The one who has a grudge with Qin Feiyang is the dragons. Even if we want to get rid of Qin Feiyang, that's the dragon's business. What does it have to do with you? Why do you have to get involved? This is not good for you. What's more, Qin Feiyang has never targeted you before. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong was silent. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled, saying, Let's work for our own masters. Originally, Qin Feiyang wanted to persuade Yi Zhong not to meddle in these affairs and live out his remaining years in peace. But now, it seemed almost impossible. This old man still has things to do. That's all. Don't bully Shui. Yi Zhong stared at Qin Feiyang and gave him a meaningful warning. Then, the shadow dissipated. Yi Shui also put away the image crystal and sighed, I really didn't expect that the Nether King's Hell was actually a conspiracy. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Yi Shui and asked, What do you think of what your grandfather has done? Grandpa has his own thoughts. As a junior, I have no right to interfere, nor am I qualified to judge. Yi Shui shook her head. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. No matter who it was, they couldn't judge the most respected elder in their heart, especially his own grandfather. However, he had to make a choice. If he really couldn't persuade Yi Zhong, then he could only eliminate all future troubles. Yi Shui rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang maliciously, saying, You already know what you want to know. Now, it's time for me to settle the score with you. Settle what score with me? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly as he retreated. What do you think? Yi Shui stared with her almond-shaped eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Feiyang turned around and rushed to the stone door. He smashed the stone door with a punch and ran out. You even destroyed my cave? Stop right there. Yi Shui shouted angrily and chased after him. But when she chased after him and saw the scene outside, she was stunned. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also stopped in the air and looked in front of him in shock. There were no less than hundreds of people gathered in front of him. And above the valley, There was also a sea of people. Counting inside and out, there were at least 50 to 60,000 people. Moreover, the cultivation of these people were almost all at the Nine Heavens realm or the Great Perfection realm. The purple-clothed youth from before was also in front of the crowd. After everyone looked at Yishui, they all stared at Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with anger. What's going on? Yishui's face was filled with confusion. Ha, aren't you guys too polite? You actually came here personally to pay the rent. All right then. 100,000 per person, hand it over. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. Pay the rent? Yishui was startled. She looked at Qin Feiyang's back view suspiciously. What the hell was this kid doing now? You really dare to ask for it? Who do you think you are? The master of the Dragon God Palace? What qualifications do you have to collect rent? Don't think that just because you are the disciple of the Grand Hall Master, you can be lawless and do whatever you want. Let me tell you, no matter how high your status is, you still have to follow the rules. The group of people immediately began to suppress him. Chapter 25:45. Qin Feiyang was startled. He frowned and said, "You're not here to pay the rent? Of course, you can tell from our faces that we're here to punish you, you bastard. I've never seen someone as shameless as you in my life. Pay the rent." No way. Some of them gritted their teeth while others roared furiously. Those ferocious gazes seemed as if they wanted nothing more than to skin Qin Feiyang alive. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the 5 young men in purple. What are you doing? Can't you even do such a simple thing? The 5 of them laughed coldly. Look at your faces. Are you the ones who teamed up with them to punish me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You only realized now? It seems like you're not as smart as the rumors say. The 5 of them could not help but laugh. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. He glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's too late to pay the rent." Idiots. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. It seems like you really think I don't dare to beat you up. Qin Feiyang chuckled and transmitted his voice to Fire Lotus. Girl, it's your turn. All right. A few moments later, Fire Lotus's laughter echoed in Qin Feiyang's mind. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face grew wider. He looked at the tens of thousands of people and said, I'll give you one last chance. In your dreams, we'll go find the Grand Hall Master and expose your evil deeds. Let's go. Immediately, the group of people flew toward the entrance of the square. Qin Feiyang grinned. With a thought, Fire Lotus appeared out of nowhere. She had disguised herself as an old woman. What are you doing? We're all geniuses of the 10th island. Even if you're the Grand Hall Master's disciple, you can't escape the blame for attacking us. The group of people turned pale when they saw Fire Lotus appear. They all shouted angrily. You call yourself a genius? You guys are really thick-skinned. Then let me see how powerful you so-called geniuses are. Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. He turned his head to look at Huolian and said, Beat him to death. Understood. Huolian nodded with a smile, and a monstrous divine aura erupted. He's for real. Run! The 5 youths in purple roared. The group of people hurriedly fled in all directions. Did they still have a chance to escape? Of course. Divine might rolled out, enveloping the entire area. The group of people was immediately imprisoned in the void. What? Whose aura? It's from Let to check it. That guy must be causing trouble again. Fire Lotus's aura alarmed everyone on the first island. They all rushed out of their caves and headed to the valley. Li Bu, you better not cross the line. A young man in black roared. Even though they were both at the perfect 9 heavens realm and the perfect 9 heavens realm and were only 1 or 2 steps away from the Fire Lotus realm, the gap between the 9 heavens realm and the imperishable realm was an uncrossable chasm. No one could break free from Fire Lotus's aura. However, before he could finish speaking, Huolian had already arrived in front of the black-clothed young man and slapped him. With a scream, half of the young man's face was smashed. Instantly, everyone fell into a deep fear. This guy wasn't joking. He really wanted to beat them to death. Brother Li, this is a misunderstanding. Yes, we were just joking. We're actually here to pay the rent. Isn't it just 100,000 soul stones? I'll pay for a year. I'll pay for 2 years. I'll pay for 10 years. Don't do it. We can talk about it. They were all scared. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't going to do it. Previously, he had spoken calmly, but all of them were extremely arrogant. Now that they were beaten up, they were scared, and they were begging for mercy? How could it be so easy? They had to beat them up and collect the rent. Since they all liked to be arrogant, they would be arrogant to the end. Let's see who was more arrogant. Ah! Screams could be heard everywhere. Wherever Fire Lotus went, it was like a tornado. Everyone's faces were torn apart. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Damn! He's really causing trouble. Those people are all geniuses of the 10th island. They all have legendary divine weapons and legendary divine techniques. Whether it's in the Dragon God Palace or outside, they all have supreme positions. Li Bu-er is really brave. He actually beat up these people without restraint. What a joke! He's now the disciple of the Grand Hall Master. In terms of identity and status, who can compare with him in the Dragon God Palace? People who had rushed over from all directions were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This guy's arrogance had reached the point of lawlessness. In less than 100 breaths, tens of thousands of people were lying in the void. Their bodies were dripping with blood and they were wailing. They all looked extremely miserable. The 5 young men in purple were naturally the focus of attention. They lay in the void like 5 pools of mud, motionless. Fire Lotus returned to Qin Feiyang's side. Well done. Qin Feiyang gave them a thumbs up and glanced at those people. He chuckled and said, "Then let's start paying the rent now." What? We still have to pay rent? The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Nonsense. Since you're in my territory, you have to pay protection fees. No, it's rent. Qin Feiyang laughed. Bastard. He really thinks of this place as his own. The group of people roared in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Who's that? Qin Feiyang pointed at a man in white and said, "Just now, you said that you have to pay for 10 years. Let's start with you." The man in white's face turned green. That was just a temporary excuse. Did they really want him to hand it over? 100,000 a month. That's 1,200,000 a year. Then in 10 years, wouldn't that be 12 million? Although he was a genius of the 10th island, this amount was enough to bankrupt him. A man has to keep his word, right? How can a man who doesn't keep his word pick up girls? No one is interested in you. Qin Feiyang laughed. The man in white looked at Yi Shui, then at Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and said, "I won't stay here anymore, okay? I'll leave now." You come and go as you wish. How can it be so easy? You have to pay. We'll talk after you pay. Otherwise, as Qin Feiyang said this, he stared at the white-clothed man and smiled maliciously. The man in white trembled and nodded. I'll pay. Then, the man in white reluctantly walked to Qin Feiyang, took off his interspatial ring, and said, "All my assets are here. Give it to me." Qin Feiyang extended his hand and said with a smile, "Can you leave some for me?" The man in white looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully and said, "Why don't you pay for a year first?" "How can you do that?" "I'll tell you the truth. Yi Shui likes a man who keeps his word." Qin Feiyang glanced at Yi Shui behind him and chuckled. The man in white looked at Yi Shui. How could he be in the mood to think about Yi Shui? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm talking to you nicely. You won't listen again, will you?" "I'll give it to you." The man in white's eyes trembled and he quickly handed the interspatial ring to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang chuckled and grabbed the interspatial ring, but the man in white didn't let go. His face was full of unwillingness. Qin Feiyang glared at Fire Lotus and said, "Continue to beat him up." No. The man in white's body shook and he hurriedly let go. His expression also became dispirited. It wasn't easy for him to accumulate the treasures in the interspatial ring. Now, he was giving it away for nothing. Qin Feiyang held the interspatial ring and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. She checked it. There were about 8 million soul stones, billions of divine gems, some low-level divine arts, divine weapons, elixirs, and so on. Although it's less than 12 million soul stones, it's not bad. You can stay here in peace from now on. Okay, you'll be next door to Shui. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Next door? The man in white was stunned. If that was the case, it seemed to be a good thing. Li Buer, if he lives next door to Yi Shui, where will we live? The purple-clothed young man and the others had also recovered. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words, they immediately shouted. Because they were the ones who lived next door to Yi Shui. You. I asked you to collect rent, but you went to join forces with them to suppress me. Do you think you still have a chance? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Hearing this, the 5 of them were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Line up one by one, hurry up. 1 payment per year, no credit. Qin Feiyang shouted. I see. I thought something big had happened. Sex is like a knife on the head. This saying is true. If these people didn't covet Yi Shui, how would they end up like this? But then again, this Li Buer is really good at doing business. 100,000 soul stones per person per month. In the long run, these soul stones are enough for him to use for a lifetime. No. Didn't you hear him just now? 1 payment per year? In other words, each person has to pay 2 million soul stones now. Look at the 50 to 60,000 people here. How terrifying is this number when added up? The onlookers discussed animatedly. Yi Shui, finally understood, and a row of black lines appeared on her forehead. This scoundrel brat actually used her to openly enclose the land and collect rent? I'll let you be happy first. Yi Shui, secretly snorted. Although there were many people, it ended very quickly. Qin Feiyang was also overjoyed. Taking 50,000 people as an example, each person received 2 million soul stones, which added up to 60 billion. Earning 60 billion soul stones out of thin air, even he couldn't help but admire himself. This was too business-minded. The 50 to 60,000 people wailed in their hearts. What was the difference between this and bandits? Chapter 2546. Li Buer, where's my share? Right at this moment, Yi Shui, slowly walked in front of Qin Feiyang, turned her head to look at Qin Feiyang, and asked with a standard smile. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened, and he smiled awkwardly. You are Master's biological granddaughter. Do you still care about this little bit of soul stones? Whether I care or not is one thing, whether I want it or not is another thing. Since you're using me to do business, I naturally have a share. Yi Shui said. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and asked, Then how do you think we should split it? 9 and 1. Yi Shui said. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. Yi Shui shook her finger and said with a smile, You might have misunderstood. What I said was, I'll take 9 and you'll take 1. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened, and he said angrily, Then I'll just give you all of it? This woman's appetite was really big. Yi Shui said, If you want to give all of it to me, I won't object. In your dreams. I'll take 9 and you'll take 1. After all, I'm the one who contributed to this matter. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Although you contributed, without me, would you have been able to get these soul stones? At most, I'll take another step back. I'll take 8 and you'll take 2. Yi Shui shook her head. Even if you're a woman, you have to be reasonable. I can take another step back. I'll take 7 and you'll take 3. This is my bottom line. Qin Feiyang said. Looking at this scene, the 50 to 60,000 people were infuriated. Taking their soul stones and bargaining in front of them, did he not consider how they would feel? How could a person be so shameless? What are you doing? Suddenly, an angry shout was heard. Following closely, a white-clothed old man broke through the air like lightning. Not good. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He hurriedly sent the fire lotus to the ancient castle and put all the soul stones into the universe ring. Grand Hall Master, However, the others were overjoyed as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Very soon, Yi Zhong landed in the air above the valley and looked at the people around him. He lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "What are you doing now?" "Nothing?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Grand Hall Master, you must uphold justice for us. This Li Bu is like a bandit, openly robbing us of our soul stones. He beat us up like this. Is there still any law?" The 50 to 60,000 people looked at Yi Zhong and complained. Yi Zhong's face was dark as he glared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Can't you stop?" "I'm innocent." Qin Feiyang lowered his head, feeling wronged. "You're still being wronged? Can you be more shameless? So many people saw it with their own eyes. How are you going to deny it?" The 50 to 60,000 people kept complaining. Qin Feiyang glanced at those people and looked at Yi Zhong. He sighed and said, "Master, there's something you don't know." Yi Zhong was so angry that he laughed and said, "Then tell me, why don't you have a reason to do this?" "Look, they're all from the 10th island, but why did they come to the first island?" Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the 50 to 60,000 people suspiciously and said, "Yes, why did you come to the first island?" "We, the 50 to 60,000 people, were a little guilty." Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Master, in fact, they're here to tease your granddaughter." "What?" Yi Zhong's eyes widened in anger. "Grand Hall Master, it's not what he said. Don't listen to his nonsense. Li Bu, do you have any shame? Not only did you rob us of our soul stones, but you're also making false accusations?" The group of people stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "I should be the one asking you this. Do you have any shame? You even bullied a girl?" "Master, Shui is your granddaughter, so she's also my family. Shui was bullied by them, so I couldn't stand it. That's why I taught them a lesson. If Master still thinks that I've done wrong, then I'm willing to accept the punishment." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said, "Oh my God. It's a pity that he didn't become an actor." Yi Shui rubbed her forehead. Even she was starting to believe it. Yi Zhong took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and asked Yi Shui, "Is that true?" Everyone present turned to look at Yi Shui in unison. Yi Shui glanced at the 50 to 60,000 people with a trace of disgust in her eyes. She looked at Yi Zhong and nodded. "Miss Shui, did we offend you? Why did you follow Li Bu to frame us?" The 50 to 60,000 people immediately wailed. This was really like having to suffer in silence, unable to voice out the bitterness. As for Yi Zhong, he was furious. "Instead of cultivating on the 10th island, all of you came to the first island to cause trouble. Are you worthy of the resources that the Dragon God Palace gave you? Believe it or not, I'll kill all of you right now." Yi Zhong shouted. "Grand Hall Master, please spare us." The 50 to 60,000 people hurriedly knelt in the void. Yi Zhong shouted, "Go back immediately and reflect on your mistakes." The group of people nodded and hurriedly flew to the 10th island as if they were fleeing for their lives. Their speed was extremely fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their hearts were even more bitter. They thought that Yi Zhong would uphold justice for them, but they didn't expect that they would still be the ones to suffer. They had already paid the rent, but they were still chased back. Wouldn't that mean that the soul stones were wasted? The gains did not make up for the losses. "Li Bu, you bastard, I won't let you off," countless people roared in their hearts. Yi Zhong glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and said to Yi Shui, "Shui, you go to the 10th island too." "Not going." Yi Shui shook her head. "You?" Yi Zhong frowned. Yi Shui tugged at Qin Feiyang's arm. "What?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at her. "Help me tell them." Yi Shui transmitted her voice. "Dream on." Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. He couldn't wait for Yi Shui to go to the 10th island. This way, no one would disturb him and he wouldn't have to be on tenterhooks all day long under Yi Shui's nose. "You're not going to help me, right? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll tell Grandpa the truth now." Yi Shui thought to herself. Qin Feiyang's face stiffened, And he transmitted his voice, "Don't be too shameless." Likewise. Yi Shui smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, looked up at Yi Zhong and said, "Master, you've seen the behavior of those people before. Isn't letting Shui go to the 10th island the same as sending her to a wolf's den?" Yes. Yi Shui nodded. Yi Zhong stared at Qin Feiyang with an extremely strange look. It was as if he was saying that this kid seemed to be more dangerous than those people. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a smile, "Master, Shui is my sister. I'll definitely take good care of her. Don't worry." Sister? The corner of Yi Zhong's mouth twitched. It seems that Shui is older than you. Yi Shui also looked at Qin Feiyang unhappily. Qin Feiyang said, "If you're really worried, then you can take Shui with you." "That's not good. Grandpa is always busy. He doesn't have time to take care of me." Yi Shui looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "No matter how busy Master is, he can't just leave you alone. After all, you're his biological granddaughter." Qin Feiyang smiled. "My biological granddaughter doesn't seem to be that close to him. I don't have any freedom at all." Yi Shui said bitterly. Yi Zhong's face darkened and he said angrily, "Enough. Stop singing the same tune. Who are you putting on a show for?" Qin Feiyang and Li Bu'er smiled embarrassedly. "Shui, I'll allow you to stay here, but you'd better listen to me. Cultivate well. Don't pick up the bad stuff instead of the good stuff. And you, Li Bu'er, if you lead Shui astray, I won't forgive you." Yi Zhong glared at the two of them, then turned around and left. "It seems that your granddaughter doesn't need me to take care of her. She's a bad woman to begin with," Qin Feiyang muttered. "What did you say?" Yi Shui was stunned and immediately glared at Qin Feiyang coldly. Nothing. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hands. "Does this woman have clairvoyant ears? How could she hear that?" Yi Shui snorted coldly and said, "Although you helped me, I also helped you. We're even now." Yes. "But I'm a little puzzled. Why are you speaking up for me?" Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. "Those annoying flies have been bothering me all day. I've long wanted to chase them away." Yi Shui said, "I see. In that case, I've also helped you solve a huge problem. In return, about the soul stone," Qin Feiyang smiled. "Cut it out. I'll take another step back. 50-50. Yi Shui said. "Only a fool would agree to that. Goodbye." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and rushed into the cave abode without looking back. He had always been the one robbing others. No one could rob him. Li Bu'er, Yi Shui, fiercely rushed towards Qin Feiyang's cave abode. Inside the cave abode, hearing Yi Shui's voice, Qin Feiyang hurriedly called out Fire Lotus and said, "Quick, set up a barrier." Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. With a wave of her hand, a barrier appeared immediately. Yi Shui was caught off guard and crashed into the barrier. She was dizzy and embarrassed. "Bastard!" This made her even angrier. "Shui, you're a lady of a noble family. How can you do this?" Qin Feiyang walked to the entrance of the cave abode and looked at Yi Shui outside the barrier. He chuckled. "Don't be so smug." Yi Shui gritted her teeth. In front of this bastard, no matter how good her temper was, she would still go crazy. "So what if I'm smug? If you have the ability, come in." Qin Feiyang looked at her mockingly. Yi Shui was so angry that her whole body trembled. But suddenly, she took a deep breath and the anger on her face dissipated. She said with a smile, "You're right. I'm a lady of a noble family. It's not worthwhile to be angry with you." "That's right. A lady should be like a lady. Don't be like a tigress all day. In the future, who would dare to marry you?" Qin Feiyang laughed. Yi Shui's anger, which she had suppressed with great difficulty, rose up again. "I'll endure it." Yi Shui's chest heaved up and down. She glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang, then turned around and returned to her cave abode without looking back. Chapter 2547. Qin Dage, have you ever thought about why Yi Shui insisted on staying on the first island? Is it really because she's not familiar with the place and is afraid of being alone? Huo Yan walked behind Qin Feiyang and asked, does she look to Yi Shui's back? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't you realize that Yi Shui seems to rely on you too much? Fire Lotus said. Really? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. He really didn't realize it. Your EQ is terrifyingly low. I finally understand why you and the Mermaid Princess spent so much time together. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson when I'm free. Fire Lotus shook her head. You're still single and you still want to teach me a lesson? Girl, let's talk about it after you get married. Qin Feiyang laughed. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus's cheeks flushed red as she stomped her feet angrily. If the big shots of the Ninth Heaven Palace saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The Palace Lord of the Ninth Heaven Palace was stomping her feet like a little girl. Where was her dignity? All right, let's stop joking. Tell me, should I go to the Nether King's hell? Or not? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Fire Lotus seriously. Logically speaking, you shouldn't go. After all, this is a plot against you. But I know that you won't play by the rules. So, you don't have to ask me. Fire Lotus thought for a while and shook her head. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If I don't know you well, wouldn't I have wasted all these years by your side? Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and said, but you really have to think about this. Qin Feiyang nodded. He couldn't use his divine artifact or the 6-word divine art. Even Fire Lotus and the others couldn't help. It would be a headache if they were to face off against the dragons. Unless, he would use the identity of Li Buer to enter the hell of the Nether King. This way, not only would he not encounter any danger, Yi Zhong and the dragons would even protect him. However, how could he convince Yi Zhong to agree to let him enter the hell of the King of Hell? Forget it. He would think about these questions after the hell of the Netherworld King opened. The most important thing right now was to quickly cultivate. After all, at that time, all of his trump cards would be useless. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. He also needed to raise the level of the various deity arts. Not to mention other things, he needed to at least have some ability to protect himself. Enjoying a battle is the fastest way to improve a divine art, Qin Feiyang muttered. He turned to look at Fire Lotus and smiled. From now on, you'll be my sparring partner. Feel free to beat me up. Beat you up? Fire Lotus was taken aback. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. Then I won't be polite. Qin Feiyang looked at her in a daze. He could not help but have an uneasy premonition in his heart. Immediately after, the two disappeared and appeared in the Black Tortoise world. In a certain restaurant, Hui sat at a table in the main hall. He was drinking wine while admiring the graceful dancers on the stage in the middle. He was extremely satisfied. Life should be like this. Play when you should, play when you should. Enjoy when you should. Unlike this Qin Feiyang, who only knows how to cultivate all day. What's the point of working himself to death? He chuckled inwardly. Tap tap. Not long after, a young man wearing a golden robe entered the restaurant and walked to the opposite side of Hui. You're back so soon? Hui was taken aback. That's right. This young man was the 5-clawed golden dragon. Isn't it just investigating the whereabouts of Wu Baichuan? How difficult can it be? The 5-clawed golden dragon rolled his eyes at Hui. Looking at the few wine jars on the table, he frowned and said, You've been drinking here all this time? Hui grinned. Are you here to help or to eat, drink, and have fun? The 5-clawed golden dragon was very dissatisfied. Hui said, Of course I'm here to help and have some fun while I'm at it. The 5-clawed golden dragon looked at him with disdain. He picked up a wine jar and gulped it down. Look, the two of us are really like-minded. I don't know why you want to follow that idiot Qin Feiyang. You don't drink and don't know how to be carefree. You only know how to cultivate all day. Why don't you think about it again and follow me? I still have a lot of immortal wine here. Hui looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon. Immortal wine. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up. All these years in the black tortoise world, he had already tasted the taste of immortal wine from Hui. It was a delightful experience. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you'll have an endless supply of good wine. Hui continued to tempt him. Last time I heard you say that this immortal wine was obtained from a place called Heaven Immortal Tower in the Eastern Tomb? The five-clawed golden dragon asked. Hui nodded. Then why should I follow you? When the time comes, I'll go to the Heaven Immortal Tower and get a few hundred jars. The five-clawed golden dragon sneered. Then tell me, how are you going to get there? Hui looked at him playfully. With my current relationship with young master, would he refuse to let me borrow his space-time gate? The five-clawed golden dragon said indifferently. Hui Yi's face darkened. Even if you borrow the space-time gate and go to the Heaven Immortal Tower, Miss Immortal might not give it to you. With money, are you afraid that you can't buy it? The five-clawed golden dragon had a look of disdain. You're still too naive. This is really not a problem that can be solved with money. Only when you reach a certain level of relationship will Miss Immortal sell it. Hui smiled proudly. The five-clawed golden dragon frowned. Think about it carefully. Only by following me will you have the chance to eat good food and drink good wine. And if you follow Qin Feiyang, sooner or later you'll become like him, a block of wood. Then how boring would your life be? Let's not talk about it anymore. Qin Feiyang has a mission. I have to return to the north. You should also prepare to make a trip to the south to investigate the background of that young lord. Hui transmitted his voice. In that case, young master is still worried about that young lord in the south? The five-clawed golden dragon thought. You understand Qin Feiyang's character? Everything has to be done without any mistakes. It's just that it's hard for us to run errands. Hui shook his head. After drinking the last mouthful of wine, he said, Remember to pay the bill. After saying that, he got up and walked outside. Why should I pay the bill while you drink? The five-clawed golden dragon glared at him angrily. We're family, why are you so calculative? At most, you can go back and ask Qin Feiyang for reimbursement in the future. Hui waved his hand without looking back. The five-clawed golden dragon couldn't help but feel angry. Why was he acting like a scoundrel? And these words were said through voice transmission, so no one in the restaurant heard it. North Region. Treasure Pavilion. A black-haired young man in his 20s slowly walked into the treasure pavilion. Greetings, young master. Is there anything I can do for you? A staff member greeted him with a very good attitude. Take this young master to see your steward. The black-haired young man looked at the staff member with his nose in the air and said, May I ask if young master has made an appointment in advance? The staff member asked cautiously. What the hell? A small steward needs to make an appointment in advance. The black-haired young man raised his eyebrows and his voice was particularly loud. The people around immediately looked at him. Which young master was this? How could he be so arrogant? The staff member was stunned and said, I'm sorry, I can't take you to see the steward without an appointment. Is that so? What if I insist on seeing him today? The black-haired young man said. The staff member could not help but frown and said, Are you here to pick a fight? I'm here to pick a fight. If you don't want to be implicated, quickly step aside. Damn fat pig, get out here. The black-haired young man scanned the treasure pavilion and roared. Damn fat pig? Is this person crazy? Who in Holy Dragon City doesn't know that the steward of the treasure pavilion hates people calling him a fat pig the most? Everyone looked at each other. How bold of him! The staff member was also angry and shouted, Men, throw him out. The 4 guards guarding the door immediately ran in. Get lost. The black-haired young man shouted coldly. The 4 guards immediately vomited blood and were forced to retreat. No way. They were forced to retreat with just a shout. You have to know that they are all powerhouses in the 9th heaven realm. Everyone was extremely shocked. Seeing this, the staff member also retreated in horror. Damn fat pig, if you don't get out here, I'll tear down your treasure pavilion. The black-haired young man shouted domineeringly. Tear down my treasure pavilion? I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. Accompanied by a gloomy voice, the manager of the treasure pavilion dragged his fat body out. You're finally willing to come out. The black-haired young man chuckled. Didn't you say that you want to tear down my treasure pavilion? I'll give you the chance now. Tear it down. The treasure pavilion steward sneered. Ha! The black-haired young man laughed and said, compared to tearing down the treasure pavilion, I have something more important to do. Ren Xiaolin. Ren Xiaolin. The treasure pavilion steward was shocked. He's here for Ren Xiaolin? In other words, he's here to seek justice for Ren Xiaolin? That's strange. I'm quite close to Ren Xiaolin. Why didn't I know that she knew such a rich young master? The surrounding staff members also began to whisper among themselves. You don't want to discuss this with me in front of so many people, do you? The black-haired young man smiled playfully. The treasure pavilion steward's pupils constricted. Looking at the whispering staff members, he shouted, Don't you have anything else to do? When the staff members heard this, they immediately dispersed and began to get busy. The treasure pavilion steward glanced at the curious guests again. Looking at the black-haired young man, he said in a deep voice, Follow me. After saying that, he turned and walked toward a room in front. The black-haired young man chuckled and then swaggered after him.